Chapter 251 Political Points. The intelligence department immediately got to work. They soon came up with a plan to return Vladimir to his country with a story that would make his disappearance understandable, while still allowing him to return to his position without any suspicion. As for Aaron, he had already logged out and went to meet his family and friends. After all, he had spent more than 210 days in that hellish training compound without any access to the outside world. After spending a week with his family and friends, he finally returned to work and had his first meeting with his CEOs and friends, Felix and Sarah, who seemed to have an idea of what the meeting might be about. "Long time no see," Aaron joked, as they had met last week during his suit vacation, though he had spent most of it being grilled about his absence by his family. "How've you been?" "I've been good. We didn't have much work to do, thanks to you," Felix answered. "It seems like you already have an idea of what the meeting's about, so I won't beat around the bush," Aaron said, then received a side eye from Felix. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Are you spying on us with those glasses?" Sarah asked, jokingly covering herself as if she was naked. "No. Your body language just gave me that impression." Aaron understood how they had come to that conclusion, though it was difficult to make them believe he wasn't spying on them now that his intuition was as monstrous as the rest of him after the training he had received. "Now you can read body language? What exactly happened while you were away?" Felix asked, completely believing his friend's statement. "I was undergoing a universal training program that was specially made for me, but you can also take it if you want. I actually recommend you do." Aaron hoped his friends would undergo the same training he had, as he knew it would be helpful to them both physically and mentally. "We'd like to try it, but only after we have some free time. It looks like you're about to bring us a heavy workload," Sarah said, hinting for Aaron to return back to the main topic and not continue rambling. "Okay. Soon, Alexander is going to announce the discovery of oil in several of Eden's exclusive economic zones. He'll be opening bids for a company to participate in extracting it for the nation. As you know, the process will take about 2 months to determine a winner, which will be us, because we'll know the bids beforehand. Also, we have connections with the government, and we're the ones that discovered it in the first place. So I want you to start preparing for it from tomorrow onward." Aaron sent Felix a file with a step-by-step plan. He turned to Sarah and asked, "How many users of Gaia OS are there?" "Nearly 3 billion, she answered without needing to think. "That should be enough to release a social media app with a substantial user base." Aaron had decided that it was about time he started actively farming SP, as he had been quite passive in his use of the system up to this point. But now, he could benefit from its new feature and buy certain knowledges piecemeal. His plan was to gain enough SP, not to buy one full knowledge category, but to buy small pieces of different knowledges and send them to the universal simulation for the scientists to work on. At the very least, they could look for other applications for the information. "You want a social media app to sell ads? Or to harvest data?" she asked. "Though I have a few more reasons for releasing it, I don't plan on immediately monetizing it. Instead, I want to use it to control public opinion more efficiently, since controlling it using other social media sites isn't as efficient or effective." Aaron gave her one of the reasons for developing their own social media app. "What features do you want it to have?" she asked. "I'm still thinking, but the coding will be done the moment I have a solid idea. At the moment, Nova is doing research on what features people use the most and will come up with an app when she's done," Aaron answered. "But a few of the features are already known, so you can start the promotion as it should be ready for release by the end of the month. He sent Sarah a document that had all the needed information so that she could use it in her promotional plan. Following that, they continued talking about different things before Aaron bade them farewell and left the office. The meeting had been face-to-face, despite VR being more convenient, as he liked the feeling of being with his friends in reality more. A convoy of 3 cars were heading in the direction of the presidential palace. The cars, though they looked different, resembled the vehicles used by the president of Eden. Thus, they had also attracted some attention. People wondered if they had the same features as the presidential motorcade, or if it was just a good custom paint job. Though the cars were similar, they carried a dignity that was subtle, yet still noticeable to those with keen eyes. The cars were traveling without stopping. Coincidentally, traffic lights were lining up to ensure that the convoy would only get green lights at every intersection. And when they reached the presidential palace, they weren't even stopped at the security checkpoint at the entrance. The gate was already open for them, allowing them to pass through it without any problem. "Welcome." Alexander gave Aaron a respectful smile as he greeted the incoming businessman at the entrance to the building, similar to how he would receive a foreign dignitary. "Thanks. How have you been doing?" Aaron greeted, giving Alexander a friendly smile in trade for his respectful one. "Let's get inside and continue our talk there." Alexander pointed in the direction of the building. "Is it about time to announce the oil discovery?" Alexander asked after they had taken a seat. "Yes. You should announce it a few days after you announce the upcoming presidential election. If you announce it before you announce the election, it'd waste the political potential of working out a deal for the country's benefit," Aaron said. The announcement would give the incumbent temporary president a leg up in the upcoming election. Chapter 252 The Verdict. The following weeks went as planned. Aaron didn't get hit with any unexpected stumbling blocks. The soldiers that had been captured as prisoners of war during the Eden-Hesperia War, as well as the first skirmish, were the first to be sent to Avalon Island to start their training. The Ares members stationed in Hesperia were documenting the now out-of-work soldiers that wished to continue serving as part of the new Hesperian military force. Although many people liked the idea that their country was going to be protected by the powerful army that had overwhelmingly defeated them, there were still some that hated everything it brought with it. They thought Hesperia shouldn't even have surrendered without putting up a desperate struggle in the first place, and having their enemies train their new soldiers was unpalatable, to say the least. It wasn't really surprising that many of the people in that group were among those who'd voted against surrendering, and had chosen to continue the war, despite knowing that they had a high chance of losing even if they fought with everything they had. Although they had voiced their opinions online about how the accord was a disgrace to their country, they did no protesting or other such things. Many of them had already suffered some trauma, as they'd known at least one person that had tried to fight back when the announcement had been made. And those people couldn't even be buried in one piece, as Eden had specifically chosen that group to act as a warning, a brutal one, but effective. It managed to keep people who would have otherwise resorted to even civil war in check and quiet with their tails between their legs. The compensation for the families of the dead had started a few days after the signing of the accord, which, when counted in government time, was considered faster than the speed of light. Many other countries that had paid reparations in the past had needed at least a few months before their compensation payouts even began. The process of ensuring that the applying people really had a relative among the casualties wasn't a problem for Eden at all. The Hesperian soldiers that died were within the range of one or another of the Henry's Eyes scanners, meaning that they had been documented perfectly well. Everything about their faces and bodies was in Athena's database, making it quite easy to verify the applications. Once the applications were verified, an initial payment would immediately be processed and delivered to the bank account of the relative's choice, and the payments would continue for a period of 12 months. The total payout would be enough to make sure the families left behind wouldn't be hungry for the rest of their lives, if it was wisely used. Rena was leisurely sitting in her office chair, slowly spinning around. It was a habit of hers that meant she was either thinking about something important or something was distracting her. This time, it was the latter, as she was watching a news feed that wasn't native to America. It was from Eden and showed a courtroom in which a trial was in its final phase. The judge was about to hand down his finding and would soon announce the verdict. He adjusted his microphone and glasses as he began delivering his verdict with the customary closing judiciary remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a point in history where we must confront the darkest of human desires. The accused stands before this court with a charge of crimes against humanity. During this trial, the prosecution has presented undeniable evidence of the charges, and the accused, Adolf Hermans Juan Santana, is before us today to receive the court's verdict. Our duty as members of the judiciary is to ensure justice, even when faced with the heaviest responsibilities. We have a duty to our fellow citizens, to the victims, and to the principles that underpin our society. Throughout the course of this trial, we have heard accounts of unspeakable acts performed by the defendant and his regime. We have seen conclusive and undeniable evidence that backs up those accounts and would shock the most jaded of bystanders. The systematic and wanton persecution, destruction, and cruelty perpetrated by the defendant's regime cannot and must not go unpunished. Today, we enshrine the actions of Adolf Hermans Juan Santana in history as a warning to future generations to not repeat the mistakes of the past, but to learn from them. To not fall victim to the consequences of power, but to be wary of and overcome them. Today, it is with a heavy heart and unwavering conviction that I declare the defendant, Adolf Hermans Juan Santana, guilty on all charges. His actions have caused immeasurable suffering and violated the most fundamental principles of humanity and morality. Therefore, in accordance with the law of Eden, it is the decision of this court that the defendant, Adolf Hermans Juan Santana, shall be sentenced to hang by the neck until he is dead. This sentence is not an act of vengeance, but a solemn affirmation of the value of human life and a resolute rejection of the horrors that his regime has inflicted upon our great nation. As for those complicit in the crimes before the court today, they, too, shall be held accountable for their actions, and I charge the men and women serving the citizens of our great nation to leave no stone unturned in pursuit of the perpetrators that aided and abetted this defendant's crimes. I charge the citizens themselves with providing aid, relief, and comfort to those in that pursuit. Each and every one of us has the moral obligation to fight against injustice wherever it may be found. Some may argue that justice must be tempered with mercy, but it is our solemn duty to remember the victims who were denied that same mercy. Our actions today, and those going forward, are and will be a tribute to their memory and a pledge to never forget our humanity. May this judgment serve as a beacon of hope, a testament to the resilience of our great nation, and a warning to those who would contemplate such abhorrent acts in the future. Let it be known to all that tyranny and cruelty have no place in a just and united society. May the memory of the victims be honored, and may our nation heal and rebuild, stronger and more committed to the principles enshrined in our Constitution. Court is adjourned. The judge brought down his gavel, marking the official fates of Adolf and his co-conspirators. Other than Adolf, only a few would receive the death sentence, while many more would be sentenced to 10 years to life imprisonment, and all of them were sentenced to asset forfeiture. The landmark verdict marked the final chapter of the previous government, closing one book and opening another. Hopefully, the next one will be better. He really went with the death penalty, Rena said in quite a surprised tone. Although she had also watched the press conference a few days before, she didn't expect the first person to fall under the sword of justice would be the former Iranian president. Adolf's the perfect president, as he did everything in his power to ensure he remained in power. No one with a brain would argue that he didn't deserve what he got, but with so much evidence, even those without brains would realize that the sentence was deserved, Ava said. And in fact, she was right. Adolf was the perfect precedent setter, which was why Aaron had chosen him. The reaction of the Adenians could completely be imagined. Some people were even celebrating. To them, it almost seemed like they were dreaming as they received one piece of good news after another. Things were so good, in fact, that some even started worrying that something bad might happen to counterbalance the continuous streak of happiness that they were experiencing after consecutive years of hardship suffered under the dictator that had just been sentenced to death. The celebration didn't stop with the citizens either. Even the presidential spokesperson had held a press conference expressing the new government's happiness. The court had reached a verdict, and they were handing down a well-deserved punishment to a cruel criminal. But that wasn't the only thing the spokesperson was declaring. Alexander had declared the day of the signing of the Emmanuel Surrender Accords a national holiday, and would be holding a victory parade to celebrate their victory over Esperia, as well as the history-making verdict. The parade would be followed by an award ceremony, awarding medals to those whose performance was exemplary during the brief, but impactful conflict. The celebration would be held a month later, giving everyone involved plenty of time to prepare. Chapter 253 Plots and Schemes and Helicopters. Oh my! With the announcement of the parade, the military movements in the country increased even further as groups of soldiers began arriving in the city to start preparing the location the parade would be held, while others were being sent to Avalon Island. What was weird was that none of them were practicing marching drills at all, making people wonder if it was being done in secret or if the soldiers were just going to be walking out of sync with each other. Maybe it was a result of the government rushing the parade, wanting it to happen while people were still relishing in their victory. That would naturally result in some neglect, but many had come to expect huge things from their government, especially when it came to the military, after the 2 consecutive victories they had pulled out of the jaws of anticipated defeat. That assumption was amplified even further when an article talking about what kinds of weapons might show up during the parade. One of them was a very modern-looking, intimidating helicopter that had been seen in a video that looked like a continuation of the 1v5 between the Iranian lone fighter and Asperian squadrons. The article had garnered much attention, as it came from the same reporters that published the video of the dogfight, resulting in many people starting to question where it had come from. Some people said it looked like a high-tech helicopter that was built thanks to data leaks from the U.S. government caused by Chinese hackers. Others thought it was stolen by the PMC that guarded Eden, and now Esperia. A few thought that Ares had designed and developed their own helicopter, while still others speculated that it was just a good paint job that was used to disguise an already existing helicopter. Invites started rolling out from the Iranian government to the governments of every other country, as well as people who weren't politicians, but still had quite an influential position in the world. They wanted powerful business people and many more to attend, since it wasn't just a military parade, rather, it was a day of celebration that included a parade. "So are you going to come?" Aaron asked Rena as the two leisurely toured in the VR. When he logged in, he'd been informed of her being online and had decided to visit and talk with her. "I should. I want to lay my eyes on your full forces, as I haven't seen them in their entirety. I only saw a small unit when they were protecting you." she replied, not hiding her excitement about the parade. She really wanted to see the mercenaries that had fought against a country's full-fledged military and won. Good. I'll send a team to pick you up and escort you to Eden. You shouldn't use your family's private jet, as that might attract more attention than we need, he said, as they walked to a small hill overlooking some expansive, beautiful fields. Oh, you have your own jet? She asked. She didn't recall having heard anything about it. The last time she had received information about Aaron, he'd been traveling in a chartered jet. Not at the moment, but I should have a few by then, Aaron cryptically answered, not giving a real explanation of where the fleet would be coming from. Sure. By the way, do you need me to help you retrieve your machine that was taken by the agency? I'm sure I can return it to you in a week tops if I use some of the connections built as a result of Ava's hard work, she said. She was still thankful for the new assistant, as she was immensely benefiting from having her by her side. No need. It's with DARPA now, not the FBI, but you don't need to do anything. It's exactly where I want it to be. Plus, they won't be benefiting from it at all, Aaron said with a smile that would make people think he was discussing something trivial. That's good then, she said, followed by a few seconds of awkward silence. Then she finally found something to talk about and asked, now that you've completed the move to Avalon Island, are you planning on renouncing your American citizenship? Not yet. Although keeping it means I'm still forced to pay American taxes, it should still benefit me for a few years before it becomes unnecessary, Aaron answered, then continued, how's the situation with your family competition? Although nothing much has changed, my brother seems weirdly calm. At one point, I even asked Ava if anything weird was going on with him, but her response was that she has nothing that could be pinpointed as the cause of the change. It's just that the approximate time this change happened is somewhere around the time she was offline, Rena replied. Yeah, about that. It was an oversight on my side, and it shouldn't happen again. We're expanding our server capacity to several magnitudes above what it was previously, so you can rest assured. But you should still be careful, as such a drastic change might mean something huge is coming your way. The moment Aaron heard her explain her situation, his new intelligence senses started tingling. So he wasted no time in warning her to be careful, but also telepathically asked Nova to order the Ares members in his old neighborhood to delay their move to Eden and keep an eye on her. At least until she visited Eden. They could hitch a ride on the jet he would send to pick her up. I'll make sure to keep an eye out, she replied with a sincere smile of happiness. Are you going to be showing new weapons during the parade, or just the ones you had before the war? She asked. We'll show some new ones, as that'll act as the launch and introduction of them to the world, but nothing fancy. Except for the helicopter. That one's an unplanned reveal, but since the cat's already out of the bag, it kind of forced our hand. At least we can use it to introduce the world to our advanced research capabilities, so people won't react aggressively in the future when the big guns come out, he answered, giving her a hint of what was going to be in the parade. Here's the report, sir, Aubrey's assistant said as he handed him, and George the preliminary report on Ares. It was all they could find in the short period of a few weeks. The research team was still working to gather more information. The Morgan father and son pair wasted no time and opened the files, then carefully read them. They were extremely curious as to who might be behind the up-and-coming PMC. Why's everything in this garbage highlighted as nothing but speculation? Aubrey raised his head and asked, dissatisfied by the report. Nearly everything in the document was highlighted as nothing but speculation or guesswork based on what little evidence they had collected in that period of time. Sir, The company has no history of being registered in or deployed to any country before they showed up in Eden. And the info there's under tight lockdown. Ares even acts as the InfoSec information security branch of the country, making it difficult to get any information about them. Nearly every bit of evidence we managed to collect during the past few weeks is from OSINT, open source intelligence, through pictures and videos that were uploaded during the war from both the Eden and Asparian sides. And nothing about that gave us any details, making it impossible for us to know if any of our collected evidence is credible or not, the assistant said in a slightly worried tone. I'm sure the investigation team isn't dumb, but have they tried to get an inside man for more information? George asked. Yes. We looked for people that we could say, with some assurance, have been members of the force for a longer period. But we couldn't even find a single one, so we had to deliver the preliminary report in such a vague way. But the upcoming parade should give us enough new and credible information to be able to at least pinpoint who they're affiliated with if we can track back the manufacturer or seller of the weapons that will be shown on the parade. That should be shown during the parade, as such a large number of them would at least leave a trail. Then we can use that trail to track who it might be connected to. Make sure the next report only has credible information. I don't want more speculation like in this shitty document, Aubrey said as he tossed the document on the table in front of him. He wasn't planning on continuing to read it, as unfounded nonsense wasn't something he should be tainting his head with. Yes, sir, the assistant replied, and heaved a sigh of relief in his mind, then immediately left the room to deliver the new orders. Chapter 254 Launch Day. With advertisements rolling out about the upcoming social media app that GAI was working on, it became a talking point among the users of their OS. And coming from a company that could now be considered a behemoth with more than 3 billion customers, word quickly spread. After all, most people used a GAI product on more than one device, leading to the advertisements working their way through more than 15 billion devices. During the less than a year that the GAI Corporation had taken to rise to fame, they'd met with and overcome many obstacles from others, including Google and Apple. The crackdown from two massive companies continued, both of them trying their best to hinder the growth of the Gaia OS, as each had their own operating systems that had dominated the field before the upstart company's newer and better OS was released. When the OS was becoming relevant at the start, they had been desperate to make it impossible to download, but failed. Each and every blockade they put up, the Gaia OS would immediately respond to and break through. Then they tried threatening, and also filed, a few lawsuits, either jointly or individually, for copyright infringement. The people in charge still wrongly thought of Aaron as a kid with a lemonade stand, not as the chairman of a large, multinational corporation. GIA, however, responded with the same vigor. Their legal department was no slouch, having previously been its own firm that specialized in copyright and tech law prior to being acquired. The latest round of fighting had just begun, but the court had already made some initial rulings on motions in their favor despite the company itself having moved to Eden. 2 weeks later, Aaron had named the app Pangea. That was the supercontinent that used to exist on Earth millions of years ago. It was a name that was meant to symbolize bringing everyone in the world closer together. Not to mention, it suited his naming tastes quite well. After all, his other two public companies were named after the Earth itself, GAIA, and the desire for connectivity and progress, Connect. It had finally been released, and millions of people, whether due to curiosity or brand loyalty, created accounts. It was quite easy, since their IDs from the Gaia OS could be directly imported, allowing them to immediately begin using Pangea without having to customize it further. And as those pioneers first opened the app, they were met with something that no social media app had had when it was first launched: an active user base. It was all thanks to the AIs that had been built to make the app look lively for the first batch of users. They were the most important ones to retain, as they would be the ones sending the initial feedback on the app. One of the things that tied people to their current systems and prevented them from moving from one to another was the history they built up on each app. Whether it be Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or any of their smaller competitors, the time people had spent on those platforms had already built up a history for them. Thus, the social media giants weren't too worried about their apps losing relevance. Pangea had solved that issue in an ingenious way. All its users had to do was request the app move their entire history over to the new platform, regardless of where it came from. With more and more people using that function, the app became more lively. Not to mention, much more addictive and likely to hook first-time users. But although that made the normal users try it out, the feature's real importance was to influencers. They would have hesitated dedicating themselves to a startup, at least without being paid, but were instead moving over in droves after they realized they could migrate everything to the new platform without having to invest too much time. Even better for them, Pangea allowed one-tap cross-posting and follower consolidation, so the influencers would no longer have to carefully craft each tweet, story, post, or anything else individually. Their followers, thanks to the cross-posting and consolidation feature, would already follow them on Pangea if they were users. So there was no downside to the move, but plenty of benefits attracting them. But all of those features were dwarfed by one single function that made Pangea different from any other social media app: the AI integration. AI was something that GIA was a world leader in, and they had no competitors. The AI in Pangea could be seen everywhere, and users could customize it in many different ways, making their personal experience much more fulfilling. It allowed for things like fact-checking, advanced search, and many more. The integrated AI could do it all, as long as people were subscribed to GIA Premium. Thanks to the OS being integrated into the app, the world became nothing but one street speaking one language, and anyone could start an argument with anyone else without any nuances being lost in translation. After all, GIA Premium included a translation algorithm that was hands down the best in the world. With big names like PewDiePie, Cole Sprouse, Lewis Hamilton, Kim Kardashian, and others making their move to the app, their fandoms followed. And that was no small number of people. "How many users do we have now?" Aaron asked Sarah in their virtual meeting room. It was filled with holographic screens showing different data sets regarding Pangea's launch. With the app successfully being launched 5 hours ago, and having faced no bugs or crashes so far, we've already reached 215 million users. And nearly half of them are still engaged. That's unprecedented, even for the current social media companies. We expect the number to continue increasing as the other side of the world wakes up, and the explosive growth should continue for more than a month before it stabilizes. Then we predict that the user base growth will slow down and be on par with other platforms' growth. But by that time, we should have about 1 billion registered accounts, with a quarter of them expected to be daily users, she reported. She had fully prepared for the launch. "How is the reaction? Is it positive?" he asked. "Yes. Using AI to create an atmosphere for first-time users while also using the data from their accounts to curate their personal experiences allowed us to avoid being pigeonholed into a single niche category. That would be counterproductive in the first place," Sarah replied. Aaron found himself thinking about privacy and couldn't help but smile and laugh at the situation he found himself in. "What's up?" Sarah asked, curious as to his reason for the sudden laughter. I found myself counting the number of laws I think we might have just broken in that short period of time," he said with a smile still on his face. It caught Sarah off guard, as she didn't expect that to be something to laugh at, and the absurdity resulted in her laughing as well. "Even if it's a crime, so long as they can't prove it, it doesn't matter. Certain countries might think of banning Pangea over privacy concerns, though, which would make them believe they have leverage on us," she mused, pointing out some of the disadvantages they had to accept following the successful move of the company. "You don't have to worry about that. I'm pretty sure it won't be the first lawsuit in the saga of United States v. GIA Technology. Hell, they might even use the same excuse to force us to show them our source code again. That'll never happen, of course, but we can expect a few subpoenas to appear before Congress in the future," Aaron answered. "And who'll be going for those?" she asked. "Me." "It depends on whose name is on the subpoena. It'll most likely be you, though, due to your citizenship, but my name might also be on one. Even Zuckerberg's been called before Congress a few times." Aaron chuckled again, amused as he imagined himself sitting before Congress being grilled by politicians who knew nothing about technology, trying to provoke him into saying something they could use against him. They might even pass a law, or just completely ban the app. The buzz continued, with people in Eden being at the forefront of the new platform. They all knew that the company that had released the app was from their country, and they wanted to show their support. But it didn't stop there, as the Edenian officials also immediately created the first official governmental social media accounts on the platform. They were immediately verified and had their names displayed in gold, signifying that they were official government organization accounts. But other than Eden, no governments had registered yet, as they were waiting to see the number of users before they made a decision on whether or not they'll create accounts on the new platform. Chapter 255. The ceremony begins. Pangea's massive and explosive growth continued for 2 weeks, reaching 1 billion users without any decrease in the trend showing at all. At the same time, it managed more concurrent users than any of the major social media sites. Though it wasn't like that growth hadn't caused any problems. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram were all trying to figure out how Pangea was growing so fast. Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, and Adam Mosseri were all flustered and had been on hours-long conference calls every day trying to figure out a way to stem the outflow of accounts from their platforms. With 1 billion registered users on the Upstart app, and a little more than half of those being active at any given time, as reported to Aaron through the ALM, active in the last-minute metric of Pangea, the 3 social media giants were beginning to appear desolate. It was a downward spiral the 3 CEOs were trying their hardest to stop. Some people were even discussing the reason why they were panicking when a few different social media sites had already been just fine existing alongside each other, but the irony was that the discussion was taking place on Pangea. The consensus was that it was due to the app having the ability to port the data from their previous social media accounts and upload them in the new app without any compatibility issues. That meant people had no need to return to their previous social media platforms, since their followers and people they followed would automatically be consolidated on Pangea from every one of their existing social media accounts. It also had a new, cooler, and more aesthetically pleasing appearance, not to mention a better discovery algorithm that ensured the media they saw in their Panthalassa was tailored to their interests. Thus, the time people would normally spend scrolling through multiple social media platforms was now all dedicated to one, Pangea. Endnote: like Pangea was the name of the mega-continent in the past, Panthalassa was the name of the combined ocean that surrounded it. So, like Facebook has a wall and Twitter has a feed, Pangea has the Panthalassa. Also, ads being non-existent was another factor, as not a single ad came from the app itself, Only advertisements posted by normal people were present, resulting in the users being able to scroll through the posts without being annoyed. At the end of the second week of the app being live, a rather unique live broadcast was climbing to the top of the trending page. What made it unique was that it was being live-streamed by the Eden Defense Ministry. It had 200,000 viewers, and the number was climbing as the live stream rose through the trending topics. Pangea users weren't the only ones watching, either. Millions of people were watching the same footage, just on different platforms. Even more millions were watching it on television. The live footage was being simulcast by multiple channels in multiple countries, much like the Olympics are broadcast every 2 years. Emia, the capital city of Eden. In the country's capital city, a newly constructed city square was completely silent. It was an odd situation, as there was an entire Ares infantry division on it. The division was standing completely still without moving an inch in the middle of the road, arranged in rows of 5 abreast and columns of 10, separated by exactly 3 feet of space between each group. If someone were to walk past with a measuring tape, they would find it exact to the inch. Following the last box formation was row after row of military vehicles, like tanks, armored personnel carriers, and cargo trucks carrying different military hardware was behind them. There were many of them, all parked with the same precision as the soldiers at attention, their drivers standing on the side to present themselves for inspection. Contrasted against the still, silent soldiers and vehicles was the Edenian official parade band, formerly of the Edenian military. They were playing the Edenian national songs, like the Call to Colors, and many newly composed music for the military, among others. People almost wouldn't be able to believe it was being played by a military marching band, as those who knew music would discover that every single note being played by each instrument in the band was in tune. The former military band could rival the best orchestral bands in the world, like the London Symphony Orchestra or the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. Everyone was waiting for the president of Eden to arrive to begin the ceremony. The international guests began arriving first. Many countries had sent their ministers of foreign affairs, while others sent a member of parliament, but many developing countries had their presidents or vice presidents in attendance. The nations from the UN Security Council, America, Russia, China, France, and the UK only sent junior diplomats, or none at all. The ones who didn't send anyone to participate in the celebration still sent letters of congratulations and some flowery apologies for being unable to attend. Once all the guests had arrived, a motorcade pulled to a stop near the podium where the international guests were already sitting, and the waiting honor guard opened the door of the center car for the president to come out. The moment Alexander stepped out, the citizens attending the event live went crazy, shouting their approval to the president, who turned to them and waved before being escorted to the stage that was made for him and the foreign dignitaries. When he reached them, he greeted a few before taking a seat as the military band played the last song before the program officially started. After the music ended, there were a few moments of silence before John took to the podium and ordered, "Parade rest." His authoritative voice was immediately followed by the sound of the soldiers' boots hitting the ground as they moved from attention to parade rest. "Attention! Present the colors," he ordered, and the military band began playing again. Together with the music, the sound of a few synchronized marching steps came as the Edenian color guard took the field. Ed note: https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=5 vHz Their steps were calm and neither fast nor slow as they marched toward the stage in front of them and presented the Eden flag. "The color guard is responsible for carrying the flag," said the MC of the event, which caused people to wonder where he was. After all, he was nowhere on the stage. "Please stand for the Edenian national anthem," he continued. The color guard reached the stage and presented the flag, then held their positions while the band played the national anthem. As the first notes of the song echoed out, John came to attention and ordered, "Division! Present arms!" The entire infantry division, as well as the drivers of the vehicles and John himself, raised their right hands in the Edenian salute. After the national anthem finished, John ordered, "Division! Order arms!" Every participant in the parade formation lowered their arms and resumed standing at attention. Then the next order came, "Division! Parade rest!" Everything was being caught by the cameras that had been placed all over the field, then sent to the different channels' broadcasting boxes. The precision impressed quite a few people around the world, and ignited the patriotism within nearly every Edenian viewer's hearts. Some of the international viewers, though, thought the country was being smug and showy before the parade had even started. Chapter 256: Heart Attacks and Lockstep. After the national anthem ended, a long and beautifully written speech was delivered by Alexander. A few of the attending citizens even cried, as the speech hit just the right notes for the citizens. Immediately following the speech, Alexander stepped off the raised platform and into the car he had arrived in, which had been fitted with microphones on the roof as he stood the car's open sunroof. The same thing was happening in the car behind him, but that one carried John, who was wearing his dress uniform. The car started and drove to the head of the parade formation, signaling the beginning of the inspection. While the ceremony was in progress, Aaron was on the podium alongside the dignitaries from all over the world. He was wearing a bespoke suit, which was only to be expected since it was a product of an atomic printer. Although he was calmly sitting in his chair and watching the events unfold, he still attracted attention whenever a camera panned across the dignitaries. He was obviously seen every time that happened, and, thanks to the several evolutions the man had undergone, he was almost inhumanly handsome. Although he hadn't posted anything since being expelled from school, he still had nearly 15 million followers across all of his, obviously verified, social media accounts. Thus, people who were interested in his company knew who he was, but many people only knew him from the pictures he had posted in the past. That said, his fans were insatiably curious about the youngest self-made billionaire in history. Another thing that attracted people to him was that he was different from other young billionaires, who were very keen on ensuring that everyone knew they were young and rich. They would also announce that they planned to save the world, or at least make it a better place, like the CEO of Theranos, whose company was facing more and more scrutiny as a result of not having a workable device despite their claims. At the beginning of the year, they had still been valuated at $10 billion, but Aaron, who was said to be worth 3 times or more, could be said to not exist at all in comparison. There wasn't even a single interview of his in any archives at all, and the only picture of him that had been caught after he became a billionaire was from one of his rare visits to his headquarters. He was also in the background of a few people's pictures from when he was touring Europe by himself. Other than those, no recent pictures of him could be found at all. People thought the difference between him and other young tech entrepreneurs was that he didn't need investors' money to expand his company. After all, his products didn't need any investments. He had begun earning with Bug Zapper and hadn't stopped his inexorable march forward. Alas, contrary to the hopes and dreams of investors everywhere, Aaron had never experienced any liquidity crisis. What they didn't know was that would still have been true even if he had never bagged more than $10 billion in contracts from NATO in the beginning. The contract stipulated partial payment up front, resulting in the man becoming a billionaire in a matter of minutes. And all of it was in cash, not shares or fixed assets. That initial fund had removed even the slightest possibility of the company going public due to a lack of liquid funds. The third thing attracting attention was the beautiful woman sitting to his left and leisurely talking with him, as if they were closer than everyone else there. She had bright blonde hair and light hazel eyes, which made her more mesmerizing. Her smile seemed to stun the world, and considering that she was publicly enjoying the company she was keeping, it would be completely impossible for a bystander to think that she had survived an assassination attempt just a week before. The camera panned back to Alexander, who was inspecting the military forces with John's car behind him. The inspection took exactly 10 minutes before the two returned to the stage and John took to the podium once again. During the time it had taken them to drive back to the stage, the soldiers had moved into parade rest and were waiting for the order to begin marching and officially kick off the parade. But before the parade began, the Archangels put on a display of precision flying. The live feed switched to the camera facing the sky as the 4 fighter jets appeared in the distance, initially seeming like nothing more than small black dots until the camera zoomed in. Those watching from home could see the jets on their screens, while the people attending the show live had to wait for them to draw near. Soon, the jets were visible to everyone. The MC wasted no time and satisfied the watchers' curiosity, saying, "The sound you're hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is the approaching fighter jets that are here to do an air show. They're the famous Archangel Squadron, piloted by the same people that shot down a combined total of 45 enemy aircraft in our victory over the now-defunct dictatorship of Asperia, who is now our friend." The announcement only increased the excitement of people watching the spectacle. As the MC had said, the fighters finally neared the square and began putting on a performance. They were executing maneuvers that were known as nightmares for pilots, like it was a walk in the park, and doing it with flair and precision. They almost seemed robotic, and even put the famous Blue Angel Squadron to shame during their more than a minute of joint maneuvers. The squadron flying was followed by a solo performance from the pilots, who each showcased something different, which almost put those watching in a trance. The final soloist even almost caused some people to have mild heart attacks, thinking that something had gone wrong. He had pulled a zero-knot maneuver. Before that, he had performed other flashy tricks that were different from the previous pilots, but before his last stunt, he approached the ground in a straight, high-speed dive before pulling up and heading back to the sky in a straight line with the afterburners at full power. It was like he intended to leave the Earth's atmosphere, but after gaining a bit more than 500 meters of altitude, the afterburners disappeared and the pilot put his jet into a stall before it fell from the sky. People thought the aircraft had malfunctioned mid-show and were worried they would be witness to a tragedy at the beginning of a celebration. Some of them even closed their eyes, but soon opened them back up. The pilot, upon reaching the 200-meter mark, reignited the jet's engines and pushed the throttle to the stops. Thankfully, it didn't reach supersonic speeds, as that would have taken a few eardrums with it, but it gave people an idea of what the parade would be like. With that exciting end to the air show, John gave the series of orders that would begin the parade, and the soldiers moved out. The infantry marched in lockstep, as though they had one mind and many bodies. Following them were the vehicles, both wheeled and tracked, lined up row after row like there were invisible rulers between them. Chapter 257: Efficient Chaos. A week before the celebration. "Miss, they've arrived to pick you up," Ava informed Rena. The escort from Aaron had arrived outside her mansion after going through all the security checks and inspections. They were there to bring her to the airport, then onward to Eden. Sure, let's go, she said, and immediately stood from her office chair. She would be taking nothing with her except her phone and the glasses she was wearing. She wasn't even packing changes of clothes. Coming out of her office, she found her secretary and the guard who had taken over for Terry already waiting for her. They would be going with her. Let's get going, she said and walked past them. They nodded and started walking behind her. Miss, do you think it'll be fine to go with those people without any of our guards? Asked Alex, Rena's head of security. You don't have to worry about that. We'll be perfectly safe with them. Plus, I don't think a single private jet can accommodate all of them, and your people too, Rena said. She knew she would be safer with Aries than with anyone else. Good evening, greeted a female driver who was responsible for driving the car that Rena would be taking with her secretary. Rena returned the greeting and smiled at her as she boarded the car with Alex and her secretary before the doors were closed behind them. Very comfortable, she said, finding herself sinking into the seat and feeling like she was being massaged. Wasting no time, the convoy left the mansion. Rena and her secretary were in the middle car, with 2 cars ahead and behind her. All of them drove professionally as they left the Rothschilds' compound. It took more than 10 minutes of driving before they reached the gate to leave the compound and passed the security checkpoint. A new burner phone rang with a text at the same time the convoy left the compound. And with that text, certain gears were set into motion. Ava attempted to pinpoint where the text was going, but failed. The only thing she knew was that the phone that had received the text was in the same state as them. It had been destroyed before she could find its exact location. Despite failing, she still informed Rena about the message and that it might be about her, as no one in the compound that she had been monitoring fit the message. They were all still comfortably sitting at home, while Rena was the one who had left. Rena, who believed she was perfectly safe in the hands of Aaron's guards, just asked Ava to continue keeping an eye on the situation. As the convoy headed down the road carrying its load of VIPs, the cars all slowed down in unison, then turned right, catching Rena, Chloe, and Alex equally off guard. They knew the route they should be taking, and this wasn't it. Why'd we make an unplanned turn? Asked Alex, who was sitting in the front passenger seat of the car. The female driver said nothing and just pointed at the tablet set into the dashboard. The moment Alex laid his eyes on the tablet, the screen changed into a 3D map of the surrounding area. To his surprise, it wasn't a Google or Apple app, but data that had been collected and was being rendered in real time by the cars themselves. Alas, his surprise was soon overshadowed when the screen moved to about 1 kilometer in the direction of their planned route, and he saw a car with people inside it packing weapons no different from terrorists. They even had RPGs to the baggage place of the car. Looks like that message was really about me after all, Rena said when she saw the display through the augmented reality lenses of her glasses. Turn around. We need to inform the family security about this so they can reach us in time, Alex said, and immediately keyed his satellite radio to inform the family. Normally, it could reach the base station no matter the distance, but no matter how he tried, he received no response. They were prepared for you and jammed the radio, the driver told him after he had been trying to contact the security base for a while. She had let him try it first, not wanting to waste her energy on explaining things like she would have if she had stopped him before he made the attempt. Did they only jam our frequency? He asked as the convoy made another turn to avoid another car that was similarly armed. Yes. It looks like this is being done by someone who knows your system inside and out, she answered, hinting at who the culprit might be. While all of that was happening, the only ones panicking were Chloe and Alex, who was worried about Rena's safety. But while those two were afraid, the people with them were calm. The convoy continued avoiding contact with ambushers until they were on the only road leading to the airport. It was a long, straight road with no intersections, meaning they couldn't take any more turns to avoid the cars that were chasing after them. The chasers thought that they had finally cornered them and could deal with them, but alas, it was all planned by the Ares security detail. The moment the road they were on reached a sufficiently unpopulated area, 3 of the 5 cars in the convoy changed to the right lane, the one Rena was in, and the 2 directly in front and behind her. As for the other 2, they remained in the left lane and slowed down. They were left behind by the speeding, but still stable, cars that continued their journey. Although they were now separated, everything happening behind them was displayed on the tablet set into the dashboard of the car. Inside the remaining cars. "We have 5 minutes to deal with them and clean up before this turns into a shit show," said the team leader as he pulled down the back seat and removed one of the assault rifles stored in the hidden compartment. It looked like an AR-15, but the looks were all it had in common with that rifle. Everything else was different. In fact, it was a Gauss rifle. The other soldiers also picked up their weapons and linked them to the sunglasses they were wearing, then powered them up. Once everyone was armed, the driver slammed on the brakes, and the cars skidded for a bit before fully stopping. The doors sprang open, and the soldiers dismounted the car with guns raised. "Who the fuck are?" the lead chase car's driver began, but was interrupted by the sound of a blown tire as a Gauss round hit it from nearly a kilometer away. The Ares members didn't stop firing, either. Even though the front car was spinning out of control due to having its tire taken out while the car was moving at full speed, their aim didn't falter, and they disabled the following cars as well. Then, they set a micro-explosive round down range, triggering the rocket-propelled grenades to explode as the drivers were frantically occupied with attempting to avoid colliding with each other. "Holy shit," Alex said as he watched the massacre taking place behind them. He was experiencing a few complicated emotions as he realized that they really were safer with these strangers than the family guard, just based on the tech in this car alone. That in itself would be a game changer for any security detail, but the efficiency with which the massacre was being executed was also incredibly impressive. The Ares detail said little to nothing at all. The soldiers had seemingly trained to the point they could act as one body and one mind. Though some of the cars had managed to avoid destruction, and a few armed people came out of them to try their luck with scattered return fire, mere survival was the most their luck could bring them. Alas, their deaths could be chalked up to natural causes. After all, anyone will naturally die if their head explodes. All 10 of the attackers' cars were soon taken out, with the people in them dying in different ways. It would surely present the FBI investigator with plenty of nightmares in the future, but the local police could count themselves lucky that a fight like this one was something the police wouldn't be trusted to handle. The soldiers immediately boarded their cars again and headed to the pile of wreckage to do some cleaning. They burned a few things, tore apart a few more things, and generally just contaminated the scene even further to make the investigation as complex as possible. Then, they loaded back into their cars, put their Gauss rifles back into their hidden compartments, and left in the opposite direction of Rena and the rest of the convoy. "Where are they going?" asked Rena, who seemed calm, but was internally angry. She had seen worse. "To find and capture the one behind the attack," Ava said. She brought up the evidence she had collected and her interpretation of it. The most damning piece of evidence was the communication records from the cell towers, showing where the person the attackers were communicating with was. Ares also had that information, and the rearguard team had been directed to capture him or her. Alex, hearing that, knew that the Rothschild security force was nowhere near that level of efficiency. Ares seemed to have handled the attack while simultaneously figuring out who was pulling the strings. Then, they had disrupted the evidence and even began another operation to apprehend the mastermind and interrogate them on who was ultimately responsible for attacking them in such a heavily armed manner. Chapter 258: A Magitech Flying Fortress. Wow! Rena had finally managed to calm down over the remainder of the car ride, but was flabbergasted when she saw the plane that was waiting for her. A super jumbo A380 was waiting for her in the private jet terminal at LaGuardia Airport, since there were no private airports in New York that could handle a jet of that size. When and where did he even buy it? She asked in surprise, as she knew that it took some time for a custom plane to arrive. He bought it from Transaero Airlines, a Russian company. They were having some financial difficulties, and were forced to sell some of their Airbus A380s. He got 2 of them, Ava answered after requesting the information from Nova, who allowed access to it as it wasn't a huge secret. The news just wasn't publicized, like most things about Aaron. As Rena was talking to Ava, a ramp lowered at the end of the jet, revealing its massive cargo hold. The cars the group had driven to the airport made their way up into the hold, and the ramp lifted, sealing the entrance. I don't think a commercial airplane has cargo ramps like that, do they? She asked, pretty sure that the planes Aaron had bought were certainly modified after the purchase. But the timeline still didn't add up. Whether they were special orders or modified post-purchase, the jet would still require several months to be completed. They were sent to Avalon Island for modifications. Hearing that, Rena knew the plane in front of her wasn't one that Aaron had bought from the Russian company at all. His purchase might just be a smokescreen, so people wouldn't be asking where he had acquired the plane. He's finally acting like a rich person, she said with a smile as she realized that Aaron had bought 2 planes with a price tag of more than $100 million each, just so he could build similar-looking jets and people wouldn't ask where the hell he found them. And she was right. The planes that landed at Avalon Island were nowhere to be found. They had immediately been sent to the atomic printer for scanning and decomposition into their component atoms before a new plane with advanced tech replaced them. From the outside, the only apparent modification was the paint job. Aaron's jets had gold stripes with the initials ARN on the tails of the massive planes. The plane Rena was boarding could go head-to-head with fighter jets and survive while maintaining its operational capability. It could also fly for basically forever, as it was powered by a miniaturized fusion reactor that provided more electricity than it would ever require. The excess electricity was run through runes that converted it into mana, which was fed into the engines to generate enough thrust to outrun anything it didn't want to fight. The key word there is didn't want to, not couldn't, as there was nothing on Earth that could threaten the powerful hybrid Magitech jetliner. Aaron had even further reinforced it by engraving a massive shield rune that covered the entire super jumbo jet, turning the whole thing into an impregnable flying fortress. Please! The driver of Rena's car gestured for her to board the plane so they could begin their journey. As Rena walked up the stairs to the plane, she asked, Aren't we going to wait for the rest of you? No, their stay's been extended so they can investigate who is behind the attack. They'll join us in Eden later, the woman respectfully answered. Oh, that's good then. Although the exterior of the plane had impressed the Rothschild daughter, the inside was even more impressive. Despite being luxurious, there was no sense of tasteless nouveau riche extravagance in it. Instead, the decor had a certain dignity and gravitas to it. After onboarding everyone who was going to Eden, the plane taxied to the runway, having paid a premium to jump the line and take off after just a short wait, causing the commercial flights to have a slight delay in taking off. "Where am I?" Terry asked as he opened his eyes and found himself bound to a chair. Another person was similarly bound in front of him, but his vision was blurry, and he couldn't tell who it was with certainty. All he could tell was that their head was bowed, as if they'd fallen asleep sitting up. But although he couldn't see their face, he had a hunch as to who they were. Their wavy hair reminded him of his girlfriend. The moment he thought about her, he finally remembered everything that had happened. He had been watching as the mission went tits up. Things had started out well. They had successfully bribed an inside man and placed ambushes on every route leading away from the Rothschild compound that Rena could have taken to go anywhere. But somehow, their target had anticipated the ambushes and neatly avoided them, then turned around to fight once the situation had turned in their favor. So one of two possibilities was true. Either they knew where the ambushers were, or they were lucky. And after having seen how easily their target had mowed down the hired mercenaries that lay in ambush, Terry didn't think luck had anything to do with it. He had spent $20 million for nothing. He would even have suspected that they had been betrayed, except he'd taken precautions against that. Every group of ambushers was hired from a different mercenary company, and none of them, not a single one, was privy to the whole plan. They all had different instructions, and were multiple independent parts of a whole that didn't know each other at all. So betrayal was an impossibility among impossibilities. Although he was shocked by the skill displayed by that bitch's guard detail, he hadn't been afraid. The video stream he was watching from the comfort of his command post had been routed through so many VPN servers that there was even a 2-second delay before the video even arrived. The two of them had thought themselves perfectly safe, as they had faith in the security of their command post, which was just a fancy way of saying, Katrina's basement. Nothing should have happened to them due to the paranoid fixer's security surrounding her house in a 2-kilometer radius, which should detect any intruders with plenty of time for them to escape through a tunnel. "Looks like our security was useless," he said when his memory reached the point where he had been knocked unconscious by an unseen attacker. His overconfidence in Katrina's security measures had resulted in them being caught so off guard that he hadn't even realized they'd failed until he woke up tied to a chair. "How are you doing?" Footsteps clicked against the floor from behind him. Then he saw a man come into focus in front of him. It was someone he would never have expected to see in 1,000 years. "You seem to have failed your mission," said a man who looked no different from Arya Rothschild. "Oh shit," my fear came true, he thought as he eyed Katrina, who was in front of him. She had assured him that no such thing would ever happen. "What excuse do you have to give me?" asked Arya as he took a seat in a chair. "I'm pretty sure that there wasn't another chair in the room, or maybe I was just so focused on how we got here that I didn't pay much attention to where here actually was. Yeah, that has to be it. There's no way he could have just materialized a chair out of thin air, right?" Terry thought as his brain went into overdrive, trying to come up with explanations for the weirdness that had happened during the mission. He was sure that if he said everything exactly as it had happened, Arya wouldn't believe him. Hell, he wouldn't have believed it himself if he hadn't seen it live with his own eyes. "Yeah, that's right. I have the footage, so I can use it as an explanation, but for that to work, I need him to not have destroyed anything in the command post when he was capturing us. How the hell did he even reach us without us knowing, though, anyway?" Question after question appeared in Terry's mind. As the more he answered, the more surfaced. Chapter 259 Mind Games. Terry paused for a moment, thinking of how he could explain what had happened, then said, "Sir, although I can explain, it'll be difficult to believe. So it's better if I show you what happened instead. Can you bring my computer from the house? There's a video of the entire event." He was trying to avoid explaining it all. "No need to wait. I brought them all with you," Arya answered, then took out his phone and called someone to bring the computers that had been taken from the house. During the wait, Terry asked, "By the way, why isn't she waking up?" He tilted his head toward Katrina, whose head was still hanging down. "Ah, she'll be asleep for a while, as the dosage of our tranquilizer was the same for her as it was for you. So it'll take her longer to come out of it. Don't worry, she'll wake up in a few hours, but that'll be the least of your problems if you don't give me a reasonable explanation for your failure." As Arya was speaking, the door opened, and a man brought in a thick laptop. Terry immediately recognized it as his. "Tell me the password," Arya said after he received the laptop and turned it on. "Why don't you untie me first? It's very complicated, and I memorized it by rote muscle memory and not my mind," Terry said, struggling against his bindings. "So you can try pulling the same shit on me that you pulled on Rena? I'm not an idiot like that bitch. Just tell me the fucking password," Arya coldly said. He was almost like a completely different person, judging from his tone. Terry immediately told him the password, as he knew that if he played any more games, his punishment would only be heavier. Arya successfully entered the password on his second attempt and immediately navigated to the location the video files were stored in at Terry's direction. He played the videos and audio recordings, silently watching and listening to everything that had happened. It took him more than half an hour to comb through all of them. "It seems your failure really wasn't your fault. Those bodyguards were just better than the thugs you hired," Arya said, prompting a sigh of relief from Terry, who thought they were in the clear. But that feeling of safety was thrown out of the window when Arya continued. "But you still spent more than 50 million of my own slush fund for your failure. I need a result that can justify the loss of so much money. What do you have in mind to suit the pain of my loss?" Arya didn't care that everything that happened during the assault could be considered an act of God or force majeure, and couldn't accept the loss of so much money, or at least that was what Terry thought as he said, "Although it wasn't our fault, we still should have been prepared for something like that. I hope you can give us another chance, as the survivors of our first attempt are still waiting for further orders. Since they've already been paid, they can't turn me down, and we can come up with a better plan for when she returns." He hoped his plea would be accepted, because he knew that if it wasn't, they would be in for a good old torture session. "No need for that," Arya said, then paused, causing Terry to almost have a heart attack before the Rothschild heir continued. "But there's indeed a way. I want you and her to personally lead an operation. If you succeed, I'll consider your debt paid." Terry could only helplessly reply, "I'll definitely accomplish the mission. When she wakes up, someone will be here to brief you on the mission," Arya said, then stood up and left the room, closing the door behind him. The two people left inside were still tied to chairs. We survived, Terry thought. That hadn't been assured, since they had been captured. And although he could have fought back and threatened Arya with the evidence they had set aside for just that occurrence, that would be considered something of a nuclear option that would only guarantee his destruction while not having much hope of harming Arya. A few minutes passed with nothing happening in the room, then Katrina shook her head. She had started waking up from the tranquilizer gas Arya had used on them. "Are you all right?" Terry asked as she raised her head with a groan. It sounded like she had received a thorough beating. "Where are we?" she asked when she completely came to and realized they were bound in a room she didn't recognize. I don't know. All I can say is that we're in one of Arya's black sites. He's the one that captured us. Terry detailed everything that had happened while she was sleeping. Shit, she said when he finished his summary of the events, as she knew that they were only alive because Arya wanted them to do another job. His investment in them hadn't gone well so far. But we can make it like our failure never happened if we accomplish the new mission, she continued, trying to calm herself. She knew that, since the moment they had been captured, there were very few things they could do to help themselves. As they had been taken from inside her so-called secure basement, without them even realizing that they were being attacked, things were looking grim for them. Their capture meant they had never been safe and had always been watched, which didn't make her feel very good at all. But despite that, she tried to hide her displeasure, as she was sure they were being watched. Did he tell us what he wants us to do for him? She asked. Not yet. I think he was waiting for you to wake up so he could tell us both, Terry answered as he eyed the girl with love in his eyes. Seeing that, Katrina felt frustrated. She didn't know whether to feel happy or upset for her man to be watching her with those eyes. Plus, their relationship would be used against them, so she tried to warn him with her eyes. Terry caught the glance and understood her warning, so he tried to change the way he was looking at her. But he knew it might have already been too late, and they had just handed Arya more leverage to use against them. As if what he already had wasn't enough. Chapter 260 Wicked Plans. Rena had been watching the conversation between the fake Arya and Terry, who had no idea that the Arya he was talking to was a fake. She wasn't angry at her brother's attempt to kill her at all, but disappointed instead. She would have been angry if he had succeeded in killing someone close to her, something that would have happened if she were under the protection of her own security team at the time the attempted assassination had taken place. But now that she'd survived it, and had solid evidence in hand, she was oddly happy. With the evidence she had, the competition between the Rothschild family's potential heirs would officially be in the bag. Her brother had broken one of the family's strictest rules: never attempt to take a relative's life, especially one of the direct descendants. Competition, within strict limits, would grow the family, but killing a relative, even if said relative was the most useless waste of space ever, would be harmful to the family at large. It was doubly important that all direct descendants survive, as any deaths would reduce the number of direct descendants from which future generations' family heads would be chosen. The punishment for attempting such a thing was being removed from the competition and having 5 generations of the perpetrator's descendants banned from competing for the position of family head. And even if the other direct descendants didn't reproduce, the position would still go to a branch family member until the 5-generation ban was over, at which point the opportunity would return to the punished bloodline. But for that punishment to be implemented required a substantial amount of solid evidence, since, if arbitrarily imposed, it would incentivize people to accuse competitors of failed assassination attempts in order to remove them from the competition. Alas, as if God wanted it to happen, Terry had just so happened to attack at the very worst, or best, depending on who was asked, time. During the attack, she had been under the direct protection of the last people anyone would want investigating them, as nothing could be hidden from Ares. Absolutely nothing. And even if they didn't want to investigate, Rena had since worked out a deal with Aaron. The ex-bodyguard was to be handed over to be used by him in return for evidence that proved her brother's involvement in the attempt on her life. It really worked, Rena said in surprise. Told you so, Aaron smirked. If all went according to plan, Terry would be spending a long time in prison, and she wouldn't have a chance to personally exact her revenge on him. Thus, he had asked her permission before going with his initial plan, as he could always come up with another alternative. With this tech, you can make anyone think they're meeting with anyone else. And as long as you act like the person they think they're meeting, it's no different from having a polymorph spell in real life. Though we can easily do that, I'm planning to limit who and under what conditions it can be used. After all, if everyone can do it, there's no telling what chaos would ensue, Aaron said in a display of self-awareness. The mimicry tech would definitely have to be an exclusive feature. Exclusive to him, that is. But why do you want them to attack DARPA? I'm sure that if the FBI realizes you're trying to get it back by force, they'll move it to one of their black sites. Or even Area 51, and that would make it impossible. She stopped talking and her voice trailed off as something like an explosion hit her thoughts when she realized she had accidentally glimpsed Aaron's plan. Aaron said nothing, just smiled. The more secret the base they send it to, the better. I hope they send it to one of the joint bases they hold in cooperation with other militaries, as that'll give me exactly what I need, he said. From the very beginning, his aim had been to have the device in one of the military bases, so he could gain a connection to the Department of Defense's classified, secure network. Why? If you wanted to hack it, I'm sure it would be easy for you, right? Rena asked. The hack was already done last year, but the data transfer is where we're stuck at. The military has its own air-gapped network, meaning that nothing from that network is connected to the rest of the internet. And that means he didn't need to finish his sentence, as he knew she was smart enough to get his point. And he was right, as she immediately remembered the ability of his quantum computers to instantly transfer data, no matter the file size. The moment one was connected to the military network, the U.S. military's restricted database would be like his own personal playground. At least, as long as he wasn't discovered, but that would be quite a stretch. Although he hadn't received any communications from the Trojan planet in the military network when they had seized Bug Zapper, he was sure that it was smart enough to hide itself for an extended period of time. That was one of the reasons it was so scary. Fuck, Rena softly said, chewing on the inside of her cheek. She was beyond impressed by the long-term planning Aaron had been doing. Looks like I'm not going back anytime soon, she thought, and she had a very convincing reason as to why she shouldn't. She needed to make her brother think she was either dead or afraid of another attack happening when she returned from Eden after surviving his first attempt. The two continued chatting for a little while longer before Aaron bid her farewell and left, as he had another meeting with other people. Arya was pacing back and forth in his office, nervously waiting for a phone call that never came. The delay was making him more and more nervous. Amidst his back and forth pacing, his secretary burst into the room and, without saying anything, ran to the TV and switched it to a certain channel before Arya could even reprimand her for entering without knocking. Just as he was about to vent his frustration on her, he focused his eyes on the TV, and the words were stuck in his throat. The news was broadcasting a breaking story. Although it was from CNN, which was a channel known for saying that everything was breaking news, this story was one of the few that definitely deserved that designation. Earlier today, on the road leading to LaGuardia Airport, what initially appeared to be a devastating accident is now being investigated as a possible terrorist attack, sending shockwaves through the city. The camera cut to a shot of the road Ares and Arya's people had fought on, which was now blocked by emergency vehicles. More than 10 vehicles were destroyed in a catastrophic series of events. Some were heavily damaged by what appears to be high-caliber weaponry, while others were consumed by raging fires caused by the fuel in the affected cars. However, the most disturbing aspect of the incident is the mysterious projectiles that seem to have claimed the lives of most of those in the vehicles. The faithful camera panned over to display the charred wreckage left by the fighting. The projectiles, which have yet to be located, left no traces behind, as if someone meticulously cleaned the scene. That's raised suspicions that foul play was involved. Local authorities and federal agencies are working in collaboration to get to the bottom of the incident as soon as possible. The station cut to B-roll footage of the FBI standing next to a couple of police officers and speaking to each other about something. The FBI has been called in to assist the NYPD Anti-Terrorist Division in their investigation. Special agents are currently combing through the wreckage for any evidence that may shed light on this perplexing case. Chapter 261: Nobody Wants Bored Soldiers. The news broadcast on Aria's TV cut to a man in a suit behind a podium. A spokesperson for the local police department made a brief statement, saying, "We're treating this incident with the utmost seriousness, given the unusual circumstances surrounding it. Our top priority is to bring those responsible to justice and provide closure to the affected families." The broadcast cut to another slow pan across the emergency vehicles blocking the LaGuardia access road. As the investigation unfolds, the shocking incident has left the city on edge, and many residents demanding answers. The motive behind the attack, if indeed it was planned, remains unknown at this time. We'll continue providing updates on this developing story as more information becomes available. Finally, that bitch is dead. Aria jumped in celebration and hugged Charlotte, who didn't even attempt to block his advance at all as he continued jumping up and down. Although nothing had been confirmed, the number of casualties, combined with one of the wrecks looking like the car she had left in, made him sure the bitch had finally died. And now we wait. If the family doesn't receive any news from her, they'll start investigating the incident and testing the bodies from the wreckage to see if there's someone with her DNA. Then I'll be the official heir for the second and last time, since I'm sure they won't find anything connecting the attack to me," he said, his secretary still in his embrace. "But why didn't Terry contact us, sir?" Charlotte asked. Aria unwrapped his arms from around her and said, "I don't know, but there's two possibilities I can think of. Either he died and his corpse is among those people there, or something's keeping him from contacting us. So there's a slim chance that she's still alive." Just as he was saying that, he received a phone call on his burner phone. Today, he was holding it himself instead of leaving it with Charlotte. He immediately picked up the call and said nothing, waiting for the other side to start speaking. "Sir, everything went according to plan," said a voice that sounded no different from Terry's. "Why'd you call so late?" Aria asked. "We were inside the range of our jammer and had to make sure we removed all of our traces from the scene. That way nothing will lead to us, as she put up quite a fight. Well, not her, personally, but the guard she hired for her excursion. I guess she didn't trust her own security team and suspected spies," Terry explained. "Good. Stay hidden for a few months, and when I take over the family, I'll give both of you a handsome reward. For now, just take the remaining money in the account I gave you along with my appreciation," Aria said, and after receiving the thanks from Terry, he ended the call. He tossed the burner phone across the room and began undressing his secretary, as he wanted to celebrate in a different way with someone he trusted with his many secrets, someone he could always show his true self to. A massive plane was on its final approach to Avalon Island, which was still covered by clouds. Construction was still ongoing on the island, specifically the new server farms that Nova had been building. Rena was watching the clouds through the windows, as nothing under them could be seen, making people assume there was no power on the island. "Oh my God!" Rena, Her secretary and Alex muttered in unison when the plane sank through the thick clouds and appeared under them, revealing the island in plain sight. Everything was the complete opposite of what they'd had in mind, which was a mildly developed, but still under construction island. From the sky, things would always appear small, but there was a massive building that was big despite the distance. Its surroundings were brightly lit, and that wasn't all. The island had many different locations that were equally brightly lit, with high-speed maglev trains passing from one location to another acting as the connection between them. There was no hint of any construction at all, as everything looked like it had been completed and in use for a very long time. As the plane approached the runway, the real scale of that building became apparent. A nearly 10-kilometer-long wall was just one side of it, and the height also absolutely dwarfed the plane. The landing was as smooth as a landing could be, and they didn't even realize they had landed until the jet came to a complete stop. Rita's driver came to her seat and escorted her to the door, then gestured for them to exit the plane, where they were met with the same cars that had escorted them in America. The airport was odd. Other than a second jumbo jet, there were no civilian planes. But as for military aircraft, that was a different topic. Helicopters and fighters/bombers of varying designs were everywhere, and despite it being nighttime, soldiers were busily swarming over everything on the tarmac. Some were cleaning and others were doing other maintenance, as Aaron had decided to reduce the use of atomic printers for things that could be done by the soldiers. Otherwise, they'd have nothing to do, and bored soldiers were exactly what nobody would ever want. Ed note: see the kind of shenanigans bored soldiers get up to here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=PME1SBCWJP8. The visitors were soon escorted to their car and immediately left the airport. There was no need for security checks or even passport verification, which just went to show the level of power Aaron had over the country. Their car was headed to the massive building they had seen at a fairly high speed, but it was outpaced by the maglev trains coming and going as the visitors marveled at the high-tech city. When they arrived at the massive building, they finally saw what those trains were bringing and taking away. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers were coming out of the building and heading to the trains, while thousands more were stepping off the train cars and heading to the building. Those coming out were more disciplined than those going in, which hinted at what might be happening in the building. The group entered the building through a different entrance than the coming and going soldiers and headed toward a massive elevator that was already waiting for them. The elevator took them to the top floor, where they got off and were escorted to a luxurious office suite. Inside, they found Aaron waiting for them with a smile as he said, "Welcome." He stretched out his hand and shook Rita's, as this was only their third face-to-face meeting in the offline world and the second to happen in Eden. Chapter 262 ET2 Rothschilds. After Rita's secretary and Alex were escorted to the waiting room, Rita was left with Aaron. They still had a few things to discuss, as they had postponed some of their conversation for when she arrived and they could speak face-to-face. "So, are you sure you don't want therapy or something?" Aaron asked to start the conversation. It was definitely an interesting beginning. "Not really. I was more angry than afraid, so the fear wasn't really my main focus. And because my safety was assured, I got over it during the flight and can say with assurance that, no, I don't need one," she answered after a brief moment of contemplation to ensure her answer was sincere. "By the way, is there a maximum time that I can stay here after the celebration?" She knew she was in one of the most secret and sensitive places on the planet, but she needed time to decide her next course of action. "There's no time limit. How long do you plan to stay?" he asked out of curiosity and expectation, something he hadn't really felt for a long time. At least a month, as I need to give my brother the illusion that I'm still looking for the culprit and afraid to return home until my survival's guaranteed, Rena answered. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, he said with a genuine smile. He had no idea how handsome he was, and missed the mild blush that appeared on Rena's cheeks. Let me give you a tour of your new temporary home, he continued, and stood up from his chair, then walked to the door at a slow pace. Rena easily caught up and walked with him side by side as he showed her the house. Throughout all of that, Nova was enjoying the show and laughing at Aaron and Rena, who were beating around the bush and not talking about what was on their minds. Over the next week, the two spent plenty of time together. Aaron even introduced her to his parents, who had joined the young pair. During the week, his parents seemed to have taken quite a liking to her and asked her tons of questions, like a mother-in-law interviewing a prospective bride. It tickled Rena's thin skin, her having never been treated like that before, and she was constantly flushing red. She was embarrassed by the enthusiasm shown by Aaron's parents, and nothing had even happened between the two youngsters yet. Still, she hadn't offended anyone at all. In fact, she even tried her best to get on their good side, as she could see on their faces that they didn't have any hidden agendas. It was completely different from her family, where people were constantly plotting against each other every day. Trusting a fellow Rothschild, especially a sibling, was a huge struggle and risk, because backstabbing and betrayal was the only constant in that den of villains and thieves. Any display of vulnerability or weakness, like showing trust or true friendship, would only ensure that one would be viciously attacked. The only way anyone in the Rothschild family would trust each other is if they each held the other's weaknesses firmly in their grasp. A good example would be Hebel and the other board members. Cuck Club. The 5-person group had formed something of a bond after finding out that their wives actually all shared a lover, or, in real terms, bull, though at different times. So they decided to turn it into their own exclusive club and soon started having cuckold orgies together, indulging in their fantasies. They were sure the others wouldn't say a word despite their greed, since they, too, would go down with them. But Rena saw nothing of that greed in Aaron's family, which made her a bit envious. He always seemed to have the best things, sure, but her jealousy stemmed not from wanting to take his place. Instead, she wanted to join his life and enjoy it together with him. He had been nothing but a lifesaver since he'd entered her life, swooping in when she was at her lowest point and was about to give up. Aaron had saved her from the husband that she'd been thrown to by her brother, who wanted her out of the competition. It was an especially vicious move, since no Rothschild would want to be led by someone that carried the Morgan family's blood in them, so her line would be permanently disqualified from ever holding a position of power in the family. It would make her even weaker than a branch family, as at least they could sit on the board. Due to not wanting that, she'd even gone so far as refusing to consummate that joke of a marriage, which had easily been accomplished by just threatening to report the pathetically weak Rot-10 to the Rothschild family head for abuse. She was sure the old man would do nothing without evidence, but her so-called husband didn't know that, and, in his fear of the possible repercussions, he stopped trying to force himself on her and started getting his validation as a man outside of the marriage. That was exactly what Rena wanted, but she always ended up failing to catch him in the act, due to her brother's intervention, until Aaron had intervened and come to her for help, bringing with him ironclad evidence of Rodham's extramarital activities. She hoped the week would last longer, but alas, time is a bitch and continues on regardless of anyone's begging, wailing, or praying. Present day. Arya, who had been quite happy during the last week, was about to get the shock of his life from his secretary, who had just barged into his room with a tablet in hand. He was much too happy, to the point that he couldn't even bring himself to get angry at her, so he just patiently waited for her to say whatever she had barged in for. Charlotte said nothing, just handed him her tablet. The Pangea app was already open and displaying a live stream from the Department of Defense of Eden showing soldiers marching in quite an advanced parade. Just as he was about to raise his head and ask what there was for him to see in a third world country's military, who seemed to have spent most of their time training to march instead of fight, the scene changed. It now showed the president of Eden, Alexander, but that wasn't what attracted his attention. Rather, it was the woman sitting just 2 spots away from him as they watched the parade. Crack! The tablet fell to the floor, and the screen spider-webbed. Arya felt like he was having a mild heart attack at that moment. All of the happiness he had been accumulating over the past week had completely disappeared without warning. He picked the tablet back up and rewound the footage to a few seconds earlier, where Rena was looking quite happy, completely unlike the dead person he wanted her to be. He wasted no time and took his phone out of his pocket. In his panic, he didn't realize he was using his normal phone to call Terry's number, trying to get clarification on whether he was hallucinating or not. The moment the call was answered, his calm demeanor completely vanished and he screamed, "If I remember correctly, last week you said you were quite sure that you killed that bitch. So why the fuck am I watching her on a live video of her watching a parade from a fucking third world shithole instead of reading her death certificate like you promised me?" When he finished shouting, he waited for an answer, but none came, and the longer he waited, the more his anger rose. Then, adding insult to injury, the call was cut off from Terry's end. Bang! The phone in Arya's hand completely shattered and twisted, sending shards of glass into his palm, creating a modern art piece with the artist being the top-of-the-line cell phone. Blood dripped from his clenched fist, splattering to the floor beneath him. Chapter 263: The Relationship Between Protection and Ownership. "Looks like we found our beneficiary," Aubrey said as he and his son watched the parade on a tablet given to them by his assistant. It was the same one responsible for leading the investigation on who benefited the most from their loss in Hesperia. The image was the same as the one that had enraged Arya, showing Eren and Rena conversing and smiling in happiness. It seemed like they really enjoyed each other's company. "Who's that?" George asked the assistant. "Eren Michael, the sole owner of GIA Technology and Connect," the assistant answered. "What connection is there between an up-and-coming billionaire and the Rothschilds?" Aubrey asked. He knew the company, thanks to the Morgans being involved in forcefully acquiring the technology from them in order to benefit from it. That said, even up until now, they had gained nothing substantial for their efforts. "Is it so he could take revenge on us for stealing his technology using the government?" he continued. He was quite curious as to what had brought the groups of people together, to the point of even causing Rena to return to Eden. "The closest connection we can see between them is the relationship between Eren and Rotem, who used to be his professor. Eren was a student that was expelled by Rotem for falling asleep in one of his presentations. Shortly after that, he developed Bug Zapper, and we assume he used it to collect dirt on the professor before releasing the program. Through that, he must have found her and handed her the evidence that led to Rotem's divorce. Shortly after that, Rotem's dirty laundry was aired before to the whole school, resulting in losing his tenure and professorship," the secretary recited, seemingly from memory. "Any evidence backing that claim?" Aubrey asked. It sounded like that report was also relying on the same guesswork the previous one had, and that was simply too much speculation. though there isn't a direct link to him hacking the university. After going through the financial reports we received from Microsoft, Facebook, and Google with the program in mind, we found that they paid Mr. Michael nearly $200 million each before he took Bug Zapper public. That means he must have used it to find the weaknesses of those companies. And if he did that, doesn't it also make sense for him to be the one that found the evidence of Rodham's corruption? That was how the assistant had reached a conclusion from gluing together bits of speculation with a few pieces of minor evidence. But that in itself shouldn't be enough to warrant her going to Eden just to watch a parade with him. All of her gratitude can just be repaid with money, or even a favor or two from her. I'm pretty sure she interfered with the government's attempt to stop his company from moving to Eden, and maybe she was even the one behind the deal between NATO and GIA, George said, figuring that there should be something else. But the mistake he made was that he thought of how he would do things and didn't consider what Rena was feeling. We suspect he's the owner of the PMC we faced in Eden, and that it's funded by the Rothschilds. At least in part, or maybe it's funded by Rena herself, and she just has him watching over it for her. That would mean the dog and pony show they're putting on today is nothing more than an excuse for her to inspect the troops. At the same time, she's also announcing to the world that she, or the Rothschilds, have one of the world's most powerful PMCs under their control, said the assistant. I think they're the Rothschilds' baby. She's just being used as a spokesperson for them, since it'd be impossible for her to fund it alone. And Mr. Michael's existence there can be attributed to Rena convincing him to move under the promise of protecting his technology from being seized again. She put him directly on an island that she has complete control of, George said in a tone of disappointment. He thought it was Aaron's mistake to agree to something like that without considering that protection is the same thing as ownership. The moment George finished speaking, he picked up the remote and turned on the TV so that they could watch the parade on a bigger screen. Its importance level had just been raised. As they watched, the parade ended with the unknown helicopters from the earlier online clip flying over the location, with the flag of Eden hanging under one of them, and the flag of its military hanging under another. The helicopters had officially been introduced to the world, and people were rightfully impressed by them, despite the chance of it just being a very good paying job. As the Morgans thought the parade was about to end, the MC announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small speech from our president to wrap things up." The citizens attending the parade cheered. Sorry for speechifying on such short notice, but during the parade, I realized that it's the best moment to give you all some very good news. 3 months from today, we'll be holding our country's first presidential election. Alexander was forced to pause for a moment due to the overwhelming cheering at hearing the news. I decided to announce it today, not tomorrow, because I want it to be a proclamation to both the citizens of my country and the rest of the world. I kept my promise, he continued once people had calmed down a little. Just like I promised, the country was only led by me without being elected until we could be sure that everything's been sorted out. And now, we're ready to welcome the new government officials. So after the presidential election, the next 3 months will be for the rest of the elections. After safely completing those, we'll have officially begun this new history we're writing in the hop. Blip. Aubrey turned off the TV and said, "There's nothing more of importance to be gained from watching that pointless spectacle." He put the remote control on the coffee table, then ordered his assistant, "Comb through the footage and gather as much information as you can, then deliver a report to me on it. We need to come up with a plan in accordance with some conclusive evidence to return the favor to whoever the real owner of that PMC is. And no matter how long we'll spend doing it, or how meticulous we'll have to be, we absolutely must regain our honor." "Yes, sir," answered the assistant, who then turned to leave. "Also, find out what Rodham's been up to, and bring him back home. It's about time for him to be useful again, and he needs to redeem himself after he failed to impregnate that bitch and give us a chance of taking over the family from the inside. Thankfully, that brother of hers is a fucking idiot, so he'll still keep working for us and doing things that are in our favor even if he doesn't know it," Aubrey added. The assistant, who had already been on his way out of the room, turned back and bowed again to show that he understood his second order too. Chapter 264 finally. "That was really impressive," Rena said as she boarded the car to leave. The public celebration had officially ended in the afternoon, although the unofficial one would continue after the lunch provided by the government. But none of the foreign dignitaries would be at any of these celebrations, which would continue until midnight. A few singers had even been booked for the night's events. "I was impressed too," Aaron said as he started the car and drove toward the tallest building in Enea. They continued chatting as he drove, and when they arrived, they got off and took an elevator to the roof, where a helicopter was waiting for them. "Do you have anywhere you want to visit?" Aaron asked. "How about we tour the city? I want to see the projects you're working on," Rena said, some excitement showing on her face. She was very curious about what Aaron was working on. He agreed and sent an updated route to the pilot's HUD. The new route would take them to all of the in-progress projects being run by GIA and connect before returning to Avalon Island. The tour began, with Aaron narrating details about the projects as they passed over them. They flew low over the growing rail network, then gained altitude for a better view of the soon-to-be massive airport. It was already partially completed and in operation for small aircraft, but the entire project would be completed in a few months. Then the helicopter took a long, swooping turn and headed to the first of two massive ports. It, too, had already been partially opened and was taking and sending small amounts of freight. The helicopter then followed the electrical network from there, dancing around the transformers as Rena's glasses showed her the underground network with the help of AR. "Which of the major projects is going to be done first?" she asked when the tour was over. Night had fallen before they arrived back on Avalon Island. "The utility infrastructure is going to be done first. By next month, it'll be delivering internet, electricity, and clean water, and will be carrying sewage as well. We'll have a monopoly on all utilities, for Enea at least. As for the other cities, they'll have service in a month or so as we focused on bringing up the standards in the capital first. After the utility infrastructure, it'll be the airport, then the ports. Finally, we'll wrap up the railways after everything else is done. But we'll be working on the major trunk lines as we go, so it'll have partial service but won't be fully connected as broadly as I'd like it to be until everything else is done," Aaron answered. "By the way, why go into the utility industry? I mean, I can understand the airport, the ports, and the rail network, but why utilities?" she asked. "There's a few reasons. First, I want to keep the cities clean. Second, infrastructure is expensive and takes a long time and a lot of effort to build and maintain. Since the government doesn't have enough money without hyperinflating their currency and devaluing it, I'll step in. After all, I can do it cheaper and faster if I do it myself. Lastly, it's because I can make a good profit from it and wouldn't need to charge high prices to do so, which means I'll be building a positive reputation by doing nothing but sitting back and making money. And I won't even have to manipulate public opinion either." "But I haven't seen any construction for your company's HQ. Haven't you started that yet?" she asked. "The construction hasn't started yet, no. I don't have enough people to work on everything at once, so they have to be assigned to the projects in order of importance. Besides, building our HQ would be seen as a vanity project, since we already bought perfectly acceptable buildings to use in the meantime. The skyscraper their helicopter had taken off from was the tallest building in the country at the moment, as well as one of the buildings that were being used as offices for his two companies. They continued chatting as the helicopter headed back to Avalon Island at the fastest speed it could without disturbing people on the ground. A few minutes later, Aaron was deeply kissing Rena in one of the luxurious rooms in the Cube, the massive superstructure on Avalon. As for how they had arrived at that particular moment, after Aaron had escorted her to her room and bid her farewell, she jumped on him and kissed his cheek. That provoked him into action, and he immediately pulled her into his arms and started deeply kissing her as he gently pushed her inside her room. He picked her up like a hug pillow and carried her to the bed as they continued making out. Once they were beside it, he pushed her down on the fluffy mattress, laying atop her as they continued aggressively making out. He broke the kiss for a moment and took off his shirt, revealing the chiseled sculpture that was his upper body. Rena was taken aback. She almost couldn't believe he was real. It was her first time seeing him shirtless, and he seemed too inhumanly perfect to exist. Ever since I met him, he's only worn baggy clothes, but hiding under those. Wow, she thought. Aaron didn't stay separated from her for long, but immediately fell on her again to continue the make-out session that he had interrupted by removing his shirt. There was one difference, though. Instead of having his arms trapped between her body and the bed, his hands were now free to explore her body, starting with her chest. But her clothes were limiting his exploring hands, so he moved one of them around and under her dress to fondle her soft, generous blessing. Rena softly moaned, her lips freed by Aaron, who had transitioned his passionate kisses to the side of her neck. Then came the sound of cloth tearing as he grew tired of her being clothed and simply tore the dress she was wearing off of her body. The expensive dress was torn from her, revealing the beautiful body hidden beneath it, and leaving her in nothing but the frilly lace lingerie she had been wearing. Aaron, now with access to her skin, trailed kisses down her throat as he removed her bra, revealing her plump bosom. His wandering hand teased one of her mountains, while his lips climbed the other, eliciting another round of moaning from the beautiful woman. What was weird, though, was that Aaron was acting like he had experience. But he could swear that he had no knowledge of bedroom activities other than the porn he'd watched growing up. It was almost like someone had downloaded the knowledge into his subconscious mind, and it was only now coming into focus. Chapter 265: How to Upgrade Your Girlfriend. Chapter 265: How to Upgrade Your Girlfriend. Aaron woke up feeling quite happy. He couldn't help but smile when he remembered last night. Although they were both first-timers, he really hadn't disappointed at all, going 5 rounds before he was forced to stop as he realized the difference between his stamina and Rena's. He had to give her a breather, as she had nearly passed out from that many orgasms. And with it being her first sexual experience, he had nearly broken her, but they still fell asleep in each other's arms with smiles on their faces. He turned his head and looked at Rena, who was sleeping with her head pillowed on his arm. It would have been a nightmare if he was a normal person, but he was feeling nothing of the sort at all. His blood supply couldn't be interrupted by such a light head. It was just another benefit of being overpowered. He watched her for a few minutes without doing anything until Rena's eyes fluttered and opened, meeting his. Aaron, who had been caught gazing at her, flashed an embarrassed smile that was mirrored by Rena as she remembered the events of the night before. "Morning," Aaron greeted her. "Morning, how are you?" she replied. "I'm fine, but I don't think you are," he said when he saw her expression. Rena hid her face and mumbled, "I'm sore down there." Aaron was reminded of what he had done to her. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you want to undergo a round of genetic enhancements? It seems like your body won't be able to hold on and might break down if this continues any longer." He didn't think the soreness was just because of it being her first time. It was likely because he was just way too strong. "You have genetic enhancement tech already?" she asked, quite surprised. She knew that since Aaron had mentioned it, it meant that it was ready for commercial use. She was sure he wouldn't use her as a guinea pig. "Yes. We've been using it for months now. Nearly all the soldiers who come to the cube are receiving it the first time they log into the VR pods for military training." "If it's like that, I'll thankfully accept it," she agreed. She didn't even consider turning it down, as the thought of feeling this pain every time they were intimate frightened her. "Sure, let's do it now. The earlier you undergo the treatment, the earlier we can enjoy ourselves without worry." He smiled and immediately got out of bed, revealing the toned muscles that had been hidden by the bed sheet. The view elicited another gasp from Rena, who was struggling to stand as her legs were giving out on her. "Let me help," Aaron said as he picked her up to a seated position and helped her dress. Then he picked her up in a princess carry, brought her into the waiting elevator, and headed down. Rena, still embarrassed, could only hide her face against his chest. Reaching on the same basement floor where he had undergone the latest system evolution, he put her inside his pod. There were only two there, his and the one that had been used by Vladimir. The Russian spy was now back in his country, still undergoing an investigation into his disappearance. "This is one of the pods. It's mostly the same as the ones being used by the soldiers, but this one's my personal pod. Once you get in, you'll be anesthetized and the treatment will begin. The treatment takes a week, during which you won't be able to log out from the universal simulation. Once you're done, you'll wake up feeling much better," Aaron said as he ruffled her messed up hair as cover for applying a calming rune that he had prepared when he noticed how anxious she was. "There's nothing to worry about. I'll join you in a few hours after the process starts," he said to the now completely calm Rena, who was quietly listening to him. With a nod from her, the breathing apparatus dropped down and sealed itself to her face before the capsule door closed, then released the same fog it had when Aaron was using it. She immediately drifted off to sleep before she could grow anxious again. The following procedure was the same one that every soldier underwent. The only difference was that she had been injected with a current generation serum that had just finished going through trials in the lab city. It would also be rolled out to the soldiers, but not everyone would be given access to it. Instead, it would be used as a benefit and incentive in conjunction with other rewards. Among the first batch to receive the new serum would be those that had performed well in both the war and the peacekeeping mission in Asperia. Once all of the soldiers finished their basic training in the cube, the pods would be upgraded and the new serum would be administered to those who had earned it. When Aaron saw that the process had begun, he locked the door and returned to his room. Logging into the simulation, he was immediately met by Nova, who had a knowing smile on her face. "I expected you to drag it out for a while, and only make a move when she was about to return home," she teased. Aaron had taken a huge leap in his relationship status, and she was pleased, as she'd spent a long time watching their interactions with each other. She'd even been about to give up on waiting and personally act, but thanks to Rena's leap of faith, Aaron had wasted no time in making a move of his own. With one stroke, he'd taken their relationship to the next level. Not even one thought of taking it slower had come to their minds. "I didn't expect it either," he said with a smile, as he was once again reminded of the night before. "Well, congratulations on giving up your V card," Nova chuckled, then added, "You could have asked me for help in that department, and I would have created a beautiful woman to help you release your desires and gain experience. Then I wouldn't have been forced to resort to putting that knowledge in your subconscious." She confirmed that Aaron's weirdly experienced performance of the night before was all to her credit. "How's everything going?" he asked, changing the topic. It was his first time feeling like this, and he was still having trouble figuring out how he should react, so he decided to push it off until later to give him time to think and process things. "I've already injected the genetic serum you picked out for her, and started the process of assimilating some of the important knowledge for her safety and other few important things. Once that's done downloading, I'll wake her up in the simulation. You'll have plenty of time there to deepen your relationship with her, as just having sex doesn't mean everything's sorted. You need to at least sit down and confess your feelings to her and reassure her that she isn't just a one-night stand to you. After all, she gave you her first time," Nova said, giving him solid advice despite her teasing tone. Chapter 266 Oil, that is, Black Gold, Texas Tea. A week later, Aaron was going at it with Rena in one of the mansions built for him in the Universal simulation, their 10th round of the day. That had been a frequent activity over the past week, since Aaron had spent most of his time with her doing many different things, including skinship. And since there was no pain in the simulation, they constantly did it as if they were trying to make up for all of the time they had lived without it. They had become completely addicted to each other. Everything had happened after they'd clarified their relationship the moment Rena had woken up, as Aaron didn't want to delay the conversation. He had seen many movies where any kind of delay at all would result in the main character losing their chance, so he went for it. And it seemed that she'd seen the same movies, since she had wanted to have the talk as soon as she woke up as well. Thus, they had officially started dating. It was a first for both of them. In the real world, nothing much had happened over the week. The citizens of Eden had spent most of it discussing who the candidates in the upcoming presidential election would be. They were still sure that Alexander would win, though, as everyone who was asked had claimed that they would vote for him. But all of that was before Friday, when Alexander took to the podium and announced something that no one had ever expected to hear. They discovered oil in their exclusive economic zone. The citizens went ballistic, but the celebration was overshadowed when they heard that with the discovery of oil in just that location alone, they had become one of the top 10 countries in the world in terms of oil reserves. Together with that announcement came another about how they planned to extract it. And furthermore, Alexander mentioned how the citizens would benefit from having such vast natural resources. He had said with conviction that they were going to open the bidding for a contract to extract the oil, with all of the rights going to a single company that would be responsible for all of the drilling. So long as they followed the agreement to the letter, they would be fine. But if they were found to be malfeasant, they would immediately lose the rights to exploit the reserves and, if appropriate, issue further punishments according to law. As for how the citizens in general would benefit from the discovery, he said the profits would be invested into implementing a universal health care system, while reiterating that their health care would be different from the rest of the countries that had it. Theirs would be focused on guaranteeing that everyone would get the treatment they need when they need it, without delay. The rest of the world had different reactions based on where they were. Asparians were both envious and worried that the Edenians would discover similar resources in their country, and based on the surrender accord they had signed, they knew they would be doomed to forever share the profits from any discoveries. Some of them, that didn't want it to happen, went so far as praying that they didn't have any of the resources in the first place. And if they did discover anything, they definitely didn't want it to be discovered by the Edenians within the next 6 months. The article that they had thought was put into the accord just to fill space seemed to have backfired on them. As for America and Europe, there were different reactions. The governments congratulated Eden on their massive discovery and hinted at being open to cooperation, as long as Eden awarded the contract to one of their oil companies, with this being the result of the lobbyists hired by these companies. But the citizens were split between congratulations and condolences. Congratulations on the discovery, and condolences on the soon-to-begin exploitation of their so far unspoiled natural environment. In America, in particular, there was a flood of memes targeted at spreading their democratic ideals. 1,000 pounds at a time. But jokes aside, there was actually a real chance of some shady American oil lobbyists causing turmoil in Eden, so they could have access to the oil there. Still, the happiness of the Edenians didn't diminish at all. They were thrilled at having made such an important discovery. Aaron, who had been cuddling Rena in bed and watching Alexander's press conference, said, "It's time to wake you up, so you can meet your new body." Their lovey-dovey behavior had continued throughout the week, causing Nova to roll her eyes so many times that she risked her irises getting stuck to the top of her eye sockets. The constant PDA was cringy to the extreme. "See you on the other side," Rena said, then kissed him and chose to log out so she could wake up. Aaron logged out as well, then headed to the secure pod room, so he would be the first person she saw. PSSSSSSD. The mana was drained out of the pod as the lid opened, revealing Rena, whose evolved body had reached a divine level of beauty that had even Aaron mesmerized for a moment. The changes were enormous. And it wasn't just her breasts, as everything about her had become bigger and better than it previously was. "Wow," Aaron said when Rena rose naked from the pod. The clothes she'd been wearing had been disintegrated to prevent any issues from arising due to ill-fitting clothing. He picked up a towel and moved to cover her, while etching the appearance of the new Rena into his memory at the same time. Despite having done it in the VR moments ago, his body hadn't been involved. It was only satisfying for his brain. As he covered her with the towel, he hugged her and kissed her forehead. Then he moved away, so she could see herself in the mirror. She was shocked to find that every one of her features had been either enhanced or enlarged to fit the proportions of her new body. She had gone from 1.65 to 1.75 meters tall, reducing the height difference between her and Aaron. Her hair was more smooth and shiny, yet still thick. Her hazel eyes had lightened and gained something of a golden tint to them, and her lips had filled out, enhancing the appearance of her already naturally beautiful face. Her breasts were bigger, along with her butt, and her hips had widened. And she had also lost all of the hair on her body below her neck, something that every woman would wish for if they found a genie's lamp. What inner enhancements did she receive? Aaron asked the empty room, while Rena was busy marveling at her new appearance. Her bones and muscles have been strengthened. The increase in strength was gradually mirrored in the simulation, so she should be able to control it. Also, a few more enhancements were made to the rest of her body, so it can function as it's supposed to. For instance, she's now immune to diseases and will never be allergic to anything. Her memory has been enhanced, and she has perfect eyesight. She'll never. Nova listed all of the changes Rena had undergone while she and Aaron listened to the AI's report. Rena hugged Aaron hard and murmured, "Thank you so much for this." "No need for thanks. I also did it because I wanted to ensure your safety," he said. Rena raised her head and gazed at Aaron, who wasted no time and immediately moved his head down to make out with her and start the first in-person round of battling of the day. Chapter 267. A new era begins for Eden. The rest of the month, the citizens of Eden had wide smiles on their faces whenever they remembered the announcement, and speculation on who would win the bid ran rampant. Together with that, a few opposition parties had already been formed and announced their candidacy for president. Leading the officially formed parties were the other revolutionary leaders, who were very jealous of Alexander's position. They each trusted that they had enough support to win between their followers and the recognition they had as leaders of the revolution against Adolf. This belief stemmed from believing that Alexander just got lucky and was missed when they got arrested, as he was the leader with the fewest direct followers, after all. Although many people would have thought that forming an alliance would make it a bit easier for them to win the election, that wasn't an easy thing to do. Not many people would give up their opportunity to grasp power when they had it, something an alliance would require. There was only one president, after all. It was the same dilemma as Jack Sparrow faced, with everyone voting for themselves until they decided to go their own ways. Other than those parties, there was another one that attracted quite a lot of attention. Not because of the benefits they promised the citizens, but because of what they promised to do to Alexander when they won the election. Their first promise was that they would immediately investigate Alexander for embezzling government funds during the transition. And they didn't stop there. They wanted to pardon Adolf. And with that, people knew who they were: former beneficiaries of the Adolf dictatorship that used to live like kings. Their party was supported in large part by the people who had been living their best lives during the dictator's regime and were fondly looking back on those times. What people didn't know was that nearly all the members of that party were still being investigated for things they did during Adolf's reign and had chosen to enter politics in hopes of being able to avoid prosecution. If the government moved to prosecute them during the campaign or any time after that, they could frame it as Alexander using the government to suppress his political opponents rather than seeking justice. It would point to him as being just another dictator, like the man he had illegally deposed, covering himself in the false flag of democracy. Alas, Alexander didn't care about them at all, as he wasn't worried about the pressure from the criminal community in the first place. And that wasn't the only thing giving him confidence. While the other parties were rushing from one place to another, kissing babies and shaking hands in an attempt to gather as many votes as possible, he remained focused on his work as the president of the country. He wasn't planning to campaign at all, and whenever he was asked about his lackadaisical approach to campaigning, his answer was, "As the interim president, people already know how I plan to lead and what my goals are. If they don't know that by now, then I've already failed." He didn't care at all about all of the political mudslinging and other rules of the game. While the presidential campaigns were in full swing, and with the reminder of other elections, which were still 5 months away, those who were aiming to run for a governmental position started joining different parties and announcing their intention to run for office as members of parliament. Alexander's party received the highest number of potential candidates, as everyone was sure that the moment they received the endorsement and support of his party, winning would be the rule and not the exception. That phenomenon gave him a massive political following that were constantly being given reasons on why they should like him more and more, as there were new and beneficial things happening in Eden. Plus, he had won a war with their historical enemy, setting his influence in stone. Even if he somehow failed to win the presidency, he would still be a kingmaker. Today was one of those days where his followers were being given another thing to brag about, as Alexander was standing in front of a massive power transformer surrounded by a tall fence. He was waiting for the perfect moment to address the audience and cameras. In front of the transformer's fence were 2 posts with a brilliant red ribbon suspended between them, tied in a bow. It was the day that Aaron's utility infrastructure would go into operation in Enea, and at precisely noon, Alexander would cut the ribbon. During the previous regime, most of our national funds were being used to enrich the former dictator. There was little to nothing being used to nurture the citizens of this great nation, and the corruption trickled down from there. The little money that was spent on enriching the lives of our citizens was embezzled by lower-ranked officials, after most of it going into the pockets of a dictator, leaving only crumbs of the initial amount. Our citizens have faced unclean water, constant interruptions in electrical services, and raw sewage spills, all while paying high prices for the privilege of service. But no longer. It ends today, as this date marks the beginning of a continuous supply of electricity and clean water at affordable prices. Though we begin today in EMEA, over the next month, the citizens in every city will enjoy the same clean water, reliable internet, consistent electrical power, and the comfort of working plumbing. Today is the dawning of a new era for the people of our great Eden, the era of unlimited services, Alexander said, eliciting applause and cheering from those attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony. With this completion, a few changes will come into our life along with the new utility infrastructure. From today onward, the price of electricity and water will start and continue falling until it reaches a stable price point. The same holds for sewer assessments, as well as internet service. We've worked hand in hand with Connect, who has guaranteed stable service at the lowest possible prices thanks to their investments. Alexander continued his speech as people periodically cheered and applauded, then finished by inviting Felix to join him in cutting the ribbon. As Felix walked to the podium, he also received only slightly less cheers than the president, as his was one of the most loved companies in the country. Their reputation had even been stellar during Adolf's regime, as it had been providing cheap, consistent, and fast internet. And even with a countrywide monopoly, it didn't seem as if they were planning on increasing the fees to an exorbitant level. In any normal country, that would force the government to intervene and break the company apart. But in a dictatorship like the one Adolf headed, everything was negotiable for the right price. So the fact that Connect hadn't gouged them had won their hearts, not to mention the active propaganda campaign run by Nova. Felix joined Alexander on stage as the president moved in front of the podium and offered one handle of the oversized ceremonial scissors to him. He took the offered handle, glanced at the time in the hut of his glasses, and said, "Let today be written in history as the day that the citizens of Eden witnessed the dawning of a new era." He cut the ribbon with a smile on his face as cameras flashed. Chapter 268 Parting. Even after being enhanced, I still can't handle you. What the hell did they inject you with? Rena asked as she crawled away from Aaron, still feeling the after-effects of their last battle. She still couldn't believe the stamina of that man. Mine was made specifically for me, not for general use. So it was specifically tuned for my body, he answered as Rena moved to his side and laid her head on his chest. I need to talk to you about something, she said after catching her breath. A certain calm washed over her as Aaron ran his hand up and down her spine. She quite enjoyed it. Is it about returning home? He asked, as he knew it was bound to come. Yes. I need to finish dealing with my brother now that enough time has passed. He should be fully assured that I'm still looking for evidence of the attacker, so now is a good time for me to surprise him and end this farce once and for all. Then I'll take my place as the family head in waiting, which should allow me to be of more help to you. After all, it seems like you've unintentionally started a fight with the Morgans, and they'll never take it lying down. They'll try their hardest to return the favor many times over, and I need to at least try and help you with that, she said, as she idly finger-painted his chest using shadows as paint. So when do you plan to return? He asked, as he knew that he would only be able to occasionally see her in real life, unless she decided to permanently move to Eden. He knew he could ask her to stay, and she most likely would, but he also knew that she wasn't suited to be a trophy wife. She had spent her entire life in a bid to overtake her brother, and asking her to remain for him would leave a shadow in her heart and cost her many things in life. Next week. There's an upcoming board meeting that I can use to surprise them with my evidence, so he won't have time to come up with excuses. Although I could solve them, it'd take some effort that I don't wish to expend. Rena had already thought up a rough plan. No problem, you can take my plane back. Also, you don't have to worry about him pulling any more bullshit, as Alex should be enough to handle them now, Aaron said. He wouldn't ask her to stay for himself. He was only a luxury private jet flight away, if they missed each other, and the moment she became the heir she could just move to Eden with him. Plus, they could always meet in VR while they were separated. With that out of the way, they continued enjoying each other's company and touring places on the island they hadn't yet seen over the past month. He had already introduced her to his parents, this time as his girlfriend, but they didn't seem surprised at all, and just jokingly revealed that he was as dense as lead to have taken so long to realize her hints. His younger brother had just laughed and asked her to play some games with him. He had taken quite a liking to the beautiful lady. When they asked if they had mistaken something about her, as they remembered her being shorter, Aaron explained that she'd always been this tall. Maybe they were just experiencing a Mandela effect. His parents grudgingly agreed, as they couldn't find any evidence to disprove that she wasn't tall before other than their memory. Have you already submitted the bid? Aaron asked Felix during their monthly meeting. Yes, and it's past the first round, so we won't need to submit a corrected one, Felix replied at the same time as he forwarded a copy of the bid. Who else is submitting bids? Nearly everyone in the oil industry from around the entire world tried using their experience in the field to gain an advantage over the others. Some are even using their countries to pressure Alexander and the committee into choosing them. Russia and China hinted that they're in the final phase of their evaluation and would be making their decision on whether to allow Eden into the UN soon, Felix sneered. Alexander was in quite a dilemma. You don't have to worry about that, as we're guaranteed to win the bid. We're basically the only option for him, since by picking our company, he'll be supporting the domestic industry. Plus, he won't be siding with any specific country. That neutral stance will prevent any of them from trying to use the situation to retaliate, since doing that would only show their pettiness and result in other countries coming to our defense, Aaron said in a single breath. He had long planned for that exact outcome before they'd even announced the discovery to the public. Makes sense, Felix responded. He wondered how his friend had gotten so good at politicking and scheming, which would be considered abnormal behavior from the person he'd known for so long. Sarah, how many users are we at? We've got 1.5 billion active accounts, but the growth has started stagnating. Nearly half of everyone on the internet has already created an account, she answered. You can stop focusing on attracting new users and move to figuring out how to keep the ones we have active. As for drawing in new accounts, there's no need to worry about that. Soon, Pangea will be integrated into every product we make, meaning they'll require an account in order to use anything of ours, Aaron said, shifting the company's approach toward making Pangea the most addictive app they could. It was a necessary move, since in order to control the public narrative outside of the tiny country of Eden, he needed all eyes on Pangea, not any other social media app. Following those instructions, the three discussed different things regarding the development of the company and what their next product would be. Aaron only said it would be a physical product, not just software, but to get it into production, Eden's industrial foundation needed to be built first. Otherwise, it would just be a big fat nothing burger. Later that day, after the meeting. "Where's Rena?" Sarah teasingly asked, as she and Felix had also been introduced to her as Aaron's girlfriend. It was their second simultaneous shock. First, Aaron had a girlfriend? Since when? How did she manage to drill through the bedrock his skull was built out of? The second shock was her new appearance. They had both seen and worked with her before her enhancement, so since Aaron couldn't gaslight that away as they had knowledge of the serum, and he had already offered it to them before, but they had postponed it due to working on the projects, so when he told them it was the result of the serum, they wasted no time and had asked to use it and undergo an abbreviated enhancement procedure. "She's already headed home, as she needs to finish something," Aaron answered. "That's too bad. I wanted to talk with her for a bit, as she's quite knowledgeable in business and has given me quite a few insights." "You can always see her in VR, you know that, right?" Aaron replied, knowing that Sarah was just teasing him about his girlfriend having left. Chapter 269 Aliens Did It. As Aaron's jet was carrying Rena on its final approach to LaGuardia Airport, she was looking out of the window, not tired of the view at all. Although the Rothschilds could afford such a massive plane, they wouldn't use it as a personal jet. The upkeep needed to have it continuously flight ready was massive. And for a family that already had more than 10 private planes and could afford to charter any aircraft from any airline in America at a moment's notice, it didn't make sense to buy them. The landing was as smooth as it was in Eden, and the unloading proceeded apace. Rena disembarked the plane, got in one of the cars, and left without wasting too much time. She even bypassed the security screening again, having already handled it at the immigration checkpoint at the airport in Eden. No Rothschild would ever have to stand in the long lines at immigration like normal people. As the convoy was driving back to her house, she passed the location where the previous attack had taken place. Although everything had been taken away for the investigation, traces of yellow crime scene tape remained. Some people had even put flowers up at a makeshift memorial for those who died there. Although it had been more than a month since the attack, the case was still ongoing. Every time they found a piece of evidence, it would disprove one or more of the investigators' theories. At this point, they were almost ready to throw their hands in the air and claim it was an alien attack just so the FBI agents could go home to their families for at least one night. As they passed through, Rena was watching the news when a story attracted her attention and, after watching it, she found herself smiling. Moments ago, armed attackers, who were trying to rob what they thought was a secret bank, ended up assaulting a DARPA research facility. The attackers were apprehended by security after successfully entering the building. Rena immediately knew what the event they were talking about was without even having to watch the report any longer, so she turned off the satellite TV and returned to staring outside the window. She couldn't wait for the board meeting. Anticipation had her almost as twitchy as an ant on a hot frying pan. In the Rothschild compound, a board meeting was taking place with one of the chairs in the room empty, as if someone was supposed to be sitting there. "I suggest we should invest in Eden, as, with the recent discovery of oil there, I suspect they'll discover more of it. It'll either be in Eden or Asperia, and I think it'll be within the next 5 months. If we invest now, we should be able to steal a march on the Morgans, who seem to have already invested in Asperia. Even if we don't count the military support they gave to that third world shithole during their playground spat, the Asperian government is still heavily indebted to them from the monetary support that went along with the material support for that joke of a conflict. By investing now, we'll be flipping a middle finger to them, both financially and physically, and it would count as our first act of retaliation. especially if we support Eden and help them discover as many resources in Hesperia as possible within the remaining 5 months as stipulated in their surrender accord. Doing so would put us in the position to benefit from the Morgans' losses, while they'll be unable to do anything of significance to stop us," said a board member, bringing up the topic of choosing when to invest in Eden and Hesperia. "It should also be easy for us, since Miss Rena seems to have already formed connections with the higher-ups of Eden. She'll be a suitable person to be responsible for our investments there, as she already has a foundation," said Hebel, inserting a plug for Rena, who wasn't in attendance. "It seems like you people continue to forget your position, or has the quality of our branch families fallen so low?" Arya entered the conversation when he saw the discussion turning in favor of Rena, who wasn't even there. Besides, it was coming from one of the people he knew had betrayed him and chosen her side, though secretly. That was the last straw, and he decided to cut through and start with a disrespectful remark. He didn't even care that the family head was in the room with them. "What do you mean by that?" Hebel asked. He wouldn't take that insult without doing anything, so he asked for clarification to see if Arya would take back his statement or not. That in itself would count as a humiliation for him, and if he decided to double down, it would provoke a reaction from the family head. Arya, knowing what Hebel meant by that question, didn't care and continued. "We're the fucking Rothschilds, and we get what we want no matter what. But we do it while maintaining our family's dignity. So how disrespectful is it when someone from the board is heard proposing we cooperate with some third world shithole like they're our equal? Are you that dumb, or is your self-esteem just that low? With countries of that level, we don't cooperate, we demand. They have no choice in the matter." Arya stared Hebel down. "You're right about that, but don't you think you look like someone who just wants to flaunt his superiority when it isn't needed?" Hebel said. He didn't deny anything Arya had said, as that would just make the meeting go off on a tangent and waste everyone's time. "We need to create a first impression that won't allow any disrespectful behavior in the future," Arya said. He was adamant that they go there with their noses in the sky. "And how do you imagine that'll happen?" Urea cut in and asked. "I think I'm more suitable than my dear sister, especially with my position in the family. I need to do something to return the favor of the Morgans, no?" Arya said, finally revealing his fangs. "I'm against it. Everyone knows that Miss Rena is already established there, unlike you, who only discovered its existence when the news showed her being there. By which point, may I remind you, she seemed to have already established her channels of communication. So I think we should make her the point of contact for the relationship between Eden and us, as she discovered them first. I'm sure she already has an idea on how to approach them and build business relationships," Urim said. He wanted to directly block Arya from taking Rena's place and credit. When Arya had heard about her spending a month there, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that the month she had spent there wasn't because she was building some bullshit business relationship or anything, but because she was investigating the attack on her, and was too afraid to come back. At least until she knew no more attempts would be made on her life, that is. He was positive that she wouldn't call for help from the family, as that would be seen as a sign of weakness. It would also lower her value in the eyes of the board members. And as long as she didn't have any evidence backing her accusation of who her attacker was, no one would believe anything she said, let alone who she suspected, so she would be punished for accusing someone without evidence. Although he was curious and angered by the disrespect Terry showed him by ignoring his calls, all of that rage had disappeared earlier when he received the news that Terry and Katrina had been arrested while attempting to rob a DARPA research facility. It seemed absurd to him, but he didn't care at all. He just called a few people to have them commit suicide in their cells, as he didn't want the man to be brought back to the compound at all. That wouldn't be a good thing for Arya, no matter the circumstances of the man's return. But now that that had been handled, he could be said to be the most happy man in the compound. With a huge smile on his face, he said, "Her being there for more than a month and not even coming back for a meeting should be indication enough that she's struggling to establish relationships there. That's another reason I nominated myself for that position, as she's still inexperienced in the field of business." He was trying to paint Rena's absence from the meeting as incompetence and disrespect, seeking small gains at the cost of big losses in the competition between the siblings. "You don't have to worry about that," came a cold voice as the door was opened and Rena entered the room. Her confidence gave Arya a mild scare, as he had a hunch that things were about to go very, very wrong for him. But he didn't understand how, as he was positive that he had cleaned up after himself very well. Rena walked around the table and took her seat while maintaining eye contact with her murderous brother. Chapter 270. He done fucked up. Eren was in his uniform, inspecting the fourth batch of graduating Asparian soldiers. They stood at attention in front of him as he passed through them. It had become a tradition for him to inspect each batch of graduates. Every man had had a dream of being the general of a massive army at one point in their lives, and Eren had actually accomplished it. Thus, he didn't skimp on the pomp and circumstance at all. As he walked through their formation, he couldn't help but smile when he remembered the reaction of the first batch of Asparian soldiers, who woke up and found themselves in VR for training. When the knowledge of what was going to happen to them had been assimilated into their minds, Athena had determined that explaining it in words was a waste of time. So she had begun using direct assimilation instead. The expressions on their faces were truly something to behold. They even had goosebumps all over their virtual bodies when they came to the realization of what kind of monsters they had fought in the war. And with that realization came gratitude. They felt nothing but grateful to Eden, who, despite having such massive power at their disposal, had decided to go easy on them and not massacre them like chickens in a slaughterhouse. Even from the little knowledge they had received to get them accustomed to VR, they could extrapolate that if Eden were to go all out, the entire war would have lasted less than an hour. But Asperia would have to spend more than a decade to recover from that single hour of damage that would have rained down upon them. With the start of their training, they realized that their assumptions seemed to have stemmed from having eyes, but being unable to see Mount Tai. That was especially the case when they discovered the enemies they would be fighting against in their training with their lives on the line. They had begun by fighting enemies that made them feel despair, despite the advanced tech now at their disposal, and those weren't even the worst enemies they had to face in their training. Upon finishing his inspection, Eren left to allow the ceremony to continue and the graduates to enjoy themselves. They wouldn't be able to do that if he remained there, so he invited Athena to take over and continue the ceremony. Once it was over, the soldiers left their pods and headed to their assigned rooms to rest and wait for transportation to take them to the port. Then they would be returned to Asperia to begin their mission as members of the Ares Asperia division. "Did it start already?" Eren asked as Nova teleported him to one of his mansions inside the universal simulation. It was surrounded in a time field that was synchronized with the time in reality. From there, he would watch the Rothschild board meeting through Rena's glasses. Naturally, it was with her knowledge and consent, of course. "Yes, she just entered a few seconds ago," Nova said as she accelerated the time dilation in the mansion to 2:1 and restarted the recording, showing him what had taken place earlier. Then she returned the time dilation to 1:1 so Eren could watch things play out in real time. "Eden is my domain. Don't reach your grubby hands out to take what's mine. I've been working on it for a long time, Rena said with confidence. She wasn't worried about it being taken from her at all. It would have been that way if you'd gone there with the family's blessing. But since you didn't, then the family rules apply. When it comes to the family's interest, it supersedes your own, and the board members will vote to decide what's yours and what's the family's. Arya sneered. He was positive that, if it really went to a vote, he would win. To the best of his knowledge, Rena had only successfully managed to buy 3 board members. And that, in and of itself, didn't guarantee that they would vote for her. At least if Hebel wasn't included, as he seemed to have completely chosen her side. Sure, let's vote, Rena said. She turned and looked at the board members and said, Those in favor of Arya being responsible for the family's plans in Eden, raise your hands. She had a calm smile on her face, causing Arya to feel anxious. Not one single person raised their hand, catching both Arya and the family head off guard. Neither had expected such a unanimous vote. Looks like I'm getting old, the family head thought to himself when he realized that Rena had already brought all the board members to her side. Those in favor of leaving me to continue my business without interference? She asked. Once again, Arya and the family head were left dumbfounded as the vote was unanimous. Every board member, other than the family head and Arya, had raised their hands. The secretary took over and said, With the votes tallied, the board has unanimously decided that we won't be entering Eden and will leave Miss Rena to continue her plans. The family will completely support her in her goals. With that, the vote was officially over and could only be overturned by bringing evidence that the initial decision was wrong, prompting another vote. Rena turned to Arya and, with a smile that had daggers behind it, asked, Anything you want to say? How? He stammered, his brain still not registering what had happened. He thought that Rena only had 3 board members on her side, and was being naive to think that they would even vote for her. But instead, it seemed that he was the naive one, as he hadn't even realized that he had no support on his side anymore. It doesn't concern you, she said as she turned to the family head, who had a proud smile on his face. As he looked at his daughter with the eyes of a proud father, she said, I'd like to report a member who broke the family rules and made an attempt on my life. The smile completely disappeared from the family head's face, then was replaced by rage at the idea that a family member had attempted to take the life of a main family's descendant. Who is it, and what evidence do you have to back your accusation? He asked, speaking for the first time since the board meeting had begun. It's all here, she said, and removed a USB stick from her purse, a custom luxury gift from Nova, then extended it to the secretary. Immediately understanding what was wanted of her, she took the thumb drive and inserted it into the computer that was linked to the projector. There was one folder on the thumb drive, and within it was an audio recording of what had transpired in Arya's office shortly before Nova had her unplanned meltdown, and a few image files. When the secretary clicked on the recording, the computer was immediately taken over by Nova, and what was being shown on the projector changed. It began playing the recording of the conversation between Charlotte and Terry. The sound visualization had Terry and Charlotte's headshots on either side of it, alternately brightening and dimming when to show which of them was speaking. Arya couldn't believe what was happening. He was almost convinced that he was in a nightmare, as he felt the weight of consequences looming over him and settling on his shoulders. He'd been so sure that it would be impossible to record anything in his or his secretary's office, since he had them swept for bugs on a daily basis. And as impossible as it would be to bug their offices, it was even more so for the phone call that was taking place, since it was from a brand new burner phone to another brand new burner and had taken place in one of those secure locations. But what he had failed to consider was the possibility of the recording being taken straight from the memory of one of the participants in the call. Who could blame him for missing that, though? "You need to finish what you started," said the caller, Charlotte. "I need time, money, and information to accomplish it without any problems," Terry's voice replied. "I'll email you an account number. Use that money to solve any problems that arise. You have a month to take action," she replied. As the recording reached that part, the screenshot of a bank account appeared on the projector screen. It showed the amount of money in it from before the call, and what had been used over the month following the call. Everything was annotated, noting how much was withdrawn or transferred, and where or to whom it went. When Arya saw the beginning of the recording, he knew he done fucked up. Chapter 271, Fuck. Without caring about what Arya was feeling, Nova continued playing the recorded phone call between Charlotte and Terry. Then it moved to video footage of Terry meeting the leaders of the different groups he had hired to ambush Rena. Unfortunately, there was no sound, but that was covered by the phone calls between him and their teams explaining the mission he was hiring them to do. Those recordings were accompanied by detailed transaction records of weapon purchases that he made to sufficiently arm them. The recording soon moved on to the day Rena had been being driven from the Rothschild compound to the airport and showed that whenever the convoy deviated from the planned route, it was because an ambush was awaiting them. The ambush sites were shown as still images, with names and headshots linked to each individual shown in the images. They were matched to different dark mercenary groups, those that were unafraid to get their hands bloody, as long as the price was right. Each of the leaders were highlighted, and still images were displayed that showed their meetings with Terry. They were shown with every unplanned route deviation that Rena's convoy took until they reached the access road. Then a video taken from the follow car's rear-facing camera showed all of the mercenary groups chasing after the convoy until it split up. The video footage continued, showing the plainclothes Ares members dealing with the chasing mercenaries, then cleaning up the attack site to muddy the evidence. The video ended there, and was followed by the recorded phone call between Arya and Terry, where Terry confirmed her death. It was the first time the mastermind of the attack had been recorded, but everyone in the room recognized the voice, and they all turned to Arya, death stares on their faces. Arya paled and broke out in a cold sweat as his heart pounded like it wanted to escape his chest. He prayed that the display of evidence would end soon, but that was simply just not to be. The projector mercilessly continued, showing a few more pieces of evidence before ending with the recorded phone call from Terry to Arya shortly after Rena was caught on camera during the Edenian parade. Arya was shouting and raging about the bitch still being alive. Then Nova released her control of the projector as the autoplaying file came to an end. After the display ended, the room was as still as a mausoleum. Nobody moved, not even to bring the lights back up to full. Everyone was pondering things that only they knew. A few of them wondered why Arya chose to go to such an extreme, despite the consequences. Others wondered how Rena had collected all of that evidence without alerting her brother, who would have already started looking for countermeasures if he were to know that she had such a nuclear bomb in her possession. They were sure he wouldn't be able to explain that amount of proof away, but perhaps a miracle could have occurred. The family head was giving his son a death glare and sitting in his usual silence, but everyone in the room knew that this silence in particular was different. Anyone who tried messing with him right now would receive a punishment that would make them regret it forever. "Anything you want to say?" he asked, struggling to remain partial. Flustered and panicking, Arya's voice broke as he screamed, "She's framing Emmy, father, and that's all fabricated evidence." "Are you sure about that? You know that if we investigate, and it's revealed that you lied about her framing you, the punishment would be doubled," the family head asked. Lying to him came with severe consequences. Fuck. Arya knew the family head wasn't joking at all, and had no answer to his father's question. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and now was definitely the time for the latter. Anything he said would result in just increasing his punishment, which would already be heavier than normal. "Arya Nova Johannitenstav Rothschild, you are to be held on house arrest as our team investigates the situation. If it is revealed to be true that you attempted to assassinate your sister, you will be removed from the competition and have 5 generations of your descendants barred from participating in the future." The family head stood and walked to Rena, then calmly patted her shoulder and left the boardroom, officially marking an abrupt end to the board meeting. It looked like Rena was now officially the next Rothschild family head, as no one was left in the competition but her. That meant that she could now publicly use the influence she had already been using before by blackmailing the board members, but without worrying about someone raising a question about it. Now, they would simply attribute it to her being the next family head. They would never even consider the possibility of her having held leverage over them before the competition had ended. "Man, that was even better than a movie," Aaron said as he watched the mess caused by his girlfriend in the board meeting. He had a bucket of popcorn next to him and was intermittently sipping from a soft drink that was as close to the flavor of Coke as Nova could make it. The taste of cola was something that not even Nova could simulate, which meant that humanity was doomed to forever be unable to answer the question of Coke's secret recipe. "Hey Nova, this Coke tastes a bit off," Aaron said. "Well, that's because nobody knows what Coke tastes like. Not even with all of my computing power could I simulate that," she joked. "I think we should consider going into the entertainment industry," Aaron mused. The board meeting had excited him, as it was one of the things where, although he knew the result, he couldn't really tell what twists and turns would happen along the way. There was a constant increase in variables as more information was introduced into the situation. "Movies and TV?" asked Nova. "Yes, but at the moment, we should only start exploring and planning. As for when we should officially enter the field, make it after we've released our own VR and AR devices," Aaron answered, tabling the project for the future. "Sir, it's time for Henry's lesson," Nova reminded Aaron about the upcoming class. He had taken the responsibility of teaching his little brother, and had been doing it together with Rena over the past month. Henry loved and hated it at the same time, as whenever he was good, he would receive a gift from his elder brother. But whenever he misbehaved, one of them would be taken away. It made him the most attentive student of all the kids in his age range, as he couldn't risk losing his things when he had worked hard to win them. "Let's go teach our student," Aaron said as he logged off. He wasn't really the one that came up with the teaching material. Nova was. After all, she had Henry's brain data and knew how to make things easier for him to understand, while also making him a critical thinker. And thanks to the best teacher in the world being responsible for teaching him, Henry was rapidly growing in both knowledge and critical thinking skills. One day, when he went to a proper school, his assigned class would have everyone drop down by a rank in the best student competition. What a lucky child. Chapter 272 Weapons of Mass Distraction. A month later, with a month to go before the presidential election, the candidates were campaigning with all their might. Their parties each had their own platforms and were trying to sway people to vote for them, and in their minds, things were going very well. Nearly all of their rallies were filled with cheering citizens. But all of the momentum they thought they had managed to build was crushed by a single announcement from the presidential palace. We interrupt this regularly scheduled program for a breaking news report, an announcer said as the show on the television was interrupted by them to make an emergency announcement. A team of researchers dispatched to Hesperia in search of natural resources and minerals has discovered a large oil deposit in the exclusive economic zone of Hesperia. The deposits are in different places, but based on preliminary results, it's suspected that the fields combined equal the one discovered earlier in Eden. More details are to come as the preliminary results are verified by experts, said the reporter, her tone clearly hinting that she was excited and happy that Eden now had another resource they could exploit. She was especially thrilled that the profits would be used to benefit her country's citizens, including her. After a short pause, she continued, the presidential spokesperson expressed the president's happiness at receiving this unexpected news. Interim President Romero has already come to a decision on how the new oil fields are to be exploited, saying, in order to avoid wasting resources and to expedite the extraction of these new deposits, the company that wins the bid for extracting oil in Eden will also be made responsible for extracting the Hesperian deposits. That will eliminate the need for another round of bids and streamline the extraction process. Author's note: we're in the process of adding surnames to people. Romero is Alexander's surname. The announcement has made the bid for Eden's extraction rights even more hotly contested, with many bidders requesting to adjust their bids, and others, who failed to pass the first review, clamoring to allow new bids altogether. However, Interim President Romero declined, stating that the procedure would require too much time and delay the benefits to Edenian and Hesperian citizens. The broadcast resulted in an uproar from the Hesperian citizens, with some of them even trying to organize riots to force their government to break the surrender accords, but they were only met with silence. They finally came to the realization that, for Hesperia to even attempt to break the accords, their military would need to be able to defend themselves from an inevitable Edenian armed response. But that was already a non-option, as Hesperia didn't even have a military anymore, and their retrained soldiers were unanimous in their refusal to violate the terms of their surrender. With the Hesperian division soldiers already having finished their training, the Edenian division had retreated. The last batch had left the month before. Some citizens who weren't among those calling for violence were happy that they had discovered such massive resources in their country, especially since their country hadn't even tried looking for them. But what they didn't know was that Hesperia had been searched before, and many times, at that, but no experienced company would ever have thought to look in the location where the oil was eventually discovered. Thus, it had been nearly impossible for the previous government to discover them. The announcement had also resulted in the oil giants increasing their efforts to win the bid for the extraction of oil in Eden. Their home countries had cranked up the pressure on the Edenian government to choose their country's companies. Together with the pressure exerted by their countries after they lobbied them, certain companies took things into their own hands and attempted to bribe the members of the team they thought responsible for looking over their bids. Even millions of dollars would be chump change in comparison to the exclusive contracts on offer, so their bribes were extremely generous. But all of those attempts were met with failure and worse. The worst came for them a few days later, when their bids were automatically declined following an investigation into the company's attempted corruption of the process. And they were declined with prejudice, meaning that no new bids from their companies would ever be accepted under any circumstances. Thus, they were effectively and permanently blacklisted from operating in Eden. That was an effective warning, since the first unlucky company to be blacklisted and whose bid was thrown out was Gazprom, a prominent Russian-majority government-owned oil giant that accounted for nearly 12% of all refined oil products globally. Eden's response of uncompromising removal essentially served to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, and was a strong announcement that corruption in the bidding process would not be tolerated, no matter who attempted it. There was an inevitable backlash from the Russian government, who claimed they had been set up, and it was a manufactured reason to remove them from the competition. But that statement was immediately deleted when Eden released the results of their investigation along with the accompanying evidence. It was an overwhelming amount of proof, which no one thought would be able to be manufactured within just a period of a few days. That also acted as another publicity stunt for Alexander, who was now loved by nearly every citizen of his country. Thanks to him and Connect, every person in the country had access to continuous energy, clean water, and a reliable sewage system without having to worry about power outages or sewage spills. At the same time, the promise of lower prices had been kept word for word. The world's reaction was that Eden was just lucky to have discovered such a huge amount of wealth in a matter of a few months. And it was definitely an unexpected windfall for the adversarial nations. Nobody even knew that prospectors had been sent out until the recent bombshell of an announcement. "When should I announce the winning bid?" Alexander asked Aaron, as he was the kingmaker behind the soon-to-officially-be President Romero. It was Aaron's decision to release news of the new discovery in order to kill the momentum of Alexander's political rivals. Other parties had been gaining traction among the public, and Aaron wanted Alexander to win in a veritable landslide, one that would give him a proper mandate to rule and prevent a lot of trouble in the future. In politics, when one's support among the voting population reached a certain amount, their opponents would be very leery about opposing them. He also wanted people to suspect the election was rigged in order to test Pangaea's ability to control the public narrative, so it would be killing two birds with one stone. Delay it until after you win. If you announce it now, people will claim that you're making a hasty decision in fear of losing the election. Although that isn't true, it'll still cause some problems," Aaron answered. He and Alexander were in VR, floating above Enea, though the city below them looked completely different from what it did in reality. If one were to look at it from afar, they would see many super-tall skyscrapers, and if they looked underground, they would see the comprehensive subway system that connected to the trunk lines spread across the country. The virtual city was also so clean that it practically sparkled. If it were in the real world, it would be considered an absolute marvel and one of the best cities in the world to live in. But alas, it was only a concept at the moment. Aaron was using it as a demonstration, showing Alexander what he had planned for Eden as a whole. It was also a good backdrop for the discussions they had, as well as a symbol of the bonds of friendship that had been developing between the men for quite some time. Chapter 273: The Landslide. A month later. 89.97%. That was the percentage of people who voted for Alexander in the presidential election, which didn't come as a surprise to anyone who lived in Eden. The man was a living legend who won by that much without even actively campaigning, but rather by letting his work speak for itself. To celebrate his win, he announced a celebration rally to be held a week from the day the election result was announced. A massive crowd was gathered in one of the open fields in the city of Enea, and soldiers were everywhere, dressed in their finery with holstered pistols at their sides. They were the ones responsible for controlling the crowd of attendees at the celebration rally and ensuring the safety of the newly elected president. He would soon arrive, so they were doing their final checks, making sure that nothing dangerous was hidden in the crowd. Not too long after that, a convoy of black cars arrived with a certain level of fanfare. The security team came out of the lead and follow cars, then escorted the president to the stage. As they went, they made sure no one from the cheering public could get too near him, though Alexander still shook some of the hands that were being extended to him from the crowd. One woman even swore never to wash her hand for the rest of their life, due to how much she idolized him. When the president reached the stage, he immediately grabbed the microphone from the MC and started delivering his victory speech. The crowd automatically went silent to listen to what he had to say. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your overwhelming support in this historic election. I have to say, it's quite a change from the days when we were overthrowing dictators. Back then, I was used to hearing, "The people are revolting." But tonight, I'm happy to report that you aren't revolting anymore. You're revolutionizing our future with nearly 90% of you joining the ongoing fight against corruption, he joked. It was a slight dig at the other revolutionary leaders, who'd mostly sat out the actual revolution itself and had been little better than the corrupt regime they'd been fighting against. He paused as cheering and chuckles erupted from the thousands of attendees who liked his opening. Then he continued, "What we've achieved for the citizens of our great country over the past few months was more than the previous regime had done for you in their entire time in power." He was once again forced to pause for cheering and applause, then waited for it to die down before continuing his speech. "And I promise you that for the next 8 years of my presidency, that pace won't continue. Instead, it's going to accelerate. During my presidency, we're going to increase the investment in our country. We're going to work hard and pour our blood, sweat, and tears into making Eden a representation of the best that humanity has to offer. And when my time in office is over, I swear before the citizens of this nation and Almighty God above that I will leave the country better than it was when I found it." It seemed the audience wasn't quite willing to let him speak as they broke out into another round of spontaneous cheers and applause, forcing him to stop talking again. "But as they say, soonest begun is soonest done, I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the company that my administration has chosen to partner with to extract the wealth that lies beneath our feet. That company is Connect, a local, responsible, and environmentally conscious company that put in a rather impressive bid. You may be familiar with them. They're already responsible for delivering utilities and building networks across this great nation. My team and I are fully confident in their ability to deliver on what they promised in both ours and Hesperia's exclusive economic zone, as they've already shown their ability to enter new fields on short notice while delivering quality products at affordable prices. The most important factor is that they're a local company. My team and I are committed to raising Eden into a fully developed nation that can stand on our own as a shining beacon of justice, equality, and a high standard of living. And this historic day is just the beginning of the things we're going to do for the development of the country. Along with developing the oil industry, we'll be focusing on our defense industry. Our nation's neutrality will rely on our sons and daughters standing tall and declaring with pride that we stand together." Alexander pumped his fist in the air as punctuation for that declaration. It had been shown all throughout history that neutrality was an impossible stance to maintain without the strength to back it up. Neutral, pacifist countries could only choose to be so because they were actually the ones with the biggest fist. But that's not all. With the upcoming opening of 2 ports, a mega airport, and a completed railway network, our economy will only grow stronger and stronger, proving once and for all that our great nation is no worse than any others on the face of the planet. Alexander continued his long speech, but no one in the audience seemed bored at all. Every word he said was gold, as they revealed many of his plans to develop the country. "He's really becoming a good speaker," Aaron said as he watched the speech. He was even pleasantly satisfied by Alexander's delivery. "My training worked," Noah joked, reminding him that she was the one that had taught him everything he knew about public speaking. "Good job," he said, then turned to Felix and asked, "Is everything ready?" "Yes." Felix, who was in the room with Aaron, Rena, Sarah, and Nova as they watched the rally, continued, "We'll hold a press conference and announce the formation of a branch company that'll be responsible for extracting the resources." He outlined their plan. When he was done speaking, Sarah took over and said, "We've also finished preparing to sell the oil internationally and have already registered the new company. And thanks to Rena's help, we even managed to acquire a few oil tankers. They should be delivered to us by the time the oil derricks are built." Aaron said nothing, just nodded his head as he listened to his inner circle speak. He was holding Rena's hand beneath the conference table, eliciting a secret smile from her. She'd been unable to suppress her joy since being officially selected as the next Rothschild family head after Arya had been proved to be the one behind the attempt on her life. He had already been banished back to their ancestral land in Israel as a punishment and was banned from leaving the immediate premises there for the rest of his life. Rena had been quite active since then, as with her position, she had gained the power to change some of the operations of the family businesses. At least, she had that authority as long as the family head didn't overturn her decisions, which he rarely did. And with her judicious exercise of that power, some Rothschild operations were shuttered, some were expanded, and others were praised for already being on the right track. The movements were massive, to the point that people in the family had begun thinking that she had planned her current course of action for years. It showed them how dedicated she was to growing the family even higher than they already were. Thus, her father had grown to trust in her to the point that he basically just automatically approved whenever she asked him for his support. Even if it didn't seem to be beneficial to the family on the surface, she was still able to break down her reasoning and justifications for her plans, causing her father to begin giving up more and more of the power he held in his hands as his trust in her judgment grew. Her actions didn't manage to avoid the sensitive eyes and ears of the Morgans in the least, though, but they were still focused on figuring out how to take revenge on Ares to earn back their honor. And armed with the knowledge of their cooperation with the Rothschilds, the Morgans were now convinced they had a way to establish communications with an inside man who could give them at least some useful information on the mysterious PMC. After all of their efforts, they had been completely unable to find any useful information about Ares at all. It was almost like the company had simply appeared on a magician's stage from another universe and expanded from there. The most terrifying thing about them was the power they displayed, which had been amassed without alerting anyone at all during the build-up process. Chapter 274: Echo Chambers and Incompetence. The day after Alexander's speech and announcement, all parties that had been involved in the bidding went crazy, including those spectating, experts, of course. Many of them complained about why the country had decided to trust an inexperienced company that had never been involved in the oil industry to drill the reserves. Others that had watched Alexander's speech understood that he wanted to develop a domestic industry and chose a local company, Connect, as a way to kickstart their domestic growth. Even though they weren't an oil company, at least they had some kind of drilling experience, for whatever it mattered. Drilling for oil had nothing in common with drilling tunnels, after all. The parties led by candidates that lost their presidential bid, the most popular of which having only received 2.45% of the votes, tried using that to sling mud at Alexander and paint him as corrupt and Connect as a company that bribed him. They insinuated that Connect wouldn't even be doing the drilling themselves, but would rather contract it out to another company. The inexperienced politicians thought it would benefit them after Alexander's term in office ended, and that they would be able to win the next election, or at least gain positions in the government in the upcoming round of elections. But they failed to account for one thing: Aaron himself. There was no chance that Connect would fail in their task, or that they would violate the agreement between the government and the company. Still, it would make Alexander's first few months or years in office rocky, and that's all they cared about. After all, if they couldn't have it, they didn't want anyone else to have it either. With the international oil giants fanning the fire in an attempt to make the negative news as huge as possible and use it to further pressure the government into changing the winner of the contract, well, they simply acted as nothing but ammo for the other parties to smear the new president's reputation. That said, no matter how greedy, selfish, or incompetent Alexander's opponents were, they definitely wouldn't allow an outsider to benefit over them. But the amount of backlash wasn't as effective as they had expected it to be, regardless, since the platforms they used to fuel the fire didn't have the user bases they once had. Most Adenians had already adopted Pangea, and when anyone tried using bots, they would be disappointed if they knew the actual results. Though from their end, everything looked like it was working, what they didn't know was that their instigation was only made visible to people that already shared their opinion. In later years, experts would call the phenomenon a social media echo chamber. For now, though, the people promoting the controversy thought they had achieved a great success and that everyone agreed with their points of view. This was despite them failing to sway anyone who didn't already agree with their opinions in the first place. The day following the speech, Felix called for a press conference, and the turnout was enormous, as many news outlets wanted to know what they would be saying. Felix entered the auditorium in their headquarters building, which was now being used as a press room, and walked to the podium amidst the camera flashes. He cleared his throat, then greeted the attendees before immediately getting to the main point. Firstly, I'd like to thank President Romero for trusting in the domestic industry's bid and going with us as the sole extractor of Edenian and Hesperian oil. I'd also like to take this opportunity to issue a promise to the citizens of both countries that we'll do the best we can to ensure the trust placed in us isn't misplaced. We'll ensure that the citizens of both nations will see the benefits, and we'll do so without an iota of corruption. To that end, we formed a subsidiary branch of Connect, Helios. They'll be responsible for oil and gas, and any other form of energy, both now and in the future. By the end of the week, the contract will be in place, and we'll immediately begin constructing derricks. We expect to begin seeing results within the month, and within 3 months from today, we solemnly vow that you will see the benefits as well. I'll now take questions from the press. With that, the announcement was over and Felix pointed at a reporter in the audience. Go ahead, he said. What do you have to say about the increase in the cost of oil for Edenians over the past month? The reporter asked. The abrupt increase was unexpected and seemed to be specifically targeted at Eden. One of the companies we've been purchasing oil from, Gazprom, decided to terminate their contract with us. That forced us to increase the amount we import from others, and due to the abrupt increase in quantity outside the original contracts with them, we naturally had to pay a premium, Felix answered. He was firing shots, uncaring about the potential consequences of naming and shaming a global oil giant. Isn't 3 months way too fast? Will you be skimping on safety to accomplish an unreasonable goal? Another reporter asked. We were forced to expedite things on our end to combat the temporary price increase sooner. The faster we have at least one oil field producing, the better it will be for everyone involved and the sooner the price of crude oil drops for everyone. The next reporter asked, Is it true that you are planning on paying another company to do the construction and digging for you? He was obviously one of those in the same echo chamber as Alexander's political opponents, or perhaps had been bought and paid for by one of the oil giants, or maybe she was just really curious and wanted answers. No such thing will happen, as the materials construction will be provided by Hephaestus Heavy Industries. They're already the ones responsible for all the construction taking place in Eden, including the ports, airport, and rail network. They've already proven themselves reliable and trustworthy, both to us at Connect and to Eden at large, Felix said. It was the first time Hephaestus Heavy Industries, HHI, had been mentioned and introduced to the world. Next question, you in the red shirt. He pointed at a reporter in the audience, wearing an ostentatious red shirt. Is it true that you bribed the president to choose your company under the guise of domestic business support? After all, you have no experience at all. The reporter seemed to have come to the press conference specifically to ask what he thought was a gotcha question. To him, it didn't matter whether it was answered or not, as everything coming from Felix's mouth would be considered a scoop. Instead of answering, let me ask you a very basic question, Felix began. Before we started providing electricity to the entire country, which we did at the end of last month, did we ever have any connection to the energy industry? He waited for the reporter to answer. No, he answered. He suddenly felt like he was falling into a pit he had dug for Felix. How about utilities like water and sewage? Felix continued. No, he answered. How about the internet? Not to my knowledge. He finally realized where he was being led. And how's the service from all of those industries we've entered been? Felix concluded with a smile. Better and cheaper than it used to be, the reporter answered. He couldn't lie, as his credibility would tank and nobody would trust his reporting anymore. Then with those precedents being set by us, what should the people's expectations be now that we're entering a new venture? That you'll be doing it in a better and cheaper way than it's usually done? He answered, but wasn't confident in his answer. That's exactly what we're aiming to accomplish, and it's already in the works, Felix said, then chose another reporter to ask their question. The reporter in the red shirt sat there in a daze, wondering how his immaculately planned question had been turned into highlighting his own incompetence. He had been stripped of any semblance of professionalism and dignity. Felix continued answering questions for a while before declaring the conference concluded and directing any further inquiries to Helios Media Liaison. Chapter 275 Big Rig. At the same time the press conference was taking place in the Connect headquarters, an Edenian Navy fleet was towing a massive ship that looked like a toothbrush. They were headed toward the new oil field to begin construction of an offshore drilling rig. When they neared the location, the fleet dispersed and started the process of patrolling and cleared out everything within 20 kilometers of the oddly shaped ship, which was released by its tug and drop sea anchors to keep station where it was. With the large ship now at a full stop, people watching would see it begin tilting as the bow raised and the aft sank. But the people aboard the ship were oddly calm, as they were expecting the movement. It was merely the ballast tanks being filled to adjust the ship's orientation. Meter by meter, the rear continued dropping faster and faster, until the entire ship was completely vertical. Only about 10 meters of the ship was left above the surface of the ocean while the rest had completely disappeared below. The ship was actually an R/P Flip, a floating instrument platform that was designed for scientific exploration of the ocean that could house researchers, workers, or any number of other mission-specific crew in reasonable comfort as they worked far from any land mass. This one, however, was designed to perform a specific purpose: the construction of an offshore oil rig. Ed note: floating isn't actually a typo, that's part of the acronym FLIP. These ships actually exist. You can find more info here, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/rp_flip. Under the calm ocean surface, the underwater part of the ship got to work as an atomic printer was lowered from what was now the bottom of the research vessel. It began by printing a tether as it sank, keeping it connected to the platform it was being lowered from. Once it reached the sea floor, it dug into the sand beneath it until it hit bedrock and the internal batteries ran out of charge. Once that happened, the small fusion reactor in the flip began routing power to the printer, which reactivated and reeling in any slack in the tether cable, effectively anchoring the flip to the bottom of the ocean. With the printer now being provided the necessary power, it started digging further into the bedrock and maintaining the tether as it went. Eventually, the printer reached more than 7 kilometers deep, and the shaft the printer had dug out was reinforced to act as a pipe. The oil deposit was just a few meters away. The printer then worked its way back up the newly created pipe for a few meters, clearing space for it to print a drill bit and shaft. Once that was done, the printer was hauled back up into the flip as it continued working on the pipe that would soon be transporting oil. Once that was completed, it worked its way back down the outside of the new pipe, building and attaching structural elements to it as it went, spiraling out from there to build the rest of the underwater pumping station. But due to the printer's small size and the adverse conditions on the seafloor, it took 2 full days for the undersea construction to finish before it was hauled back up into the flip and the ships departed the area, leaving everyone none the wiser as to what had taken place there. Meanwhile, back at the Cube, the massive industrial atomic printers were busily printing prefabricated components that would be shipped out and assembled on site, while workers were being recruited and trained at the Helios offices in the Connect headquarters in EMEA. The platform would be completely assembled within the month, and ready to officially begin operations after the workers had undergone 3 months of training. If it weren't for Aaron's desire to maintain the core secrets of his technology, the atomic printers, and his VR pods, everything would be done in a matter of days. The months of delay were a necessary trade-off. As all of that was happening, Aaron was in the lab for the first time in a long while, looking through designs of different devices on a computer. "Remove the atomic clock from this watch," Aaron said, pointing to a smartwatch design. It had an atomic clock in it, allowing it to keep time as accurately as any human would ever need in their lives. "Reduce the resolution of the camera on this phone by 50 times, he sighed, pointing to the design of a new smartphone. "What's wrong?" Nova asked. "I mean, how the hell do they expect me to release products that re 100 generations ahead of any device that currently exists?" he jokingly complained, though he was rather happy on the inside. "Isn't that why you're here? You're the one that decides what gets built as is, and what gets downgraded before it can be launched. That's why I told him to go all out," she responded in the same joking tone, as she quite enjoyed spending time doing this with Aaron. "True, I suppose. Remove the hologram display from this one," he replied and indicated another smartphone design. Even before his latest upgrade, he could multitask without losing focus at all. "And the AR control from this, the X-ray camera from that, the DNA reader from that." He continued for more than an hour removing future tech from the gadgets one by one until they were bare bones of their former selves. "Now list the features that I left in," he said. Nova waved her hand, and a display screen popped up in front of him. "Mana batteries." Aaron nodded. Those were essentially frozen blocks of magic energy that were released as electricity on demand. They store a lot of energy in very little space and are capable of very rapid charging. Smart camera. Aaron was quite fond of those. They interfaced with the AI assistant in the Gaia OS and optimized the camera function on smartphones. They were capable of real-time recording in 4K resolution and 3D scanning, and the integration of the AI would allow for real-time image editing within limits. The AI assistants would have a strict set of guidelines that determined what they were allowed to do and how far they were allowed to go when it came to editing of still images and video footage. Essentially, enhancement was fine, but deep fakes would be prohibited. Quantum display. Instead of the traditional LCD, LED, and QLED or OLED displays, quantum screens were capable of near-perfect black levels and infinite contrast. They also had unprecedented pixel density, ultra-fast refresh rates, and virtually eliminated motion blur. Quantum dots were used to allow for currently unheard-of brightness levels, which would let the screen be easily readable even in direct sunlight. Graphene CPU chip. Aaron had debated using quantum chips for quite some time. While he was quite familiar with quantum computing, he was still leery of it being released into the wild, as it were. After all, once it was released, it would be reverse engineered. And due to Moore's law, it wouldn't take long for others to begin nearing his own level, although they could never catch up to him. But it would still take away quite a few of the advantages he currently possessed, even if their reverse-engineered knockoffs were even a third as capable as his. QCOM chip. A QCOM chip was a quantum network adapter that served to deliver fast, stable internet speed. Although it was much faster than any other form of networking currently available on the market, basically around the 7 or 8G benchmark, it was definitely a power hog. Thus, transferring a full movie to a friend would put a lot of stress on a mana battery. That stress would increase as the distance the information was being transmitted increased. So to counter that, he would launch quantum communication satellites into orbit, thus reducing, or at least standardizing, the drain on the mana batteries in the mobile devices. That said, the QCOM chip version that Aaron would be including in his hardware would be camouflaged within a dummy network chip that would only be a few generations advanced beyond what was currently available. The QCOM chip itself was only a few nanometers across, and would only be acting as an exclusive feature for GIA technology-made devices, so even pulling the device apart and inspecting it would allow the chip to remain unnoticed. It was also far less capable than even those included in the Ares headgear, or the QCOM chips in the glasses he had given to his close circle of friends, family, and acquaintances. The list was quite long, but after reading through it, Aaron was satisfied that it was advanced, but not too advanced to be believable. Now to figure out which features to include in what, Aaron said, then settled in for a long think about the issue. He was planning on releasing hardware this time, not just software, so any and all smart devices were in the running for a feature-rich release from GIA Technologies. Chapter 276 Peace, Love, and Save the Whales. New Year's Day, 2016. While some were still celebrating the new year and making resolutions that were doomed to fail, others were still living with the horrors that had happened in November of last year. A few terrorist attacks had claimed the lives of more than 100 people. With the release of Star Wars: The Force Awakens the month before, the entertainment section was also still quite riled up, as the movie had achieved a box office success within the month of release. With all of that happening in the last 3 months, changes had also occurred in Eden. The Eden of now was completely different from the Eden of the past. Aaron was standing in front of a massive pit with a diameter measured in kilometers. As he gazed into it, the screaming of displaced air came from the distance as a maglev train neared the pit, and soon entered a bridge that crossed it. The train slowed down a bit as it passed through the bridge, and the moment it neared the center of the pit, The containers it was loaded with were ejected from the train with enough force that they directly cleared the bridge and started falling into the pit. The containers continued picking up speed as they fell, then crashed to a pile of other containers that were already at the bottom of the pit. All of those containers had arrived in the same way. "How long until it starts?" Rena asked as she appeared on a chair behind him. "A few minutes at least. The last train should arrive before the process begins," Aaron answered, momentarily breaking his staring competition with the pit and turning to smile at Rena. Then he returned to his staring contest, as he was trying to find the limit of his ability to multitask. The best way he could come up with was to try thinking of as many things as possible at once. Once he stopped being able to simultaneously develop on his thoughts, he would know where he stood. As he did that, Rena just watched him with a loving smile on her face. She liked seeing him focused on whatever he was doing. The screaming of displaced air came again as another train passed over the bridge to deliver one last batch of containers for the first phase of the project. "It's starting," Aaron reminded Rena. But she was already prepared. She put on her glasses and stood near Aaron, joining him in looking into the pit. With the last container finally falling, Nova took over and stopped supplying power to the entire rail that led to the bridge. It was a last resort measure, but a prudent one, as when all of the thousands of failsafes fail, the improbable becomes probable. That was a lesson she had learned just a few months ago. So now, no matter how impossible something seemed, she would always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Disintegrator number 00000001 Trashman is coming online. Everyone in the vicinity should evacuate, Nova announced over all of the radio frequencies and QCOMs within 2 kilometers of the pit. The announcement repeated 3 times to make sure that anyone who was near the pit would hear it. With the warning broadcasted, she started the process of bringing the Trashman online. The first step was something that could only be seen through the AR feature on Aaron's inner circle glasses. If Rena wasn't wearing hers, for example, she wouldn't have seen the shield that appeared and expanded to cover the entirety of the pit. Even though it was invisible to the naked eye, at least for everyone except Aaron, and perhaps his little brother, the shield had sealed the entire enormous pit, making it impossible for anything to enter or leave it. With the shield now online, it was followed by the disintegrator that covered the entire bottom of the pit coming to life. It immediately began disintegrating the thousands of containers, and whatever their contents were along with them, separating them atom by atom. "Wow," Rena said. She couldn't believe she was witnessing materials being disintegrated and broken apart, leaving their component atoms to scatter everywhere in the pit. They created a cloud of fog and filled the dump, making it impossible to see through. After 30 minutes of continuous operation, everything that had been in the pit was turned into a cloud of various atoms. Although they hadn't been collected yet, that changed when the disintegrator ceased its operation. With the disintegrator offline, the collector came online and began sorting atoms and compressing them as building blocks of pure elements, then moving them into dedicated storage areas for later use in the atomic printers. Once the collection, sorting, and storing was finished, the shield was powered off. It would no longer be needed until the next garbage collection. Every part of the recycling system was systematically power cycled, then completely shut down before Nova returned power to the section of maglev track leading to the pit from the trunk line. Soon, more trains began arriving and routing themselves to the storage facilities, where they picked up the stored material and headed to their next destination, the underground warehouses that existed to feed the element-hungry atomic printers in the cube. "The efficiency is off the charts," Rena exclaimed. She'd watched the entire process from start to finish and been amazed by it, The bottom of the pit was now as clean as it was before the containers had been thrown into it.
It could have been more efficient, but that would have been overkill.
Aaron wrapped his arm around her waist and headed toward the futuristic helicopter they had arrived on. The pit had no access paths other than the maglev rail that passed through, and that was a completely secured line.
Is your curiosity satisfied?
He asked.
Yes, but you could have just told me about it. You didn't have to go so far just to answer my question,
she replied, flashing him an embarrassed smile as she thought back on the question that had brought them to the pit here. She had asked why they sought to be the main receiver of everyone's trash during the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, negotiations that had ended with the signing of a trade agreement by the United States, Eden, Esperia, and 11 other Pacific Rim nations. Many countries considered it Eden's way of reaching out and trying to develop a friendly relationship with those countries. Some of them had even been the previous trash bin of the world and were now facing problems. Their citizens were naturally unhappy about becoming global trash dumps, and there were numerous health issues that arose from it that were only barely offset by the money they received for providing the service. Basically, it was a dirty job that not even Mike Rowe would have wanted when he was still hosting his TV show.
Ed note, Dirty Jobs with Mike Rowe
was a television series that ran on the Discovery Network in the U.S. from 2003 to 2012. The host, Mike Rowe, would spend a day being followed around by a camera crew in documentary style as he worked in different, dirty jobs, things like septic tank cleaner, sewer inspector, and cow inseminator, among others. It was wildly popular in the U.S. and even moved to Australia for its final season.
I just needed a reason to take a breather. I've been spending too much time in Lab City figuring out which products we'll be releasing. That took time away from you, which isn't a good thing,
Aaron said as they boarded the helicopter. He took the pilot's seat and started putting on his seat belt. Rena naturally settled into the co-pilot's seat, and they both put on the specialized pilot's version of the Ares helmet, taking their safety very seriously. Chapter 277 All Eyes on Eden. Aaron and Rena's conversation continued as they toured the skies of Avalon Island before heading to Enea.
It's quite surprising how fast Eden started mixing with other countries. It even managed to join the UN, though that seemed to have been made easier with your discovery of oil,
Rena said. The UN Security Council had acted with surprising speed when approving Eden's application, especially since Russia and China knew nobody else would be allowed to harvest the Edenian and Hesperian oil fields.
Well, there's a reason they call it black gold, after all. It's pure wealth and power, and it all boils down to how much we can produce. The more we can produce, the better we can stabilize the global market if a crisis arises in the OPEC nations,
Aaron responded as he expertly piloted the helicopter.
Although I know how you're planning on pumping the oil, I wonder what the people who expect you to fail will think. They're all just waiting for you to fall on your face and go begging to them for cooperation. But you've wildly exceeded expectations, and you don't even need more than 1% of what you're pumping to feed all of Eden's requirements for it. You've become a global exporter almost overnight,
she said. The workers had finished being trained a few months before and had taken over the offshore platform that had been sitting idle for nearly 2 months in the wait for workers. The production speed had stunned everyone and proved Alexander's decision was correct. His party had even won more than 90% of the parliament seats. He could almost be considered a dictator himself. There was actually a term for that in politics, a benevolent dictator. They wielded absolute power, but not only for themselves. Instead, they worked for the people under them to benefit.
The people almost couldn't believe that everything was ready so fast. We only released the report and announced the completion, and we upheld our promise to deliver within 3 months. Luckily for us, it just so happened to begin a few days before the parliamentary election. There's even a bunch of conspiracy theorists that cropped up on Pangea, I guess because the timing was fertile ground for them. The thing is, some of them are right.
He let out a hearty laugh that was joined by Rena. When the helicopter reached Enea, they flew over the major projects that Hephaestus Heavy Industries had either completed or made major progress on. Most of them were completely finished, with only the rail network lagging behind a bit. But even that was mostly completed, with only the minor lines left to build. The trunk lines were already in full operation, becoming the heart and vessels of the country's economy. Just the completion of the trunk lines alone had attracted the attention of the rest of the world, as the project had achieved its current success at a speed everyone would consider impossible. Things like the sheer scale of the network, which spanned thousands of kilometers. Yet all of that had taken just a single-year concept to completion. And that was while the company was still constructing 3 other megaprojects and had completed a 4th. There were still 2 megaports and a mega-airport, plus the utility infrastructure. It was completely unbelievable, almost magical, some would say. Another attention-grabbing thing about the rail network was that it was completely comprised of maglev rails. Eden was the only country that had managed that, as most other nations only used maglev for local public transportation, while they relied on the aging and sometimes crumbling rail infrastructure that had been around since the early 20th century for most intercity and interstate/international transportation other than Japan with their Shinkansen line, which was the only example this network could be compared with if you don't consider the sheer size of the Eden's network. Experts speculated that it had to have cost an arm and a leg to accomplish that on such an enormous scale in such a short period of time. That, too, acted as a major surprise for anyone who decided to investigate HHI, especially after they found out that it was a private company that had never even had rumors spread about. People were flabbergasted. Didn't that mean that a single company with a fairly few people had invested all of that money and would be the only ones benefiting from the network's operation? That was a lot of money. Economists estimated that the rail network alone would require more than $50 billion to build. So where did the money come from? Banks all around the world that were capable of lending significant amounts were the first to deny that they had loaned anything to anyone that was earmarked for any construction projects in Eden at all, let alone a megaproject like a countrywide rail network. With just that project alone, Connect was valuated at over $100 billion. But that wasn't all of their projects, as people began estimating the amount of investments and profits for the utility infrastructure, along with the 2 megaports and the mega-airport that were already considered to be among the world's largest. All of those projects were solely invested in and operated by a single company, Connect. The only other company involved was Hephaestus Heavy Industries, which was awarded no-bid contracts for all of the projects, and the amount was confidential. That led some people to believe that the companies absolutely must be state-owned and operated, especially since no company in their right minds would keep that amount of liquidity on their balance sheet. But a few people had either connected the dots between 3 longtime friends or already knew the truth. The companies were wholly owned by one Aaron Michael. However, most of those people were considered crackpot conspiracy theorists. Aaron was famous for only one thing: GIA Technologies was his company. How could he have time to run more than one company, even if he had friends to take the day-to-day operations on? It was one thing to sit on a board, and many people sat on multiple boards of directors of different companies, but to actually be an owner of them, that was too much work for one person to do in a day that was limited to 24 hours. All of the speculation was only made possible because the companies were private, so there was no requirement to report the names of their owners, or any employees, really. Thus, people only knew that Connect was headed by Felix Hanover and Sarah O'Connor was the CEO of GIA Technologies. Aaron was still in public memory as the owner, but only barely. He had mostly faded from public view at this point, and only the truly powerful were still keeping an eye on him and his movements. But still, despite all the secrecy, there were still people that suspected there was a shadowy figure at the helm of all of those companies. Hephaestus Heavy Industries, GIA Technologies, Helios Energy, and Connect. Just what was the connection there? There had to be one, and all of the theorists mostly agreed on a single name, Aaron Michael. Still, they couldn't quite accept that. Perhaps due to his age, or maybe because of his humble beginnings, they suspected that there was an even shadowy figure behind him, and were arguing about which major family scion it was.
So when do you plan on releasing the products you've been hard at work on in Lab City?
Rena switched the topic to what Aaron had been spending most of his time doing. She had been very curious as to what he'd been planning, especially since he specifically teased her with it as an upcoming surprise.
I plan to announce and simultaneously release them on February 15th,
Aaron said as he landed the helicopter on the roof of the tallest building in the city, his company's temporary headquarters. They disembarked and took the waiting elevator to the meeting room, where they would be holding an in-person meeting with Sarah and Felix. They had decided to meet in person as they would be restructuring the companies for more efficiency and eliminating redundancies. Nova had earlier highlighted the waste in all of those companies that was a result of the lack of consolidation. Aaron sat at the head of the conference table and greeted his friends, marking the beginning of the restructuring process. Rena, who wasn't officially involved in any of the company's operations, left the room to tour the city after pecking Aaron's cheek.
Let's begin, he said.
Chapter 278: Restructuring and Reprogramming. With Aaron's words, the meeting started and Nova immediately materialized in front of them. She sat in her chair as she took the position of secretary, but also the restructuring project manager. Let's start by listing the companies and what they've been doing before I explain the reconstruction plan. That way it'll make sense. First is GIA Technologies, which introduced Gaia OS, Pangea, Bug Zapper, and a hit game to the world. It was also the first company Aaron built and later incorporated a law firm, which still acts as the company's legal department. Next is Connect, LLC, which has been providing internet, electricity, water, sewage services, and transportation throughout Eden. Then there's Hephaestus Heavy Industries, which is responsible for the production of all physical products that all the companies need. And last, but not least, is Helios Energy, which has been awarded the contract to extract and refine the crude oil deposits in Eden and Hesperia. In order to manage the security of Eden, Hesperia, and the rest of the companies, Ares Security, LLC, was established. Nova had listed the current companies under Aaron and delineated their areas of responsibility in a succinct, easy-to-understand fashion. Everyone nodded as they listened and looked at the display screen next to her that showed infographics on each company as she mentioned them. That's our current list of properties, but the bloat and redundancy is beginning to grow. So to combat that, I suggest a restructuring as follows. Aaron handed everyone a folder, so they could follow along with the presentation in hard copy form. First, Connect, LLC will become Connect Enterprises and divest the departments that aren't administrative, such as human resources. They'll also take over the legal and IT departments from GIA Technologies. Connect, LLC will be renamed Connect Enterprises and act as a parent company for the rest of our companies, which will operate as incorporated subsidiaries. So GIA Technologies will become GIA Technologies Incorporated and will be responsible for the software and hardware product sales, including BugZapper, Gaia OS, Pangea, and GIA Games. They'll also absorb the internet utility from Connect and launch GIA Broadband. Helios Energy will become Helios Energy and Utilities Incorporated and will be responsible for oil extraction and refining, as well as delivering utilities to customers, like electricity, water, and waste disposal. Hephaestus Heavy Industries will become Hephaestus Industries and Manufacturing Incorporated and will be responsible for manufacturing any product required or designed by the other companies under the Connect umbrella. They'll also be in charge of land speculation and development, as well as construction. Ares Security, LLC will become Ares Security Solutions Incorporated and will provide security services to all of our companies, as well as armed forces, mercenary companies, and private security for high-value individuals, she said. Essentially, all of the administrative departments in each company would be divested and taken over by Connect, which would in turn divest their utility and rail divisions, becoming a centralized administrative resource for all of the subsidiary companies under it. In addition to those changes, Nova continued, there will be a few more companies incorporated under the Connect umbrella. First is Hermes Incorporated, which will be an import-export company responsible for bulk international freight as well as shipping within Eden and Hesperia. They'll be taking over the rail network that Connect will divest as well. Next is Plutus Ventures Incorporated. It'll be a venture capital and hedge fund that'll provide macro and micro loans, either as venture capital or angel investing. They'll be the ones responsible for all financial aspects of the companies under the Connect umbrella. Then comes Icarus Airlines Incorporated. That'll be our passenger airline and low-volume, high-value shipping service. It'll operate out of our new airport here in Eden as its main hub. There are a few more companies we'll be launching and incorporating under the Connect umbrella, namely Asclepius Biotechnology Incorporated and the SIAS Foundation. Asclepius Biotechnology Incorporated will be our medical research branch. There, we'll research and develop medicines and medical hardware. They'll also operate a number of teaching hospitals, local clinics, and a medical school. And last, but certainly not least, is the SIAS Foundation. That'll be our charity company, as well as endowment management. They'll fund and operate private schools at every level, from pre-kindergarten all the way through university, including postdoctoral degree programs. They'll also be in charge of managing a charity fund whose purpose is to uplift and increase the standards of living in rural, poor, and underserved areas around the world, Nova finished. Aaron, Felix, and Sarah watched as the AR display popped up infographics for each of the new companies, then read through the hard copy reports in front of them. Nova had only outlined general responsibilities, and all three of those who were physically present in the room were interested in the intricate details. Silence descended in the room as they pondered the things that would happen if they were to go forward with the plan. Since it'll increase efficiency and cut costs, I don't see why it shouldn't be adopted. What do you think, Felix? Sarah said. I just have a few questions about the new companies, he said. Ask away, Nova said, welcoming the questions. Based on your presentation, you mentioned other companies would be created. Does that mean they already have products to release, or would they be incorporated later? He asked. His main focus was on Asclepius Biotechnology, a company that he had little to no information about. He had his guesses, but wanted to know exactly what it was. Asclepius Biotechnology will deal with everything about life, from food to medicine and everything in between. Initially, though, it'll focus on improving the health of Edenians. We have a promise to keep about healthcare, after all. Once that standard is raised, we'll introduce cures to most of the currently incurable diseases, like certain cancers and chronic or seasonal illnesses like the common cold and flu. In the future, they'll produce the nutrient solution required for extended stays in the VR pods we're planning on eventually releasing, Nova explained.
What'll happen to my position as the CEO of Connect? I can't imagine having Sarah under me in the chain of command.
He glanced at the person sitting next to Nova.
Let alone Aaron.
He nervously laughed.
Each of you can choose to be the president of any of the companies we'll have under Connect Enterprises,
Aaron said. He wanted to keep his friends around him more than he needed their expertise anymore, since he could be made an expert in any field at a moment's notice. Perhaps he had needed their help at one point, but currently he kept them around out of sentimentality, and for the same reason Roman emperors and commanders kept Auriga slaves. Ed note, and Auriga was the slave who, historians believe, would whisper, memento mori, into the ears of powerful Roman authorities, such as the emperor, senators, legates, and even gladiatorial champions, to remind them that they weren't perfect and were only human.
I've always been interested in building things. Remember my Lego collection?
Felix chuckled.
So I guess I'll take Hephaestus. I'll stick with GIA,
Sarah said.
How about the stock market? Shouldn't we create an exchange to facilitate the buying and selling of shares in the country? That would give us quite a bit of power over the companies here.
Sarah recalled the profit that the NYSE and NASDAQ were raking in. Many people even thought of them as government entities, despite them being privately owned companies.
We're still waiting for the government to implement regulations in terms of securities exchange before we can consider entering that market,
Aaron said.
Once they do, we can cooperate with the Rothschilds, which will give us an immediate legitimacy in the field. There's also the banking issue, but basically, at the moment, it all boils down to one thing. Eden is simply too poor right now to make the securities exchange business viable.
Felix raised his hand and asked,
So who's going to head up the rest of the companies? Sarah's keeping GIA, and I'm taking over Hephaestus, so I hope you aren't planning on us being the presidents of everything.
He was a little bit worried and wondering if there would be enough hours in the day for all the work he would have to do if that were the case. Aaron just gave him a slightly evil smirk.
Right.
Felix nervously snickered.
You're right.
Aaron laughed, amused by his nervous friend's expression. Felix heaved a sigh of relief and shot an annoyed glance that implied payback at his friend.
Who'll be running them then?
Sarah asked, curious at what Aaron would come up with. She was sure that the people who would be chosen as presidents of the new companies would need to be made aware of the VR world and have their own set of glasses, at least, to facilitate the smooth operation of the new companies. There was no other way to effectively interface with the AIs, after all.
You know about personality adjustments, right?
Aaron asked, despite knowing that they knew. He was priming them for the next bit of information. When they nodded, he continued,
After hundreds of thousands of personality reformations performed on our soldiers, in order to make them more effective, but also prevent them from revealing the existence of VR, we discovered that we could entirely change a person's personality if we wanted. Furthermore, we can implant an AI of our own design into them, essentially replacing the person they once were,
Aaron said. Sarah and Felix felt a slight chill run down their spines at the idea, having heard it for the first time since he hadn't told them about the Vlad M.R. incident.
So a thought occurred to me. Why don't we use that tech to hijack the bodies of deserving criminals? We'd technically be rehabilitating them and turning them into productive members of society that way. Plus, we'd be filling high-level holes in our human resources department, making it a two birds, one stone kind of deal.
Aaron had just dropped a massive nuclear info bomb on his friends, and though he looked confident on the outside, he nervously awaited their responses. Chapter 279: The Evil Thoughts of Good People. Silence was the only response Aaron received from the other two people in the room as they contemplated his idea and attempted to come to terms with it. It was their first time facing such a morally gray decision. And although many people who'd reached the lofty heights of the three people in the meeting room had done so after many despicable deeds, neither Sarah nor Felix had ever had to make a choice like the one before them. They had been given their high and mighty positions simply because of their friendship with Aaron and his trust in them. They were the only two that had stayed by his side besides his family, when everyone else had abandoned him during the Rotem Morgan debacle, after all. Thus, they had never been faced with such difficult decisions before. They were completely unlike Aaron, who'd had to deal with the death of all the people that had died in the Eden-Hesperia War. That said, he had only managed to overcome that without any significant guilt thanks to the system doing all the hard work in the background and adapting his personality. But at the time, he hadn't realized what was happening, nor did he think it was strange to feel no guilt over the conflict. Instead, he had found it justifiable, as the Hesperians were standing against him and interfering with his goals.
But wouldn't that attract too much attention? If someone that, as you said, is deserving of death immediately got a position of power in one of your companies, wouldn't it negatively affect your image? You'd also bear the hatred of those who were previously harmed by those criminals,
Felix mused. He had thought about it, not from the perspective of the criminals in question, but from the people that would be affected by the choice.
For them to earn legitimacy, they'll need to be from the industry in question. So they'll already have a bad reputation, but can't be in prison. So I think I have the same question as Felix.
Sarah had reached the same conclusion as Felix.
But do they really have to be from the industries in question? I've already created a precedent of making people CEOs no matter their age or experience. So what's different about making underqualified people presidents of a subsidiary company?
Aaron said, pointing at them as the main examples of that precedent.
We can be explained by people investigating our past, as they'll discover that we're your friends. They might come to the conclusion that we were your only choice at that time, since you couldn't trust anyone but us with your money due to our history,
Sarah said. She couldn't deny that her position was entirely due to nepotism, though she at least had somewhat of a background in business management. But who in their right mind would be dumb enough to entrust such a huge business to a newly graduated student?
It also might make our companies a target for the people they might have harmed. That won't be good, because as far as I remember, we've already got quite a big target on our back. The Morgans alone are looking for anything they can use to attack us,
Felix added, reminding Aaron of the Morgans, who were weirdly quite determined to bring them down. And their silence only indicated that they were planning something devastating.
That's true,
Aaron agreed. Why don't we find someone who has a good reputation in those fields, but isn't president material yet? We could also filter them out based on their position and drive. We'd look for people who can give up anything to achieve their goals. That way, we wouldn't need to do more than just slight personality adjustments to guarantee loyalty and confidentiality, Nova interjected. She was talking about making the potential presidents sign a runic contract to avoid future problems, something he hadn't used since the VR reprogramming had started being widely implemented. But she wasn't willing to allow anyone into Aaron's inner circle that had even the remotest possibility of being a backstabber in the future, and the personality adjustments weren't quite as ironclad as runic contracts. At least, not as new as the technology was now, anyway. Perhaps they would be an option in the future, but she was focusing on the now.
I think that'd work best for our image, while also allowing us to gain quite willing and hard workers,
Sarah said. She was completely ignoring the morality of the so-called mild personality manipulation. Looks like my friends are growing up, Aaron thought as he realized they were slowly becoming capable of making tough decisions, at least as long as they had solid reasons behind them.
Let's go with that, then. Nova, you can start looking for people who fit the description,
he said, putting a start to the search for specific kinds of people. He would wait for a few options to be found before he decided which among them would luck out and receive the offer of their lives. Yes, sir, Nova said, and a portion of her computing power immediately got to work as she used Pangea for the task. It had long become the most used social media app and had more daily users than even YouTube. Pangea topped them by about 200 million more daily users.
Now that that's solved, we need to come up with a decision on when and where we'll build the new conglomerate headquarters,
Aaron said, moving on to the next topic. Then he noticed the strange looks on his friends' faces and asked,
"You two look like you've got fish bones stuck in your throats. Spit it out. What's wrong?"
Sarah and Felix looked at each other, communicating without words. Then Sarah asked,
"You haven't adjusted us, have you?" "Of course not,"
Aaron said.
"You two are my oldest, closest, and best friends, and I completely trust the both of you. Now let's get back on topic. There's still a lot to do today."
Felix cleared his throat.
"Since the new HQ can't be at the city center, how about we build it close to one of the ports and surround it with a company town for our workers to live in if they want?"
Felix proposed. That would be his dream, as well as a heaven for the workers.
"I suggest we build it on an island instead,"
Sarah chimed in, only changing where it would be built. Instead of near one of their ports, she thought it would be better to build on another island.
"Let's see the proposals and plans Nova comes up with before making a decision between them,"
Aaron said, leaving Nova to come up with plans based on his friend's suggestions before they come to a decision on where to build. "Can I also include my suggestion in those proposals?" she asked.
"Sure, since it'll increase the options we have, and also might have an insight we forgot to take into consideration."
Aaron completely trusted Nova and wouldn't treat her as a simple worker or servant. The meeting continued as the three friends hashed out the details on what would be the most important place on Earth in the future. While Aaron continued his meeting, Rena was in the middle of a phone call. Her father had called, asking why she wasn't returning home and spending her time in Eden instead.
"Father, I don't really have to be there for the work to get done. I can give all the orders remotely and have been doing it for quite a while without a problem,"
she said.
"Are you seeing someone there?"
he asked. He'd had his suspicions for some time, but couldn't find any proof. Nothing had been made very obvious between Rena and Aaron, and he wouldn't send a private investigator to investigate his daughter and heir, as it would only show he didn't trust her.
"Yes,"
she replied. It was time for her to just reveal the truth and let the chips fall where they may. She wasn't worried about her father's approval anymore, nor did she think it was necessary in modern times. She received nothing but silence in reply, and it stretched for quite some time. Chapter 280 Meet the Parents?
"Who is he?"
Rita's father asked.
"You know him, Father,"
she said. She didn't need to mention Aaron's name, as she was sure her father would know who she was talking about.
"You know that isn't how our family does things, right?"
Her father was slightly displeased about her course of action going against their traditions.
"I know,"
she replied. She wasn't even planning on trying to explain, since, like Aaron, she hated lying when there was no reason to. There was silence from the other side of the phone once again. Rena's father hadn't expected her to be so bold, but realized that she was serious about her relationship.
I feel safe around him, and he's someone who was on my side even when I was in a difficult time,
she continued after a while. Aaron was very important to her.
But,
as the family head was about to say something about Aaron's low-class upbringing, he remembered that he had no right to lecture her daughter after having allowed her brother to marry her off to a scumbag like Rotem. Rotem was from a mere branch of the Morgans, which was even an enemy family. At the time, he had justified that decision by telling himself that he hadn't broken any rules, but he still felt like it would be hypocritical of him to lecture her about Aaron now.
You'd better bring him to meet me. Then I'll decide what to do about your relationship,
he sighed. That was as far as he could compromise on the matter. The compromise brought a smile to Rena's face, since if she were ever to be put in a situation where she had to choose between Aaron and her family, she would choose Aaron without a second thought. She didn't agree to bring him without question, though, and replied,
"Yes, I'll tell him and let you know what he says." Ha!
A disappointed, but interested, sigh came from the other end of the phone before it hung up with a click. Rena's father had mixed feelings about her situation. He was disappointed that his daughter had been stolen from him, but at the same time, he was interested in the person who could make her behave like that. Rena put down the phone and heaved a sigh of relief, thanking God that the worst outcome hadn't happened. If it had, and she chose Aaron over her family, it would mean that two behemoth families, the Rothschilds and the Morgans, would be his enemies. One Morgan family was enough. Even so, if the worst ever did happen, America would suffer for it. She knew her home country could never face her boyfriend on an even playing field, and would only lose miserably if they were to come into conflict with him. Putting her phone back into her purse, she rose from the chair she was sitting in and headed to the meeting room. Ava had told her that the meeting was coming to an end.
"Did you wait long?"
Aaron asked as she met him at the door of the meeting room.
"No, I just finished checking out the building when Ava told me your meeting was almost over,"
she answered as she hugged him and waved to Felix and Sarah. They were still in the meeting room, planning to continue their discussion about the upcoming product launch. It was likely going to break records and even topple the first iPhone product launch.
"Good, then let's hurry. We promised to meet Mom and Dad for lunch,"
Aaron said. He took her hand and walked to the waiting elevator to leave the building.
"Now that you mention fathers, mine said he wants to meet you. He called earlier, and I told him I had a boyfriend,"
Rena said with a serious face. Aaron froze, causing Felix, Nova, and Sarah to laugh. They had heard Rena's confession and found it hilarious that Aaron was going to have a meet the parents moment with the Rothschilds. The pause was momentary, so short that only those who had received enhancements would notice it. Aaron returned to his normal state and turned to Rena with a smile on his face.
"Sure, no problem. Is there a specific date that I have to be there?"
he asked.
"No, he just wants us to visit when we're free,"
she answered as they continued their walk to the elevator.
"That's good, then. I think we should go after the product launch."
Aaron wanted to impress his future father-in-law with at least a few accomplishments, and the timing was about right. Rena understood his reasoning, so she smiled and said,
"I'll tell him you agreed to come, then."
"Uh-huh." Meanwhile, in the Rothschild compound's family head mansion, Rena's father was sitting with his phone in his hand as he called for his secretary. The secretary came to the room as fast as he could, barely managing to maintain his dignity.
"Sir, you called for me?"
he said after entering the office.
"I need you to bring me every bit of information you can find on Aaron Michael,"
he said. He wanted to know the history of the man his daughter seemed to have taken a fancy to.
"Yes, sir."
The secretary immediately left the room, not caring why he would even want the information about that person at all. Let's see who you really are, he thought. Once he knew everything about Aaron, he would decide whether or not to interfere in his daughter's relationship. Not just anyone was worthy of being a Rothschild, after all, but if Aaron was, the family head would be happy for his daughter. He was feeling very tired at the moment due to being swamped with work, as it was the start of a very tumultuous and important period in the U.S. government, and a moment which would decide the level of influence they would have in the government for the next 4 years. A presidential election was nearing, hence requiring him to do his best to ensure their candidate wins the election, as losing meant the presidential power will be going to the Morgans, which was something he didn't want to happen. To rejuvenate himself, he left his office and headed to see his wife, whom he dearly loved. His relationship was quite different from a normal marriage between big families, who consider weddings more of a business transaction than anything else. Chapter 281, Agent Orange. Player 2 has entered the game. At the Mar-a-Lago golf course, a controversial figure known for his blonde hair and very orange skin was golfing in his signature white shirt and white shorts, uncaring about all the turmoil he had caused when he'd announced the controversial idea of banning Muslims from entering the United States. It wasn't the first controversy he had created, and it would be far, far from the last. Just as he was about to hit the golf ball, his pocket started vibrating. He halted his swing and answered his phone, since anyone who could call him on this particular phone was someone who warranted an immediate answer.
"Hello,"
he greeted after he looked at who the caller was. The name made him smile.
"Hello, how's our next president doing?"
came a voice from the other side of the call.
"George, what caused you to call me in the middle of the afternoon? You know I should be working hard on my campaign,"
replied the man. He was knowingly lying through his teeth despite knowing the other person knew what he was doing. They had eyes everywhere.
"I called because my father wants to see you this evening. Can you make it?"
George said after their short greetings.
"I'll make it even if I have to cancel some appointments. I can't disappoint him at all,"
the man replied. Then the two chatted for a while before the call ended. The orange man in white golf clothes returned to the game that had been interrupted by the phone call. He punted the ball, sending it into the air, and straight off the course into the rough. That evening, George welcomed the man he'd had a conversation with earlier that afternoon.
"I'm not late, right? Since I'm not the president yet, I can't really avoid the traffic,"
the man joked as he shook hands with George, then followed him into the mansion for the meeting. Later, after they'd had dinner and finished their small talk, they moved to the family head's room to continue. The two men greeted a third in a serious tone, appropriate for the sober atmosphere.
"So when will you start using your power to support me in my bid for president?"
the orange man asked. His goofy behavior was usually only on display when he was making speeches on the campaign trail. They were inevitably riddled with misinformation, but it seemed like he was an entirely different person in the face of the real power of the person in this particular room.
"I'm pretty sure we've already been supporting you for quite a while. We've already been helping you shape the narrative around many of your scandalous acts,"
Aubrey answered in the same serious manner.
"That isn't enough at all. I didn't think your family had fallen so far, to the point of only being capable of supporting me that much.
Trump said in a slightly mocking tone. He wasn't satisfied by the support from the Morgans at all. George, hearing the tone in which Trump said those words, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Trump had just kicked the bull's balls by saying that to the Morgan family head. The reaction from Aubrey wasn't different from what George expected at all, as he opened his mouth and said,
"It seems like people are starting to forget who we really are, if even you, who we've decided to support, think that we don't have the same pull we once had."
His voice was sepulchrally chilly. Trump thought to himself, looks like using his ego to force him to increase investment in my campaign backfired. He belatedly realized what he had risked by provoking Aubrey Morgan. Aubrey continued,
"The only reason I decided to support you is because I want a president under our control to reduce the power the Rothschilds hold in Congress. But that doesn't mean you're the only option. I can just as easily support Cruz, who's already ahead of you. The only reason I haven't is because he's already covered in Rothschild fingerprints, and you aren't. But that doesn't mean I can't fix him and ditch you if you become useless to me. Just because we decided to treat you with a modicum of respect doesn't mean you aren't a piece of shit or that we can't live without you. We don't need you, but you need us. Just your stupidity over the last 2 years alone can bury you under so much controversy that you'll suffocate in the deepest, darkest hole the law can bury your orange ass in."
Aubrey took a deep breath to regain his composure, which had been shaken by Trump's earlier disrespect. It was unbecoming of a Morgan to be so crude in their speech.
"You either take what we give you and do what we order, or you don't think about entering politics at all. Am I understood?"
he asked. They truly didn't need Trump, and Aubrey, in particular, was beginning to believe that he may become more liability than asset down the line. Currently, his biggest value was that nobody would ever believe the Morgans would work with a person like him, beneficial to them or not. His loose cannon attitude was completely contrary to the absolute control that a man like Aubrey Morgan demanded from situations he chose to involve himself in.
"Yes, sir."
Trump could only bow his head and realize his mistake. He had been made complacent by the level of respect he'd previously been shown by the Morgan family head.
"It seems I've misspoken. Please forgive my words. I had no intention of disgracing you at all."
Despite his flaws, Trump did have one decent quality. He had a certain low, animal cunning and viciousness that made him uniquely suited to disrupt the status quo.
"Since it's the first time, I won't hold it against you. But pull anything like that in the future, and you have many more companies that can suddenly go bankrupt. Keep that in mind,"
Aubrey said. He was unwilling to give the man in front of him any more face.
"Thank you,"
Trump said. He held this most recent grudge inside him and didn't show it at all, though he promised himself he would settle it in the future when he was the president.
"Now that we've resolved the misunderstanding, let's move on to the main topic of how we're going to get you elected."
Aubrey immediately moved on, disinterested in prolonging the meeting. Hearing his father say that, George immediately picked up the folders near him, handed them to Trump, and began introducing their contents.
"Our support will start from influencing the public through Fox News, Breitbart, and other right-wing media outlets, but the tone won't change at first. The media will gradually support you over the rest of the candidates, and we'll make sure that we only pick clowns that you can easily beat so as to not raise suspicions," George began. He pointed Trump toward each page and introduced them one by one, showing in detail what the Morgans promised in terms of campaign support. It included everything from poll numbers and manipulation to undermining his fellow candidates, giving him more airtime on the media, and even went so far as to include opposition research, Oppo, on everyone involved in the 2016 general election, including the Democrats as well as those the Rothschilds had propped up on each side.
No major family would ever choose only one candidate or side in order to hedge their bets and ensure they came out as the ultimate winners. When Trump saw the proposal, just the first page alone was enough to cause a smile to appear on his face. It was the level of support he had been expecting from such a prominent family. Chapter 282: The Reason. Satisfied with Trump's reaction, George continued the summary.
We won't start with high-profile endorsements, but they'll go up in value along with the increase in your poll numbers. Your first endorsement will come from Sarah Palin, the former governor of Alaska and 2008 Republican vice presidential nominee.
When Trump heard the name, he knew that they weren't messing around at all. And that was just the first in a long line of endorsements to come.
She'll officially endorse you at a rally in Iowa, which should be, I think, on January 19th. That's about 3 weeks from now, and a few days after the 6th Republican primary debate, he continued. In February, which should be the month you start overtaking Ted Cruz in the polls, the New Jersey governor, Chris Christie, will start endorsing you after your wins. Isn't he a candidate? And quite critical of me, as well,
Trump interrupted. He wasn't sure if he had misheard something or not.
Yes. He'll drop out of the race next month and endorse you along with former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer, Maine Governor Paul LePage, and former Massachusetts Senator Scott Brown.
George gave him a look and continued.
In March, Ben Carson will also suspend his campaign and do the same, but that'll be after Jeff Sessions.
He continued mentioning all the high-profile people who would be endorsing Trump to help increase his reach over a larger Republican audience. They aren't fucking around at all, Trump thought. He realized that they hadn't been doing much at first because they were preparing for a big push in the beginning of 2016. And with them starting a rumor about Hillary Clinton's private email server, she was the Democratic candidate the Rothschilds were supporting. There would surely be an investigation into it that would heavily impact her campaign. The Morgans themselves had hedged their bets on the Democratic side of the aisle as well, and gone with the same strategy of supporting someone nobody would have believed they would ever support, the independent senator of Vermont, Bernie Sanders. But that would be a battleground for others. Trump only had to concern himself with the Republican primary election, where his most likely opponent would be the Rothschild-backed Republican Ted Cruz. George continued his explanation of how the Morgans would be supporting Trump, who remained quiet throughout. He would ask his questions after the Morgan heir finished.
About Fox. I don't think it'll be possible to get their support. Roger Ailes doesn't seem too keen on me or my candidacy, he said.
He was mostly sure that they might have missed that in all the planning, but he wanted to be completely sure.
You don't have to worry about that. You know what they say, there's no such thing as bad press. As long as your name is mentioned, I'm sure a branding expert like yourself knows what'll happen. If he tries to stifle news about you, we can just replace him,
George answered. It was like he was talking about firing a normal factory line worker, not the chairman of a giant media conglomerate like Fox News. That was when Trump realized the full scale of the power the Morgans held. They were in such a lofty position that they could just remove the chairman of a huge company like it was nothing.
Can you tell me what you really want from me after I win? I need to prepare for it, he said.
He knew they hadn't told him everything, but he didn't care. If their goals didn't align with his, he wouldn't hesitate to cut them down after he won. His victory was never in question in his own mind. If the Morgans wanted something too heinous, he believed he could even kick them to the curb and win the election without them. Instead of George, Aubrey opened his mouth and said,
A decade or so before September 11th, we installed a puppet dictator in Iraq and armed him. Remember when Iraq tried to take over Kuwait? It was around then. Do you remember when a few years after September 11th, Saddam's regime was discovered to have weapons of mass destruction and we took him down? Why do you think we did that? Because you had evidence backing the invasion?
Trump answered. He wasn't sure of his answer, though, as he was sure that the full story hadn't yet been declassified.
That's what most of the world believes, but the truth is that we've been working on making the invasion happen even before then. After September 11th, we needed to show that we still had the biggest stick, so we used that stick to beat down the Taliban. But that proved insufficient, so we needed to use the stick again. We chose to use it on Saddam. We manufactured all kinds of excuses. WMDs just happened to be the one that stuck. After all, why would we really care about backward savages who only had their weapons pointed at themselves and their local rivals?
Aubrey paused, staring straight into Trump's eyes. Trump was a bit surprised to be hearing all of this information. He was positive it was still classified, if it was even known to anyone at all.
But that isn't all there was to it, Aubrey continued. We needed a war long before September 11th, which was why we planted the seed named Saddam. We would harvest that seed later, regardless, but the attack forced our hand. Still, it was beneficial in at least one sense. The long peace had been making it difficult for us to justify maintaining such an enormous military-industrial complex. So we invaded Iraq under the pretense of looking for WMDs, then officially took Saddam down after our inspections provoked a violent insurgency aimed at removing his regime from power. And that was only one of the conflicts we brewed in the region. We took down the Taliban, we took down Saddam, we dismantled al-Qaeda, and we took down bin Laden.
Even after all of that, Aubrey hadn't answered Trump's question at all.
Why do you think I told you all that?
He asked. His habit was always to test people to determine their worth coming to action.
Because the reason you're supporting me lies in the explanation,
Trump confidently answered. Aubrey believed that anyone who was smarter than a goldfish could have figured that much out.
And what might that reason be?
He asked.
You need another reason to justify such a huge military budget. People won't ask why so much is necessary if we're fighting a war. Yes, we need wars to justify such a huge budget, and ones where we can exploit the targets afterward to benefit and enrich ourselves too. Our targets need to be selected with care, weak enough to not cause too much damage, but strong enough to warrant our stay in their country for as long as possible under the guise of peacekeeping. And not only that, they have to be rich enough to justify our initial investment.
Aubrey finished with a smile, as he was satisfied by Trump's second answer.
So where's the next target? It can't be another country in the Middle East, and I don't recall any other enemies we can use. Or even anywhere that meets your requirements,
Trump asked.
Eden Esperia.
Aubrey was speaking circles around Trump and leading him to a partially correct belief. Sure, he really wanted to plunder Eden and Esperia's riches, but that was only incidental. What he really desired was to trample them for having the gall to stymie his first attempt. He had seen it as a blow to his honor and a personal affront to him. Chapter 283 Resources, Human and Otherwise. Trump was a bit confused and surprised at the target mentioned by Aubrey. He had never thought of Eden or Esperia being the new targets. The only thing he knew about them was that they were some backward shitholes that didn't even have golf courses. The silence continued for quite a while, as the two Morgans in the room left Trump to digest the information in silence.
Why them?
He asked after the long silence.
Because they have a massive amount of untapped resources, so we stand to benefit the most from those. Plus, they're absolutely weak and the investment won't be that high.
Aubrey answered. He absolutely wouldn't tell Trump his actual reason for choosing the tiny island nations.
Are you opposed?
He asked when he saw the look on Trump's face.
No, I don't really care. I don't care about the reason or how we do things. As long as I can make America great again, I'll support your agenda with all my power when I win the election,
he proclaimed, then laughed.
Besides, they don't even have golf courses.
Good. We've already finished the preparations on our end, so all you have to worry about is campaigning and winning the support of the American people, or at least their votes, Aubrey said, then deftly maneuvered the conversation onto other topics.
See you later,
Trump told George, who had escorted him to the door where his car was waiting for him.
I hope it's in the Oval Office,
George joked. Both men smiled at each other as Trump got into the car he had arrived in. The car left the compound after driving for 10 minutes straight, and after a few more minutes, the smile on Trump's face disappeared, and he moved his mouth into a weird position. It was like his face had become stiff from having to constantly maintain an expression that he wasn't used to making for a long period of time.
They really think they can control me,
he said to himself. He wasn't worried about his driver overhearing him, as the man's family lived in Trump Tower. The minute he betrayed his master, only one end lay in store for all of them: death. Just as he was about to work himself into a swearing fit to vent the anger he had pent up from being insulted by that high-horse asshole, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. He couldn't afford to ignore it, either, as it came on his most important burner phone.
How'd the meeting go?
Asked the voice on the other side of the call.
It went well. And as you said, when I tried poking at their pride, they seemed very upset. I guess they can't handle being belittled,
he said in a mocking tone. His little jab had been an intentional test to see just how much he could get away with. Apparently, the answer was not much.
It was within our range of expectation based on their course of action. Ever since Aubrey became their family head, we've been profiling him. And up until now, our profile has almost never been wrong,
said the voice. The pride they felt in that accomplishment allowed a slight accent to leak through. Even though their English was very fluent, it was obvious that they hadn't been raised in America.
How about you give me a copy for my use to solicit the most support I can get from them? That way, you won't have to risk anything by personally making moves,
Trump said.
Let me remind you of one thing. There are things you can ask for, and things you cannot ask for. Until you win the election, your usefulness to us is limited.
The voice on the phone didn't even have the slightest fluctuation in its tone. It was apparent that the speaker was used to Trump's shenanigans and constant benefit-seeking behavior.
Sure, but make sure you write down everything I want from you, because when I win, I don't want to have to ask again,
Trump replied. If there was one thing he could be sure of, it was that he was always a winner.
Don't worry.
The phone call was abruptly terminated. Trump lowered phone from his ear, said nothing, just looked at it with the same expression he'd had after leaving the Morgan family's compound. Everyone has a use, and the moment their usefulness ends, their fate is to be abandoned. Useless people are nothing but waste, he thought. He put the phone back in his pocket and stared out the tinted window of his car. His mind was in overdrive, but nobody knew what he was thinking. However, judging from the look on his face, it must have been pleasant thoughts. In the Kremlin, Vladimir was walking through the heavily guarded area, carrying a briefcase and wearing a neat, bespoke suit. He strode with measured, confident strides while maintaining a relaxed expression on his face. There was no nervousness at all to be seen anywhere in the man, despite being on his way to meet the president to brief him on the results of his latest mission. When he neared the office, the soldier guarding the door wasted no time and automatically opened it without him even asking. Apparently, he was expected and had been given permission to directly enter.
"Good evening, sirs,"
he greeted in Russian as he put the briefcase on the table. He opened it, pulled out some documents, and handed them out to everyone in the room.
"We've discovered that the Americans and most of the West are in the process of increasing their activity in Ukraine. Other than the non-combat support they've been providing, we expect them to soon send a detachment of their Green Berets to train their army. Along with them will come weapons, so they don't end up crumbling like when we took back Crimea. They'll use Ukraine as a shield against us."
Vladimir began presenting the findings of his recent mission to the people in the room. His professionalism, eloquence, and understanding of the situation impressed the people sitting at the conference table listening to his report. All of his claims were backed up by evidence, whether conclusive or circumstantial, and he even picked up on a few things that many others would have missed if they had been the ones assigned to the mission. Chapter 284: An Evolution in Each Category. When Vladimir finished speaking, everyone in the room had a more detailed understanding of the situation in Crimea.
"Why is he leading an investigation in the field when he's obviously ministerial material?"
Putin asked the head of the FSB. Alexander Bortnikov, the director of the FSB, was in the meeting room with the other ministers of the Russian government in order to debrief Vladimir after his mission. However, he'd never thought he would be put on the spot by being asked a question like that, nor had he expected Vladimir would turn out to be such an effective field agent compared to his previous record.
"He's still under investigation. There was a mess about an FSB agent being kidnapped from their home, and,"
he gestured toward Vladimir,
"that agent is him. He maintains that he doesn't remember anything between the time he was kidnapped and when he woke up in the hospital." "What's your finding in that investigation? I recall that incident happened quite a few months ago, so you should have some kind of result,"
Putin asked.
"Nothing substantial. We can't tell if he was captured and compromised, or if everything's just as he says. So we decided to put him in the field until we know for sure,"
answered Bortnikov.
"It seems like you found nothing then,"
Putin bluntly said. Then he added,
"Bring him to the Kremlin starting next week."
Vladimir had just been promoted from a field agent in Ukraine directly to Putin's inner circle of advisors.
"But sir, there's still a chance that he's been compromised,"
Bortnikov said. He couldn't immediately agree to promoting the man, not when he knew there were still risks, and that Vladimir would be beyond his reach after entering Putin's inner circle.
"Just do it. If we find something later, we can deal with it then,"
Putin said in a tone that brooked no arguments.
"Yes, sir,"
Bortnikov said. Putin had put down his foot, and he would risk his directorship if he were to argue the point any further. And if he displeased his leader, he risked being quietly disappeared to some gulag in Siberia that nobody, not even him, knew about. The debriefing continued as the ministers, military leaders, and intelligence analysts raised questions for Vladimir to answer. Half an hour later, Vladimir was in a private meeting with Putin and Bortnikov.
"I was quite impressed by the level of information you found and the way you presented it,"
Putin said as he maintained eye contact with Vladimir, who had yet to receive permission to sit.
"Thank you, sir,"
Vladimir replied neither arrogantly nor humbly.
"That's why I asked for you to be moved to the Kremlin. I have a perfect use for a detail-oriented person like you. Are you up for it?"
Putin offered. If Vladimir declined, he would just order him to do the job anyway. Nobody he wanted could ever escape his grasp.
"Thank you for the opportunity, sir,"
Vladimir replied. He sounded like he was holding back his excitement.
Good. Bordnikov will brief you on your new task and who your new team will be. Make sure you don't disappoint me.
Before waiting for a reply, Putin stood and walked out the door, leaving Vladimir behind for the head of the FSB to brief him on his task. Bordnikov wasted no time in introducing Vladimir's new task to him. It marked the beginning of the soon-to-be ex-spies climb up the Russian government ladder. Meanwhile, in Eden, the restructuring of Aaron's companies was put into effect without any announcement being made to the public. The new companies were registered, the incorporation of the old companies was registered, and divisions were divested and picked up as the internal reshuffling took place. Everything was done in plain sight, but only for those who cared to look for it. It wasn't until people noticed the changes on the company's websites or the new names on their utility and internet bills that they realized what had happened. Just those subtle changes were enough to make them realize the companies were connected. They may not know exactly what the corporate structure was, or at least they wouldn't know without actively looking for it, but what was obvious was that Aaron was among the leadership. That much was obvious. The new name on their internet bills was his own personal company, GIA Technologies. The intricate web of connections was only further deepened in their minds when Connect and Hephaestus released a joint press conference announcing that Felix was stepping down as CEO of Connect and taking up the position of president of Hephaestus Industries, Incorporated. The internet immediately exploded, with conspiracy theorists crowing the accuracy of their conjectures from the proverbial rooftops. The link between Connect GIA and Hephaestus was now confirmed, which meant Helios had also been a part of it all along. The resulting war of words caused the websites that tried guessing Aaron's net worth to more than double the amount, from 30 to 65 billion, making him not only the youngest self-made billionaire, but also one of the richest people in the world. But while all that speculation was taking place, neither Aaron, Felix, nor Sarah cared enough to even make an announcement. And even if they did, they didn't have the time, as they were busy preparing for the product launch that would be happening soon. Currently, they were in a meeting in VR for full-scale demonstrations of the new tech that was slated for release. But first, there was another pressing matter that needed to be addressed. The list is out, and here's the people who are highly likely to agree to our offer. They're in very desperate positions, so they'll agree even if they know what'll happen to them, Nova said, materializing profiles of the people and the industries they specialized in. She organized the lists so each of the candidates were sorted into the newly founded companies. They were all fairly unknown people, making them perfect candidates to join Aaron's conglomerate. Not surprising in the least was that they all had families that were in very precarious positions as well. Some had wives that had left them, others were on the verge of divorce, and there were even a few with other difficulties, such as long-term, chronic illnesses or other disabilities. There was even one on the list that had an abusive spouse, but couldn't leave them out of fear for their life. As Aaron read the profiles, he couldn't help but feel bad for all of them. But that was all he felt for them, pity. The same could be said for his friends as they joined him in silently reading the profiles. All three of them had the ability to separate emotion from proper business. The candidates are all people with some level of knowledge in their field, and they're all desperate enough to agree to our offer. Their individual situations should make it easy enough to convince any of them, Aaron said when he finished reading the profiles. He didn't know what to think about his slowly diminishing capacity for empathy. It just seemed normal to him, thanks to his recent developments. Emotions are one of humanity's weaknesses, but also our strongest motivation, he continued. He had realized that his reaction to everything in front of him was different than what one would expect from a normal, human, and finally noticed the impact of his evolution. It was a truly mysterious thing, being able to separate emotion from action, and he would need to reflect on how and why it happened. His current hypothesis was that his emotions would be numbed if they were deemed harmful at any given time. But the question remained, who, or what, was the one that made that call? His friends continued reading, but they were slightly more normal in their reactions to the situations of the profiled individuals. They were fundamentally different from Aaron, who had the ability to completely separate his two halves. Felix and Sarah could only try their hardest to achieve that. At least for now, anyway. Chapter 285: The Days of Their Lives. As Aaron and his friends continued their decision-making process, the people whose lives they were deciding were busily trudging along in their day-to-day lives. All they had were their aspirations, dreams, and the hope of a better, or vengeful, future. That was what forced them to keep moving forward despite their difficult lives. Robert Watson, a British immigrant to America, was one of the people on the list in Aaron and his friends' hands. Currently, he was in a conference room with his lawyer. On the opposite side of the table from them was a woman wearing almost comically thick makeup. She was dressed in a leopard print top that clashed with a wide, hot pink belt, a tight purple skirt that only came halfway down her thighs, flesh-colored stockings, and bright red stiletto heels with a 4-inch shiny chrome spike. She had bubblegum pink hair styled to the nines cascading over her shoulders, and on the table in front of her was an enormous bag covered in the Louis Vuitton LV logo, as if she was afraid anyone wouldn't know it was expensive. The rest of her clothes were obviously branded as well. Sitting next to her was a man in his late 20s that looked like a Ken doll, wearing a bespoke suit. He had a million-watt smile and a face that had been plastered on bus benches all over Los Angeles. He was a divorce attorney, and his name was known far and wide as an unethical shark more than anything else. Robert had a morose expression on his face, but the woman sitting across from him was giving him a mocking smirk. The silence was broken as Robert's lawyer said, "Thank you for coming today. We're here to discuss the division of assets in the Watson v. Watson divorce case. Let's get to work, since no one in this room wants to be here any longer than we actually have to. Robert, please begin." As Robert opened his mouth to speak, the Ken doll on the other side of the table interrupted. "Hold on there. Lisa has a few things she'd like to say first." Before Robert or his lawyer could say anything, she opened her mouth and, in a shrill voice, began speaking. "The law entitles me to half of everything you have, but you're gonna give me more or else." "Or else what, Lisa?" Robert tiredly said. His voice was hoarse and low, and exhaustion was writ across his face in big, bold letters. "Or else I'll go to the newspaper. Your precious reputation will be trashed. You owe me. I was the prom queen in high school and all of my friends married up, but instead of marrying a senator or a CO, I married a pathetic sack of shit like you. I was stupid to ever think you would amount to anything at all, so you owe me everything for the youth I wasted on you. Now how am I supposed to support myself, eh? You think all this," she gestured at herself, "is cheap? What kind of man can I find now, eh?" "Oh, I don't know, Lisa. Maybe pick from one of the ones you cheated on me with." "Well, if you weren't such a miserable failure, I wouldn't have cheated on you." "You?" Robert couldn't help but clench his fists under the table, close his eyes, and take a slow, deep breath. In a monotone, he continued, "You don't get it, do you? Most of what I had, I earned before the marriage, and you're not entitled to any of it." "Oh, I don't remember signing a prenup. So let's just go to court then, Bobby.
I'm sure you'll be happy to keep everything but your reputation, you spousal rapist. Yeah, I'll tell them you raped me, Lisa said with a self-satisfied smirk on her face. She had wasted the best years of her life married to the man across from her, and not a single one of her many lovers over the years was capable of supporting her in a manner she would like to become accustomed to. Sure, maybe they could afford one luxury bag or a dress. Her outfit that day had been given to her by no less than 4 different men, for instance, but not a single one had the power or the bank account she desired. The back-and-forth argument between Robert and Lisa continued, with both lawyers trying their hardest to get words in edgewise, and just praying that their clients wouldn't say anything incriminating that could be used against them when this divorce inevitably went to trial. Ryan Walker was another person on Aaron's list. Currently, he was laying in an adjustable bed in the living room of a small downtown apartment. The sounds and smells of low-income urban living drifted in the open window along with a shaft of light that illuminated the dust floating through the air. It wasn't an unusual scene, as he was always either in this bed or in his electric wheelchair. That was a customized prison, just like his bed, as the only things he could move were his face and a single finger. He spent most of his time on the internet, trying to chase away the shame of being unable to provide for his wife. They had promised to support each other through school, but after she finished supporting him, and before she could finish her degree, he had slipped on a patch of icy sidewalk on his way home from work one night and fell directly into the path of an oncoming snowplow. The city was as sympathetic as they could be, considering it was a no-fault accident, and had covered his medical expenses and enough for them to at least subsidize their living expenses for a few years. But as he couldn't work, his wife, Amanda, could only drop out of college to take care of him. Luckily for him, Gaia OS was capable of accommodating his disabilities, enough so that he could earn a meager income editing web novels for indie authors. It wasn't much, but it was honest work, though it was a complete waste of his master's degrees in biophysics and neurobiology from Cornell University. He used to run drug trials for AstraZeneca, but that was obviously out of the question now. A few minutes later, keys jingled and a beautiful woman walked in the front door. She was wearing jeans that had all the color washed out of them, and a loose, long-sleeved t-shirt with a logo that was so faded it couldn't be made out anymore. Her rich brown hair was in a ponytail that flowed out of her baseball cap and down her back to her shoulder blades like Willy Wonka's chocolate river. She was carrying 2 paper bags full of groceries and mincing her way through the cluttered, cramped living room toward the kitchen. She set the bags down on the counter, then gave Ryan a kiss on each cheek and his forehead. "Good morning, Starshine. The sun says hello," she chirped. It seemed she was just the kind of naturally upbeat, happy person that couldn't be brought down even if a mountain landed on her shoulders. Ironically, that upbeat attitude only made Ryan feel even worse. She worked an arm around behind his shoulders and her other under his knee, then slid the hoist under him and lifted him into his chair. Then she moved the attached computer monitor around in front of him where he could see it and turned on the webcam. The AI assistant installed could track his eye movements through it. That was mostly how he managed to browse and work. He immediately got to work as his wife went back to putter around the kitchen. Soon, the inviting smell of bacon and sound of sizzling eggs made its way to his ears along with his wife's humming. A few minutes later, she brought a tray to the living room, loaded with bacon, eggs, fresh hash browns, and French toast, with a glass of fresh squeezed orange juice and one of milk. Ryan wasn't much of a coffee drinker, but he definitely loved OJ. A tear fell from his eye, and Amanda noticed it. "What's wrong, love?" she asked. I just feel like a burden. You supported me all the way through 2 master's degrees, and I couldn't even hold up my end, much less be the breadwinner you deserve. You should have been a museum curator by now, not a night shift cashier at the truck stop. You work so hard to support me. I wouldn't blame you if you went for a divorce. Then you could be happy and baggage-free, maybe even reach your dreams. You could fall in love again with someone who could love you the way you deserve, not a burden you. You shut your mouth right this instant, Ryan Herbert Walker, she interrupted. I love you, not your money, not your degree, and not your job. We're getting along just fine, and I swore before God that we would be together for better or worse. Just because worse happened doesn't mean I love you any less. So you get that thought out of your skull right now, you hear?
Amanda was a lovely soul and could forgive almost anything, but people insulting her husband or talking down about him was a line she couldn't allow anyone to cross. Not even her husband himself.
Yes, dear,
Ryan could only say in a quiet voice as he silently cried. Amanda saw the continuing tears and downcast expression on his face and wrapped him in a hug.
Cheer up, baby. At least now you can say it can't get any worse without making things worse, right? Silver linings and all that.
I swear I will find some way, somehow, someday, to repay this wonderful woman for being the best and brightest part of my life, he thought as he and his wife cried in each other's arms, his breakfast growing cold and forgotten on the tray table next to them. Chapter 286 The Days of Their Lives 2. Rachel Richardson was a logistics manager at the Amazon headquarters in Seattle, Washington. Currently, she was sitting in her office reviewing some paperwork. Her cell phone rang and a jolt passed down her spine. Then she reached in her purse to grab it. Her heart was pounding and her hand shook so bad that, after she got the phone out, she fumbled it and it dropped to the floor. Coincidentally, the phone landed face up, and she saw the name of the caller on the display. Her face paled, and she scrambled out of her chair, then got on her hands and knees and picked up the phone, hitting the button to answer it as fast as she could.
Hello?
She breathlessly said.
The phone rang more than once. Sorry. I dropped it when I was picking it up.
The voice on the other side of the call was silent for some time. Then it said,
Don't let it happen again. I won't,
Rachel said, an obvious quiver in her voice.
I'll be home at 7:30. I want grilled shrimp for dinner. Why, yes. I'll have it on the table and ready when you get home. Good. See that you do.
The call ended with a click. Rachel heaved a sigh of relief and slumped to a sitting position on the floor behind her desk. I am a powerful woman. I am strong. I am worthwhile, she repeated to herself, a mantra that kept her from bursting at the seams every time she heard that man, her husband, speak. She had married young, right out of high school. And things had gone well, at least for the first few years. She went to college and got her degree in logistics from the University of Washington Seattle campus, while her husband had joined her, studying criminal justice at the same campus. The two were wildly in love, and it was the happiest time of her life. She didn't know when, but at some point, things had begun to change. Her husband, Tom, went to the police academy after graduation, while she started a job at a local Amazon warehouse handling logistics. It wasn't a glorious job, nor was it a glorious dream, but Rachel was a very down-to-earth and solid person. She didn't need big dreams, and neither did she have them. Simple dreams, simple pleasures, simple person. Overall, she was content. As long as she had Tom by her side, she would be happy. Or so she thought. Soon after joining the police academy, Tom's temper changed. Where he was once caring, he became cold. Where he was boisterous, he became silent. He would come home at the end of each day in a bad mood and nursing injuries. Whenever Rachel would ask what was wrong, he would only grunt at her to mind her own business. A few days before he graduated from the academy, he hit her for the first time. He was apologetic and swore to never do it again, but he did. And then again and again and again. Soon, Rachel was wearing thick makeup and sunglasses when she left the house to cover her bruises. Her wardrobe changed from sundresses to jeans and long-sleeved shirts. Her relationships with her friends suffered, especially after they saw one of the black eyes she had suffered. She claimed it was an accident and she was just being klutzy. 80% of all accidents happen at home, ha ha, she laughed. Her friends, though, knew better. So she stopped going out with friends. Her friends soon became acquaintances, and lunches became never-kept promises to get together sometime. Outings became phone calls, then texts, then occasional emails. And soon, she was completely isolated. She put all of her passion and energy into her work, and soon rose up the corporate ladder. Tom had done the same. His career as a police officer led him straight up the chain of command, and he had become the chief of Seattle's South Precinct. From the outside, they seemed an idyllic couple. She was a successful corporate officer at one of the biggest corporations in the entire world, and he was a man riding a rocket up the rungs of political power. Nobody would ever have guessed the reality of what went on behind closed doors. But Rachel was one of two women on Aaron's list. She didn't know it yet, but her life was about to undergo a drastic change, and so was her husband's. Elizabeth Opliger, besides being on Aaron's list, was a Swiss grad student at Oxford University. She was working on a postdoctoral degree in their environmental sciences department, and her thesis was about renewable energy and environmental impact. Her thesis advisor, Jacob Kingsley, was a world-renowned scientist and quite a prolific author. His name was on almost too many theses to count, and it covered many fields in the environmental sciences. He seemed to have delved deep into every subject and could be considered something of a modern-day Renaissance man. Elizabeth was in the lab, sitting at a computer and compiling a meta-analysis on a number of studies she had participated in, from her first year of university to the present. A very driven woman, she knew exactly what she wanted to do and had meticulously planned every step. This was the last one, publishing a comprehensive meta-analysis of all the data she had collected over nearly 10 years. Backed by the behemoth Oxford University and the industry titan, Jacob Kingsley, she should have no problem publishing her thesis in a high-impact scientific journal, like Nature Energy, which was issued a CITE score of 81.6 by Scopus. Her second choice, Energy and Environmental Science, only had a CITE score of 54.4, so every advantage she could get working for her was something she would fight for, especially since it would drive her career from that moment forward. Her ultimate goal was to develop alternative, renewable energy sources that were beneficial to the environment in the long term, so she absolutely needed to make a splash the instant she entered the industry.
How close are you to finishing your draft, Liz?
Elizabeth turned around in her chair and saw her thesis advisor.
I'm just about to do my final checks and proofread it. I'll have the draft in your hand by the end of tomorrow,
she said. Professor Kingsley nodded, then put on his suit jacket, picked up his keys, and walked out of the lab. It wasn't unusual for him to leave early and arrive late, which had surprised Elizabeth when she first met him, but she was used to it now. She just assumed that he must be doing all of his research from home, something that quite a few people did now. The next afternoon, she knocked on Professor Kingsley's office door.
"Come in,"
he said from inside. Elizabeth opened the door and walked in, then handed him a USB drive with her draft thesis on it. He plugged it into his computer and verified the file, then said,
"You can go."
Elizabeth nodded, then headed home for the day. Her part of the work was almost finished, a capstone to an academic career spanning 10 very long years. All she had to do now was wait for her thesis advisor to return her draft with remarks, then polish it and submit it to her chosen journals. She heaved a sigh of relief and settled in to wait. Over the next few months, she asked Professor Kingsley when he would be finished reviewing her thesis draft on multiple occasions. He would always brush her off with a murmured, "Soon," and a wave of the hand. The man, who was once so warm to her, seemed to have grown as cold as coffee left on the counter overnight. As the publication date for Nature Energy drew closer, she grew more and more concerned. She had hoped to be published this year, as she was definitely not getting any younger as time passed. She had her life meticulously plotted in 3-year blocks. This was the year she would be published, next year she would begin working, and the year after that she would start the long climb to a management position. Any delay would throw quite a monkey wrench into the finely tuned gears of her life. Time continued to pass, and soon, her copy of Nature Energy arrived. She had nothing better to do but wait for Professor Kingsley to return her thesis, so she idly thumbed through it as she was coming up with new plans for her life. Her original plans were in the gutter now. As she browsed through the journal, she almost missed a rather special thesis contained in it. Almost. But how could she miss the title of a paper she had put nearly 10 years of effort into? She read it closely and was shocked. The thesis she was reading was the one she had planned on submitting to this very same journal. The only difference was the name of the author, Jacob Kingsley, Ph.D. The world spun as all of her plans came crashing down around her. She fell to the floor unconscious. The last man on Aaron's list was laying on a filthy mattress in what could only be very generously considered a shack. His name was Jai Chakrabarty, and it was his 27th birthday. If someone had seen him a few months earlier, they would never have imagined him where he was now, wearing a torn, dirty suit, leather shoes that had all the finish worn off of them, and a pained expression. He was born with a silver spoon and a golden heart, and spent the first 26 years of his life using his father's money to help people less fortunate than him. Then his father, the last remaining member of his family, died. With his father's death came the revelation of a great secret, a connection to the mafia. And not a good one, either. As it turned out, his father had begun building wealth from a loan provided by the mob. One that he hadn't paid back. Instead, he had chosen to purchase a new identity and run with the cash before using it to develop software that he then sold to online betting websites. Now, the mob had caught up to him. Or what was left of him after the car accident, anyway. His picture was next to his obituary in the newspaper, and a mafia soldier had just so happened to see it. Next thing Jai knew, he was answering a loud knock on his door and greeting some very, very large and angry men. It wasn't bad enough that the government had taken almost half of his father's money in the name of estate taxes, or that his father's business partners, the betting websites that operated in the grayest of gray areas, had taken all of the business, but now the mafia had come calling to collect the rest. Jai had had no choice but to give in and give up. His only other option had been too dire to consider. He was lucky that he had been able to keep the clothes on his back. It wasn't that the mob enforcers weren't willing to take them, as the suit he was wearing cost nearly 10,000 rupees, and they definitely hadn't felt sorry for him. It was more that, in giving in and giving up, Jai had signed over all the money he had and immediately run in the opposite direction. Like father, like son, one could say. Both of them were runners. What about the law? The law didn't care. They only protected those who could afford to be protected by them. And Jai was no longer one of those people, but the leaders of the mafia most definitely were. So he did the next best thing. He moved to Rajapur, Punjab, and built a little shack for himself from some corrugated galvanized steel sheet he found at the dump. Another one of his prizes from there was the stained, worn-out mattress he was currently laying on. He hadn't eaten in days, and could only distract himself by plotting vengeance on those that had brought him to this point. The mafia, his father's business partners, and the government of Maharashtra. Oh yes, they would pay. Chapter 287, an offer they shouldn't refuse. Back in the office, Sarah and Felix had just finished reading through the 5 profiles Aaron had shortlisted from Nova's master list. The rest of the names on the list would also receive job offers, but the 5 names on the short list were slated to be the presidents of the new subsidiary companies. Robert Watson, a low-level Boeing executive, would be joining Icarus Airlines as the president. Ryan Walker would be heading up Asclepius Biotechnology, where his experience and connections in the world of big pharma would come in handy. And having been a researcher himself, he wouldn't just be an empty suit executive either. Hermes Incorporated, Aaron's new import-export company, was just waiting for the arrival of Rachel Richardson. She should be able to simply slot into the job, having run the logistics department of a giant like Amazon. Elizabeth Opliger would soon be heading up Helios Energy and Utilities. She didn't know it yet, but she would soon. And Jai Chakrabarty would soon be taking over the charitable branch of Connect, the CS Foundation. Nova herself would continue running Plutus Ventures. No mere human, no matter how enhanced, would be able to replace her in that position.
Since you've read through them, do you two have any objections?
Aaron asked. Sarah and Felix might have found better candidates in the comprehensive list. Neither of them said anything, so Aaron nodded.
Good, it's settled then. Nova, let's get them in for a meeting.
He swiveled his chair around so he could see the large screen on the wall behind him, and Felix and Sarah turned theirs to watch as well. There were 5 live feeds being displayed on the big screen, one from each of the Nix agents Nova had ordered into the field earlier that day. She brought up the first feed, and it filled the entire screen, where a hand was knocking on a door in a hallway.
Come in,
said the voice in the room. The Nix agent entered Rachel's office, then closed and locked the door behind her. She took out a small black cube and set it on the desk, to ensure nobody could listen in on the conversation that was about to take place, then sat in the chair facing the desk and said,
"We need to talk." "About what?"
Rachel asked. The Nix agent began listing the details of Rachel's life, and she grew nervous. She picked up the phone on her desk to call security, but there was no dial tone.
"Don't worry, Mrs. Richardson. I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, it's just the opposite. I'm here to offer you an opportunity, a way to get away from your husband and improve your situation. And all you have to do is agree to a meeting,"
the beautiful agent explained.
"A meeting? With who? And what's that?"
Rachel gestured at the cube the agent had placed on her desk.
That's just a toy to make sure our conversation is and remains private. The meeting is with my boss, and you won't even have to go anywhere to have it."
She pulled a pair of chic sunglasses from her pocket and set them on the desk.
"Put these on and you'll have all the answers you need."
Rachel thought for a moment, then, remembering what she would be in for when Tom got home from work, picked up the sunglasses and put them on. Robert Watson had just left his contentious divorce settlement meeting and was sitting on a bus bench, leaning back and tiredly rubbing his eyes as he waited for the bus to take him home. Nothing had come of the meeting except more hard feelings and a guarantee of the next meeting taking place in a public courtroom. A beautiful woman in a professional suit sat on the bench next to him and said,
"Rough day? You look bushed."
Robert just glared at her out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't in the best of moods to begin with, and was definitely in no mood to speak to a stranger, especially another fucking woman. The woman, however, had other plans. She looked at the exhausted man next to her and asked,
"Want to change your life? I can give you information that would guarantee your wife will sign a no-contest divorce decree if you're interested in that. Or I suppose you could be like everyone else and just air your dirty laundry in divorce court."
Robert shot her a dirty look and said,
"You've got some balls. How do you know who I am? How did you know about her?"
The Knicks agent gave him a silent smile, then leaned back against the backrest of the bus bench, which ironically had a picture of Robert's wife's divorce attorney on it.
"Fine. I'll play. What do you need me to do in exchange?"
he sighed. The agent pulled a set of black sports sunglasses out of a pocket and handed them to him.
"All you have to do is put these on, and all your questions will be answered."
Ryan was sitting in his wheelchair, working. A word processing program was open on the display screen of his computer, but it grayed out, and a pop-up window appeared on his display.
"Do you want to change your life? Y/N,"
it read. His AI assistant popped up on the screen and playfully flew around the weird pop-up, then turned to look at Ryan. "You should say yes, you know," the little fairy said.
"Oh, why should I? This seems sketchy."
"Because the person who sent you that pop-up can let you walk again. All you have to do is open your front door." At that exact moment, someone knocked on the front door of Ryan's apartment. His wife was asleep, and he didn't want to wake her. Plus, he was a bit weirded out by this sudden situation. Just because there had never been a hacked Gaia OS installed didn't mean it wasn't a possibility that it had been hacked. "Trust me, you're not getting hacked. The woman outside will tell you everything you need to know." Ryan decided that there was really nothing to worry about. He had nothing to steal, so the person at the door probably wasn't there to steal anything from him. He controlled his electric wheelchair to the bedroom and said,
"Amanda? Wake up, sweetheart. Someone's at the door."
Amanda groggily woke up, brushed her hair out of her face, and sat on the edge of the bed.
"Someone's here?"
she yawned.
"Yeah. Some weird shit's going down, but, well, I think we should listen to what they have to say. They're here to make an offer or something, I guess."
She nodded, then pulled her hair into a loose bun and secured it with a letter opener from the nightstand next to the bed. She pulled on some sweatpants and a t-shirt and followed her husband back to their cramped living room, then opened the door. A stunning woman stepped across their threshold, then closed the door behind her and locked it. She gave Ryan and Amanda a beautiful smile.
"Mind if I sit?"
she asked. In Oxford, Elizabeth Plinger was sitting on the couch in her living room, fuming mad. She had just gotten off the phone with her thesis advisor, who had told her to her face that he had never received her thesis draft. To her face. The man had apparently traded his sense of shame for a pair of gigantic brass balls. She was completely at a loss as to what to do. 10 years. 10 fucking years. 10 years of her life was just gone, and she had nothing to show for it. All of her plans and her future came crashing down around her ears and bent her back like a mountain had landed on her shoulders. Should I go to the dean? She thought, then immediately discarded that thought. Professor Kingsley was a famous draw to the university, and people from all over the world, including her, had applied to be admitted to Oxford for him, and him alone. So the dean would never take her word over his. Maybe the media? She considered, but again immediately discarded the idea. She had no evidence, and Professor Kingsley, the thieving asshole, had made sure to not say anything that incriminated him on the phone call she just had with him. As she was frantically trying to come up with ideas, someone knocked on the door of her apartment. She ignored it, but the knock came again, then again, and again, until finally. "What?" she screamed as she opened the door. "Hello yourself, Miss Uplinger. Mind if I come in?" the beautiful Nick's agent asked as she slipped past Elizabeth and strode into her living room. She sat down on the couch and said, "That Kingsley douchebag sure is an ass, isn't he?" Why, what the fuck? How did you know about that?" Elizabeth spluttered. She was absolutely confused by this seemingly random turn of events. "Want to get back at him?" the agent questioned in return. "How? I have no evidence. It's my word against his, and he's the Professor Kingsley, while I'm just grad student number however many. There's no chance." Elizabeth sighed, then slumped to the recliner across from the couch the agent had settled into. "Oh, evidence. Evidence is easy. We've already got plenty of that, and we can give it to you if..." "If what?" "I don't have anything anyone would want. So what do you want from me?" "All you have to do is put these on." The agent pulled a pair of rimless glasses out of her pocket. "And all your questions will be answered." Jai Chakrabarty was having a very good day. He had gone dumpster diving and found most of a takeout container of chicken curry that someone had thrown out with their garbage. As he sat down and looked up at the sky in thanks, his very good day suddenly became very bad. 3 people had seen him sitting with the takeout container in his lap and were now surrounding him. "Why me?" he thought, gazing up to the uncaring sky. "I see you got some food, Dalit. But that's too good for a Dalit like you, so hand it over," the tallest of the 3 said. Ed note: Dalit is the name of the caste formerly called untouchable in India. It's the lowest of their social hierarchy, and the Indian officials have been trying for decades to combat the prejudice levied against Dalits in society there. "Please, I haven't had anything to eat all week. I'll die if I don't eat something soon," Jai begged. He had learned that hunger pangs weren't dangerous. It was when the hunger pangs went away that he was in danger of dying of starvation. "You really want to steal our food?" The thug slapped one of his fists into the palm of his other hand, and his lackeys sniggered. A feminine voice came from the entrance to the alley. "Oh, come on, boys. Let the man eat in peace. He's got places to see, people to go. Wait! Scratch that, reverse it. He's got places to go and people to see." The thugs turned their heads and glanced at the entrance of the alley, where they saw a stunning white woman wearing a black sleeveless top and tight black pants that were neatly tucked into the top of a pair of matte black combat boots. Her flaming red hair was pulled into a tight bun at the back of her head, and she was wearing a pair of glasses with cherry red frames. The lead thug laughed and leered at her. "Well, hello there, beauty. How about you come spend some time with us real men and leave this pathetic Dalit to lie in a pile of shit like he deserves?" he sneered. "Oh, I'm sure I can think of something to do with you boys,
but I'm not sure it'll be as fun for you as it will be for me. So last chance, boys." She cracked her knuckles and loosened her neck by leaning her head from side to side. "You can leave right now, and I won't stop you," she smirked. The three thugs were infuriated and charged the tiny woman. She laughed and danced her way through them, expertly applying joint locks and dislocating each of their major joints at an impossible speed. Before the first thug had even fallen, she had already disabled all three of them. Soon, there were three thugs wailing and rolling around on the ground. The agent turned to Jai, who was frantically eating the discarded curry, and said, "Hey, you hungry? Let's go grab something to eat." Chapter 288. I agree. Welcome, and thank you all for accepting the invitation. Aaron appeared in front of the group of people who were still wondering where they were and how they got there. They had no idea of what was going on at all. The moment they noticed Aaron's appearance in the room with them, they were so surprised that some of them even jumped out of their seats. "Sorry about that," Aaron said moments after Nova teleported them back to their chair. At the same time, she was generating a calming effect in their virtual minds. "Was that magic? How'd we get here? Where is this place? Why can't I walk? Where's my wife?" The moment they calmed down, they started shooting question after question at Aaron, who remained quiet throughout the interrogation. Nova tracked the questions being asked and organized them in descending order of importance for Aaron to answer when the people in front of him ran out of questions to ask. Soon, they realized that Aaron hadn't said anything in response and fell silent, waiting for the man to start speaking. "Let's start by answering your questions before we get down to business, since we have as much time as we need," Aaron said. He pulled up the holographic screen that was filled with the questions they had asked him moments ago and started answering them. "You're within the virtual reality world I created, but your bodies are safe under the watch of the person who gave you the glasses in the real world. Your bodies haven't moved from where they were when you put the glasses on," he said, making more than 3 questions from the list turn green and vanish. "Yes, your wife is safe," Aaron said. A screen appeared showing the inside of Ryan's house, his wife sitting at his bedside as she watched the woman that had given him the glasses. The agent was just silently standing near her and watching the situation. "How?" Ryan asked, surprised, when he saw the video feed of his body calmly sleeping in the same room that his consciousness, had been moments ago. "As for who I am, some of you already know me, and for those who don't, my name is Aaron Michael, and I'm the founder and owner of GIA Technology, as well as a few other companies that'll soon begin operations." Those who hadn't known who he was now knew that they were meeting the fabled creator and founder of one of the world's most well-known companies. Aaron gave them some time to digest the information before he continued answering the remaining questions. The list of questions on the holographic screen before him turned green one by one as he spoke. After a few minutes of answering their questions, the screen in front of him finally vanished. "Now that all of your questions have been answered, let's move on to the main topic," he said, then paused for a moment as he allowed for the focus of everyone in the room to return to him before he continued. "I gathered you here because I have a life-changing offer for all of you, if you choose to accept it." "What offer?" Jai asked. He just wanted to hurry up and accept, as he was sure that whatever Aaron was going to offer would be 100 times better than his current situation. Feeling that he had gathered enough curiosity from them, Aaron smiled and answered, "I want to offer each of you the position of president in one of my new companies." When those in the room heard that,
They couldn't believe their ears. It didn't make sense for him to need them to be parachuted into the top position in companies owned by one of the youngest multi-billionaires in the world.
Do your companies need a scapegoat? Is that why you're offering such a position to us? You want us to take the fall for you and receive punishment in your stead?
Asked Robert, who was the second calmest person in the room, right behind Jai, who was ready to take any offer provided to him, no matter how bad it was. It couldn't be worse than what he had now. Aaron couldn't help but laugh at that silly idea. Although the question didn't violate common sense, he hadn't expected to hear it at all.
No, nothing like that at all,
Aaron said. 5 holographic screens appeared at the center of the table they were sitting at, and on each holographic screen was a different name and logo.
These companies are new, but have been registered and already have products ready to launch. I need people I can trust to helm these companies, and who can I trust more than those that were heavily indebted to me?
He said, and the screens that had only names on them started listing what they would be focusing on. Everyone at the table focused on something they knew that lay within their field of expertise, except Jai, who read all of the company's details planning to agree to whatever he was offered.
It seems like you already know which companies you'll be offered, so read the details and let me know if you agree,
Aaron said. Moments later, a thick folder appeared in front of each of the candidates, and they wasted no time in opening them. They all read the content in their own folders, despite everyone in the room having already made up their minds to accept the offer. But it was still good sense to know the details before they took such a wild leap of faith. Aaron, seeing how they all reacted, smiled in happiness as he finally realized the real reason that Nova had specifically chosen them. It wasn't just their desperate living conditions, but also because they were good at their jobs. That was definitely something that a messy life could greatly affect. And knowing that these 5 in front of him hadn't let their lives affect their professionalism, he also understood that they were all obviously a cut above the average. He said nothing and left them to read the folders in their hands in detail while observing their reactions. It was quite a fun pastime for him. He had developed the habit of watching people react to the things he gave them. That wasn't due to arrogance or a feeling of superiority, but simply because he found the reactions amusing. And the reactions coming from them were definitely out of this world. The files in the folders included the products each company was slated to release soon, and those were the primary cause of the surprise reactions among the candidates. They were each knowledgeable in their own fields, and the products they saw were hundreds of years, at the very least, beyond even what the most insane theorist could ever propose. That only surprised them even more. After a few hours of reading with the caution of a surgeon, they finally finished and, with surprise on their faces, raised their heads. Ryan immediately asked,
"Is everything in the file true?"
Contained within his folder was a medicine that could heal his condition in a matter of a few weeks, or even days, depending on the level of the cure he received.
"Yes. It's already been researched, and it will be one of your incentives if you accept the offer,"
Aaron said, then turned to the rest and asked,
"So what's your decision?"
Ryan kicked off the round of answers.
"I agree."
He didn't care about anything else. Since the moment he saw the medicine, he saw a hope of repaying his wife's love and care for him.
"I agree." "I agree as well."
One by one, they each agreed to the offers in front of them, and the smile on Aaron's face grew bigger and bigger with every acceptance. His companies finally had presidents, or at least they would, after he settled their issues over the next few weeks. Chapter 289, the first of many. 2 weeks later. Aaron was standing in the middle of Avalon Island with Rena, Felix, Sarah, his parents, and Alexander in a glass building that was strong enough to face a bomb head-on and receive only a few scratches. The new presidents were also in attendance, but only in VR. They couldn't attend in person yet, as they were still inside the pods receiving their genetic enhancements and treatments, which wouldn't end until a few days later. It had only been 3 days since they'd started receiving the enhancements. It had taken a full week and a half to settle their grievances as Aaron had promised. As the people in the room watched through the wall, a sound started coming through the speakers.
T-minus 10 minutes. All systems are currently go, and weather conditions are favorable for liftoff. Please remain in a safe viewing area.
Wow, Henry said as he gazed at the massive rocket on the other side of the wall. A few kilometers away from the room, a massive rocket was at rest on a launch pad, looking very majestic as the entire area surrounding it had been emptied hours ago. Though emptied might be the wrong word, since the entire launch area had been printed by an atomic printer, including the transport that moved it to the launch area. They couldn't print the rockets on the pad, as that increased the risk of the printers being discovered, so a transport was still necessary. It was the first of a series of launches planned to take place over the span of the next 2 weeks. They were setting up a satellite coverage net to cover all the needs of Ares and GIE Tech, so as to prevent the possibility of economical and technological isolation, but also to build their own self-sufficient infrastructure.
T-minus 5 minutes. The rocket's internal systems are transitioning to launch mode.
Henry had his face stuck to the wall, as he didn't want to miss a single detail of the launch.
T-minus 3 minutes,
came an announcement. The rocket's guidance system took control and started conducting final self-checks to ensure all the systems were functioning nominally. The checks came back all green, and the launch was set to take place as planned with no delays.
T-minus 1 minute,
was followed shortly by
T-minus 30 seconds.
With that announcement, the radial outward firing igniters started spewing sparks below the engine nozzle as the engines themselves began a rapid pressurization process in preparation for ignition.
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
As the countdown continued, the engine started spraying pressurized propellant into the sparklers, and the coolant system went to work flooding the launch pad with water as the gantry fell away from the rocket. A cloud of white steam surrounded the rocket, then flared outward almost like a shockwave.
3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
With that, the rocket engines released a flood of pressurized propellant, and the rocket finally began its struggle to break free from Earth's gravity and fly past the Kármán line. Slowly at first, but picking up speed, the rocket began winning the fight against the gravity holding it to the Earth's surface and rose to the sky with a long trail of white exhaust behind it. It soon passed Mach 1 and left its own exhaust behind as it continued climbing into the air. The cloud covering Avalon Island was split apart by the powerful vehicle as it started its journey to orbit. Control surfaces on the rocket came to life, allowing it to make final adjustments as it rose through the layers of the atmosphere. Max Q was soon announced, letting everyone watching the launch know that the rocket had reached equilibrium and the thrust was safe to increase again. The rocket was now past the most dangerous point of the launch. Ed note: Max Q is the point at which the pressure differential between the launch vehicle and the atmosphere is at its highest point. This is the number that engineers use to determine how much load the rocket or shuttle needs to bear during the launch. Shortly after Max Q, the speakers announced first stage separation and half of the launch vehicle fell off, while the other half accelerated even further. The first stage fired its final retro rockets, guiding it down to the waiting recovery team. It was paramount that no hardware be captured by anyone outside of Eden, or more specifically, Avalon Island, to prevent tech snooping. As for the second stage of the rocket, it soon started its orbital insertion burn. The moment it reached a parking orbit was announced, and the rocket released its payload, a QCOM satellite. The rocket had admirably completed its task and began a coast phase, after which it would reorient itself and perform a short deorbit burn, then fall back into the collection area. Just like its first stage had, there was no longer a need for the payload to be protected anymore. Author's note: a parking orbit is a preliminary orbit that satellites or other vehicles enter to wait for a window to enter a higher or lower orbit as needed.
Is it over?
Henry, who had been watching the entire launch with excitement, asked when the screen showed the darkness of space.
If it was a normal launch, it would be almost done. But for this one, it isn't finished yet. After reaching the parking orbit, the satellite has to perform a series of burns to transfer to a geostationary transfer orbit. Once it does that, which will take a few hours, it undergoes another coast phase before finally performing another series of burns to reach the desired geostationary position.
Aaron explained orbital mechanics to his little brother for a few minutes before realizing that Henry's eyes had long glazed over. So he ruffled his hair and said,
"Not yet. It'll be a few hours still. But the exciting part of the launch is done. The rest is all math."
Henry's reaction to the launch had given Aaron a clue as to what the boy would pursue as a career in the future, and he gave his younger sibling a bright smile.
"That was so cool, brother,"
Henry exclaimed.
"It's almost worth doing the extra math homework for."
"Oh,
only almost?"
Aaron joked, and everyone in the glass room chuckled along with him at the younger boy's crestfallen expression.
"Yeah, I guess. It's almost enough to convince me. But there's a few games coming out soon that I think might just push me that bit extra,"
Henry wheedled. It was apparent that he had been taking to Nova's lessons incredibly well. Perhaps too well. As the launch was taking place over Eden, a few countries' intelligence analysts, both in their military and their space departments, had identical looks of disbelief on their faces. When they had received an order to monitor Eden's launch, they'd been sure it wouldn't succeed at all and had prepared popcorn. As far as they knew, Eden had zero space capability and had never done any testing at all, so how could they possibly have successfully launched a rocket into orbit? But reality was determined to disappoint them. It seemed like someone in Eden had gotten extremely lucky, and they knew that a very comprehensive investigation was about to begin. Someone had obviously leaked and allowed Eden to join the space race, and heads were guaranteed to roll in the near future. They had already ruled out poaching, as there were no rocket scientists that had been poached from established companies at all. Chapter 290. All his stuff is there. The launch wasn't secret at all, since it was being broadcasted live for anyone interested in watching it. At the moment, that consisted of a few rocket science fans who tuned in, but most of the watchers were the Edenian citizens themselves. They were absolutely thrilled to watch their first domestically made launch take place. A good example of how huge the interest to the launch was for the citizens of the country was that the launch was being broadcast through nearly all of the domestic news channels, which all had a higher viewership than their usual average for that specific time. Although they hadn't been planning on keeping it a secret, they still hadn't planned to announce it, but that idea was squashed as the news of them applying for more than 50 orbital spots was leaked by someone from the International Telecommunications Union, ITU. They'd had to apply because first, it was required to be given a specific band of frequencies that weren't yet used in those orbits. That way they could avoid having more than one satellite in the same orbit using the same frequencies, which is something no one wanted to experience. Anyone who had ever put a microphone too close to a speaker it was hooked up to would know exactly why. Another reason was that if they arbitrarily launched a rocket without telling anyone, it raised the possibility of it being considered a ballistic missile and might even be shot down. In the absolute worst-case scenario, it could even trigger a nuclear event. Even though Aaron could create a new frequency, and even though he could use orbits that were impossible for modern technology to reach, and even though he and his close friends and loved ones would be perfectly fine in case of nuclear war, the Earth was still his home, and he didn't want it destroyed. He kept all his stuff there. Plus, it would make the next few months of Alexander's life hell, as even if it didn't trigger the worst-case scenario, it would still be quite an international incident that risked having Eden face serious sanctions. Thus, they decided to benefit from GIA Tech's publicity department and made an announcement publicizing the launch. It was pretty much common knowledge that communication satellites was just a polite euphemism for spy satellites, though, so the reaction was understandable. NASA Mission Control Center, Merritt Island, Florida. A group of people were focusing on screens that showed different strings of data, with the main display mounted on the wall in the front of the room showing a satellite feed. At the moment, half of the screen was showing a satellite feed filled with the image of a cloud bank that limited the visibility of the island beneath it. The other half of the screen showed the Edenian live stream of the launch. Currently visible on that side of the screen was a massive rocket with the GIA Technologies Incorporated logo on the side of it. The countdown was currently at T-1 minute. The moment the countdown reached 30 seconds, everyone started focusing on the screens in front of them. They only occasionally glanced at the massive screen in the room as they watched the data feeds on the screens in front of them. When the rocket lifted off, there was nothing but silence in the room. None of the people there wanted to disrupt another person's concentration, as they were sure that the rocket would most likely face an unplanned rapid disassembly, or in other words, blow up, and they didn't want the distraction to cause them to miss it. Alas, nothing of that sort happened, as the satellite footage on the main screen showed the rocket punching through the clouds and leaving a brief gap in them. With all of the satellites focused on that unnatural-looking cloud bank, they had collected nearly a petabyte of data on the island beneath it for later use and analysis. The more they waited for the rocket to fail, the more anxious they grew as the launch reached its parking orbit without any problems. It was practically a miracle, as they knew that it was the first launch of an upstart company with no previous experience or reputable experts.
Now that's gonna generate a mountain of long paperwork for us,
the team leader sighed. He was the one responsible for monitoring the launch in case it turned out to be an ICBM test or something similar.
We'd better get started on it, since the moment it reaches its destination we'll have to include that in the report. So by that time, we'd better be done with the first part of the report if we don't want to spend the next week on it,
said the assistant team leader as he tried to hide his impressed expression. The same was happening for China, Russia, and any other country that had orbital surveillance capabilities. A country with oil and other resources having the ability to launch exoatmospheric missiles was something they wanted to be as aware of as possible. With the successful launch, celebration was in the air in Eden. People were happy and proud that their country had done something that not every country had managed to do. Especially without help, at least from what they'd heard, as no company had yet to come out and said that they were doing joint research. Sensitive technology like that was generally never done cooperatively, as anyone who could successfully launch a rocket into space could just attach powerful explosives to one and send it to a certain direction on Earth. Thus, rockets were very strictly regulated, classified technology. GIA Technology had just posted about the successful launch and their joy that it had gone well, then announced that they would be continuing the rest of their launches as planned. It was only made possible because they had different orbital slots for each launch. That allowed them to rapidly process launches at different times, as every time they had an orbital window, they could launch another one without having to wait for the lanes to clear. And they really kept that promise. Their live stream ran 24/7, even showing the rockets being transported, though only partly through their journey. They weren't about to show a live stream of the cube after all. Practically every 6 hours, another rocket would be successfully launched, to the point that it was an ongoing cycle. By the time one satellite was in its transfer orbit, a previously launched satellite would be ready for the final verifications. The whole sequence of launches was really abnormal. They weren't even doing a single test before each rocket was loaded into the gantry and launched soon after. Still, they were all successful launches. Some people called it luck, but they were continuously proven wrong over the next week, as the live stream wasn't cut even once. If it weren't for the changes in the air and the day/night cycle, they would have thought that it was a looped video. The act of sequential launches with a 100% success rate had caused a number of countries to grow nervous, as the more successful launches there were, the more important the resulting investigations would be. Everyone considered the launches an impossibility. Not even big countries like the US and Russia had a perfect track record in their space programs, after all. So for an upstart company like GIA to muscle their way into the space race, which was a game for industrialized, first world nations to play in, while still being categorized as a developing nation, something must have gone wrong. Someone somewhere had leaked something that gave GIA their technology. And that could not be allowed to stand. So a massive mole hunt began in the spacefaring nations. But it wasn't just countries that were interested. Even people who normally didn't care about the space race or think it would ever have anything to do with them grew interested in Eden's nascent space program. And along with the increase in attention came odds and betting sites, which was something that Nova was taking full advantage of. Chapter 291 True Neutrality. News of the successful series of launches had spread everywhere. And after more than 2 weeks straight of successful launches, they had finally come to an end. There were now 50 satellites in various orbits, from low Earth orbit all the way to high Earth geosynchronous orbit, and all of them were dedicated to serving Aaron's growing conglomerate. Together with the news, Nova kicked things up into a higher gear and started promoting the upcoming product launch all over Pangaea. The data they had already collected from users of the app ensured that the advertising blitz was as laser-targeted as she could make it. And even though people were only seeing ads they were interested in, it still spread out to catch any their lists might have missed, as people, and interaction bots, were all talking about what they had seen. Fans of GIA Tech were already excited and had marked their calendars. The launch event was set for a week after the launch is finished. Together with the promotion, invites started going out to everyone she thought would be useful, including tech influencers. It was a time where not many of them had been invited to events like those, so it caused even more buzz around the upcoming launch. As for the technology companies, they were in a completely different mood. Many of them had made their peace with GIA becoming the monopoly of the OS market. Some willingly, and others only because their platforms had virtually no users at all, let alone developers. The Gaia OS had done what no software company had ever done before: consolidated the user base. There was no longer a need for developers to work on multiple platforms, or for users to argue the merits of them. Adding to that, the revenue sharing was fairly generous to developers, so even amateurs entered the marketplace to compete, and usually fail, against the professionals. But to those who hadn't been forced to give up their market share by GIA Tech, the news was nothing good at all. Rumor had it that the upstart company was about to launch hardware products. And if the consecutive flurry of satellite launches was anything to go by, the executives of those companies all had nightmares as they thought of what product would be released and what capabilities it would have. It might even be as disruptive, if not more, than the first iPhone product launch. White House.
So, we can consider them an ICBM-capable nation, right?
Obama asked as he read the final report that came from the Joint Space Operations Center, JSPC, regarding the launches that had taken place over the past weeks.
Yes, sir. Based on our analysis of all the launches that took place, we can say with certainty that if they develop a warhead and targeting system for their rockets, they can launch ballistic missiles without any trouble. But that's only if the government received a copy of the plans, or they can just ask for the company to build the boosters for them, and they can focus on researching the second stage rocket engine and guidance system. So the conclusion is the same,
replied General Welsh, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. He was the one who had been tasked with investigating Eden space launches.
Are we in their range?
Obama asked.
Yes, but everyone is technically in range of an exoatmospheric ICBM. Range stops being a concept when they can launch missiles into low Earth orbit, after all. But whether they can hit us or not is a different topic entirely.
General Welsh answered with confidence that stemmed from his knowledge of America's air defense systems. Obama turned to his chief of staff and said,
"Get the State Department to reach out to them. If they can drop ICBMs on us, they're better friends than enemies."
He turned back to General Welsh and put the folder on the table, then asked,
"So what's your personal view of the situation? What didn't make it into the report?" Although their tech seems to have advanced very fast, based on their ability to launch the satellites into different orbits without trouble, it only shows they've developed their own mature rocket tech. We didn't find anything that even hinted at them stealing the designs of anything that already exists. But we don't know whether or not they've developed warheads that matter or guidance systems that work. So while we should assume they have and take them seriously, I'm sure a developing nation like Eden won't poke this particular bear, so we don't have much to worry about. Although what you said is true, you failed to consider their international political stance. They declared neutrality, meaning they don't have allies to support them, yes, but at the same time, it also means there's no limits on who they can trade with. So there's really nothing stopping them from selling their tech to North Korea or even the Taliban. And if they choose to do so, more and more countries may gain international launch capability. And the more ICBMs there are, the higher the chance that at least one of them will see some use,
Obama explained.
"I don't think that'll happen,"
the general replied. The people in the room waited for him to continue, a wait that stretched as the general gathered his thoughts. He knew if he said something dumb, he was likely to be replaced. The Joint Chiefs are political appointees, after all. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he explained,
"I considered their stance when I told you my opinion about them. Their neutrality is the main reason I didn't even bother to mention the possibility of them selling their tech to others. I'm sure that, before they announced their neutrality, they must have studied the history of other neutral countries before them and the problems those countries faced. Taking that a step further, we can assume it means they know that, in order to defend their sovereignty while maintaining their neutrality, they'll be heavily investing in their defense. That's backed up by recent history as well. President Alexander Romero replacing their entire state military with a PMC not only increased their defense capability, but also freed up the budget to invest in research and development. When you add oil money to the equation, their defense spending will probably skyrocket, even after you consider the socialist idealized health care system he wants to implement. But that then circles back around to their neutrality, and why I think it's the main reason they won't sell any of that tech. Why would they arm their enemies with the fruits of their own labor? He finished. Good thinking there, but that's all under the assumption that they've studied history and are planning on avoiding the pitfalls they discovered. And that's nearly impossible, since their country is almost completely backward. It wasn't until recently that they even had clean water and reliable power, Obama countered. But doesn't Romero have unlimited power due to winning more than 90% of the positions in their government? He's also the one that picks the judges, so he has control of all three of their government branches, doesn't he? Then doesn't it follow that he's only a president in name, but is actually just another dictator? General Welsh asked. He knew that most of the countries that had previously attempted to maintain their neutrality had failed because of many different beliefs in their government, but Eden's difference lay in their own politicians and their unity. While the country may claim to be a democratic nation, their president was all but a dictator and his political party had almost every seat of power available. So what was the difference between him and his predecessor, other than Alexander's basic benevolent stance toward his people? Chapter 292 Zeus 1 February 15th. As evening neared in Eden, one of the largest indoor auditoriums in the country was filled to the brim. The entire venue was sold out, and people had already arrived, filling every available seat despite the launch event still being a few hours away. Outside the auditorium, but still inside the building, people were walking around and talking to each other. For anyone interested in the international tech industry, they would realize that most of the people there were famous names in the tech industry, showing the level of the event that was about to take place. As for the influencers, no one that had received the invitation even thought of declining to attend. But it wasn't just an invitation they had received. Everyone that had received one had also been given a business class ticket on whichever day they would like to arrive in Eden. Room and board were included as well, up until the day after the launch event concluded. That in itself showed that GIA Tech was taking the launch very seriously. When the time hit 8 p.m. exactly, everyone had already taken their seats, and the lights slowly dimmed. The crowd fell silent, since everyone knew the event was about to start. After 10 seconds of darkness, the lights on the stage started coming up, and people recognized the shape of a man walking to the center of the stage. As the light grew stronger, they finally saw who it was. "Welcome to the first GIA event," Aaron said. Simultaneously, the 50-foot-high screens behind him came to life and showed him on each of them. Subtitles appeared on the screen as he spoke, live translating his speech. As for the live stream, the option was there to use real-time speech-to-text translation or to real-time dubbing. But his welcoming speech passed in one ear and out the other for many of the watchers and attendees, due to the name that appeared on the screens. He was Aaron Michael, the creator of the famous Bug Zapper and Gaia OS, who had never been seen in any event or interview before this. For many, it was their first time seeing the handsome man, and they felt their impressions of him shattering. They had thought he would look like a tech geek, but reality had slapped them in the face so hard it almost caused them physical pain. "Let's see what we have to come." Only when they heard that did the audience come back into their right minds and focus on the event taking place. Some felt a burning in their cheeks as they blushed, realizing they had been mesmerized by his handsome appearance. After finishing the introduction, Aaron was immediately taken out of focus as the screens behind him started playing a history of the innovations that GIA Tech had introduced over the 2 years since its inception. It reintroduced products from Bug Zapper all the way to their most recent product, Pangea. All of it was being shown through the incredibly clear screens.
When the video ended, attendees started clapping in excitement. They had been impressed by the steps the company had taken and the products they had released in the 2 years of their existence.
Yes, that's certainly a history to feel proud of,
Aaron said in his calm voice, which caused the applause to die out.
Although our history is something we feel proud of, we still find it rather incomplete,
he continued, and the screen behind him immediately started listing their products.
But if you look at them, you'll realize that there's nothing but software. And with the hardware market as it stands, none of my software can work to their full capabilities. After all, it has to be designed while taking into account the different platforms it'll be installed on, making it take more space on each devices than it usually would.
He paused for a moment to allow people to make some guesses in their minds, then continued,
So in order to solve that problem, I decided to release hardware that'll really give my OS the platform it requires in order to operate at full power.
The moment Aaron finished speaking, the stage was dimmed once again as the massive screens behind him played another video. Like a usual product introduction, it didn't show the full product. It was just a hint, feeding the audience's curiosity and enhancing the impact of the eventual full reveal. As the video ended, the focus came back to Aaron, and he immediately started talking.
I present to you Zeus One.
As he said that, the full picture of a smartphone was displayed, winning quite an impressive reaction from the people watching the event. The phone looked nothing like any that had been released that year, or any year before. It was obviously different from the usual phones that were released every year, but the most attention-grabbing thing was that there was no selfie camera lens visible anywhere on the front of the phone at all. It completely bucked the trend that smartphone manufacturers had been following, where the integrated front camera was a major selling point of their hardware.
A powerful machine made specifically for the Gaia OS to be able to work to the fullest of its abilities, thanks to the chip made specifically for its operation.
As Aaron spoke, the phone on the screens turned transparent, showing the components inside and, exploding them out so that each one could be seen individually. The display then zoomed in on the phone's CPU chip.
Meet Z1, our proprietary processor. It's at least 5 times faster than any chip that's ever been put in any smartphone.
The screens displayed an infographic showing their benchmark test results compared to all of the top smartphones from other manufacturers.
The Z1 processor chip will allow the Gaia OS to operate to its fullest capabilities, and all hardware devices sold by us will include the highest premium version of Gaia OS for free.
The entire audience broke out into applause. People were thrilled that a free top-tier subscription to Gaia OS would be included with what looked like a powerhouse of a smartphone. Not bad for a new company's first flagship release. Chapter 293: Unbelievable Advances.
Now onto the screen,
Aaron said, as the screens behind him focused on the phone's screen. Unlike the most recent iPhone, or any of the Android and Google phones on the market, the bezel around the screen was so unbelievably thin that it was practically invisible. Ed note, I had to look bezel up too. In this context, it's
a groove or flange designed to hold a beveled edge, as of a gem.
Basically, it's the border between the screen and frame of a computer or a phone monitor.
The Zeus One screen will revolutionize the way you see the screen, thanks to our quantum dot technology. It allows for unparalleled brightness and contrast, which means you'll get perfect visibility under any light. Unlike regular pixels, quantum dots can display any color natively, instead of as a blend of red, green, and blue. Also, thanks to our quantum dot technology, the screen resolution will be 3 times as detailed as the best display screen that exists, no matter the size. If you want to see what it looks like in reality, just look at the screens behind me. Those also incorporate our quantum dots tech, but scaled up to the size you see here.
As Aaron said that, a floodlight passed across the screens behind him, but didn't wash out the image at all.
Now moving on to the cameras. It looks like many of you have noticed that there's no visible lens for the front-facing camera.
A slight chuckle came from the audience.
But there's a camera there.
The display screens magnified the phone's screen on them, showing a camera lens integrated into the center of the screen.
Yes, the camera is in the middle of our screen. That was the best place for it, and it's possible thanks again to our quantum dot technology. All quantum dots are completely transparent and clear in their resting state, which allowed us to combine the convenience of a front-facing camera with the power and resolution of a dedicated phone camera.
A display of the camera's specs popped up on the screens behind Aaron, showing a rather impressive list of numbers. It was a 50-megapixel camera capable of 4K resolution and capturing videos up to 120 frames per second.
Everything the camera sees while in use will be saved, allowing for seamless editing of still images and video. Even if you aren't focusing on something in the picture, the camera definitely will be, so you'll miss nothing. And with the Gaia OS AI assistant, editing your images and videos will be an absolute breeze. Anyone with a Zeus One will have the tools they need to make a perfect picture, all in the palms of their hands. I know it seems like I'm just talking nonsense and making unfulfillable promises because there's no way anyone can rebut me on stage. So let's test it right here and now,
Aaron said as he removed the phone from his pocket. It was none other than a Zeus One. He raised his hand and showed it to the audience as the phone booted up. The displays behind him showed the process, then switched to the audience sitting in the auditorium. It took exactly 5 seconds for the phone to fully power up, and since it was the phone's first time being powered on, Aaron had to say,
"Skip the introduction and consider me an experienced user."
The moment he said that, the phone showed the home screen, where it didn't linger for long as he opened the front-facing camera without any delay at all using voice commands.
"Now screencast it to the screens behind me," he said.
The phone understood and opened the connection page, which showed the screens that he could share the live feed of the camera with.
"Connect to all of them."
With that, all 3 screens behind Aaron showed the footage from the phone, which was crisp and clear beyond anything anyone had ever seen.
"It really is from the phone's camera, not one of the high-quality professional cameras in the room,"
he said, turning around and taking a selfie with the audience in the background and displaying it on the big screens behind him.
"Make it cool and post it on my Pangea account,"
he said, and the screens behind him that were still displaying what was on his phone showed the AI assistant editing the image. With every editing pass, displayed as a line that passed from the top to the bottom of the screen, with the newly enhanced image above and the pre-enhanced photo below, the picture became clearer and more polished. After a few passes, everyone in the audience could easily pick out their individual faces in crystal clear resolution. The assistant then opened the Pangea app and Aaron logged into it, his password displaying as a series of asterisks and the 2-factor authentication blurred on the shared screens. After successfully logging in, he input a caption and the assistant added hashtags and posted the image to his Pangea account. The audience went silent for a few minutes as they opened their own individual Pangea accounts and found the picture Aaron had just posted, then burst into raucous applause and cheers. They all knew the process of what had happened, and it was impossible to fake because they could see themselves in the picture.
As you can see, the photo is pretty high quality despite being taken in a dark room with a front-facing cell phone camera. And with the camera in the center of the screen, instead of at the top, you can even look yourself in the eye as you take pictures,"
he said, prompting a chuckle from the influencers in the audience.
The same level of tech is incorporated in the speakers, which use our proprietary SLAS, speakerless audio system. Instead of generating sound with a vibrating speaker, we accomplish the same result using advanced wavefront manipulation and acoustic technologies to generate sound directly in the air, essentially forming sound holograms. That eliminates the need for speakers entirely and allows sound to be projected freely anywhere in 3 dimensions. And you're currently experiencing that very technology right now,
Aaron said, the sound seeming to float around the auditorium instead of the stage, as if someone was messing with the mixer. Halfway through the introduction, everyone in the audience heard his words in English in their right ears and their native languages in their left ear. They turned to the people next to them, and some asked if their neighbors had heard what they had, and the affirmative response caused another round of applause.
As you've just personally experienced, with this technology we can create personalized sound zones in a room where each person hears a different audio stream without the need for headphones. That'll be particularly beneficial for shared spaces, like living rooms or vehicles, but at the moment, the phone version is limited in the number of zones they can create. Now on to one of the most important main features of the Zeus One. The ecosystem that's been made possible by our Q-chip allows for instant, large data transfers between 2 compatible devices within 250 meters. Thanks to that, anyone using one of our new phones will be able to transfer any file from them to their friends, even if they're a couple of football fields away. That's also the range limit of our wireless earphones and speakers, which also use our proprietary SLAS and will be released alongside the phone as peripheral devices, he said, then paused to wait for the resulting applause to end. Any device that has all these features naturally requires enough power to support them, and we've all seen phones running out of battery at the worst possible time. To that, I say there's no need to worry with our Zeus One. You can use it with everything maxed out for 24 hours continuously on a full charge. For more normal usage, you can expect the battery to last anywhere from 4 days to a week without requiring a charge. And when you do need to charge it, our new proprietary fast charge system will take these batteries from 0 to full in just under an hour and a half. Now for something I'm sure you all want to know, the price, he said, then paused as the screens behind him showed the 3 versions of the phone he was launching. There's 3 initial versions of the Zeus One. Though they're each different sizes, their capabilities are identical, so the size difference is only cosmetic. The starting price for the Zeus One is $999, the Zeus One Pro is $1,299, and the Zeus One EX is $1,499. The audience let out a collective gasp, as they had expected that the phone would be at least $2,000, and that itself would be a break-even price, or even a loss. Everything that had been introduced about the phone was proprietary tech, meaning they had to absorb the full cost of research and development, plus manufacturing, instead of just licensing or buying previously existing patents. Chapter 294: Sarah's Time to Shine. Now let's welcome the president of GIA Technologies, Sarah O'Connor, to introduce our other products, Aaron said when the applause died down, then smiled at his friend as they passed each other. Sarah arrived at her position, but had to wait before she started speaking since they were still clapping. When the applause died down, she started speaking. With the Zeus One being our first product from the smartphone line, I'd like to introduce the first product from our computer line, the Olympus. She stopped speaking and, like Aaron's introduction of the phone, the screens behind her started playing a video that introduced the device before ending with an image of the laptop and desktop versions. They both had a sleek, majestic, and clean look. They, too, are powered by another of our proprietary chips, the O1, which is 10 times faster than any other desktop or laptop CPU on the market.
As she said that, the benchmark results were shown on the screens behind her, evoking slight gasps from the impressed experts in the crowd.
The O1 is a graphene chip and will act as both CPU and GPU for both the laptop and desktop. The chip is manufactured using our proprietary 10 nanometers photolithographic process, so it's faster, more energy efficient, and can handle more tasks than a standard silicon processor. The form factor isn't limited by how many pieces of hardware we can cram into it, so both the laptop and desktop editions of the Olympus are sleek and comfortable for both indoor and outdoor use, while still maintaining a power and performance that leaves our competitors in the dust. The computer being displayed on the screen behind her turned transparent and exploded, much like the cell phone that Erin had presented, and the O1 was highlighted. The screen on the laptop version uses the same quantum dot tech as in our Zeus one, but is more capable due to its larger size. That allows for more quantum dots in the display, thus a higher resolution. The only thing that limits the Olympus laptop screen resolution is your eyesight, and even then our Gaia OS AI assistant can compensate for that,
she joked, drawing a chuckle from the audience, then continued her prepared speech.
The Olympus laptop webcam is also incorporated into its screen for crystal clear video calls to keep you connected to your friends and family, no matter how far you may be from each other. Although you can use third-party monitors for our desktop edition, we recommend ours. Our screens have up to a 680 Hz dynamic refresh rate with a 0.5 milliseconds response time, again leaving our competitors in the dust. And our Power Saver mode ensures that your display screen will last a long time, while not increasing your electricity bills. Our monitors also incorporate a scaled-up version of the same SLAS tech in our phones, with 3 times the number of channels available. So why settle for the rest when you can have the best? Our proprietary battery can be fully charged within an hour and will last 3 days under max load. If it's running under more normal usage, expect it to go 10 days or more between charges. We've incorporated our batteries into both the laptop and desktop version, with the desktop battery acting as an uninterruptible power supply in case of power outages, or if you decide to take it with you on the go. Both of them also come with a Q-chip for seamless integration into our GIA ecosystem. So our other peripherals are wireless, as well as secure. We've ensured that all of our hardware is as secure as possible by including Bug Zapper with every purchase, so there's no need to worry about your private data being used against you.
Sarah gave the camera a knowing smile. There would be no more fappenings if she could help it. The mere fact that people that would hack the cloud accounts of individuals and publish their private photos existed had disgusted her for quite some time.
The starting price of the 11
Olympus laptop is $1,299. The 13
is $1,399, and the 16
is $1,599. For the desktop version, the starting price is $999, with $499 and up for our proprietary display monitors.
Orders for our laptop, desktop, and phone will open tonight at midnight, Eastern Standard Time,
she said. It set GIA Tech apart from other companies, where the product introduction conference would be held weeks before the hardware was actually available for purchase online and in stores. Sarah went on to introduce speakers, earbuds, headphones, and a tablet, and every time she introduced something, she reminded the audience of its connection to the GIA ecosystem. With every product she introduced, people grew more enthusiastic and excited by the products. That is, as long as what she said wasn't proved wrong in the future. In the internet age, the line between love and loathing was very distinct and easily crossed, after all. From the time Aaron entered the stage to the time Sarah left it, the entire introduction only lasted about an hour and a half. And most of that was spent while they were idle on the stage, waiting for applause and cheering to die down. Tech enthusiasts sure had no qualms about showing their enthusiasm, often leaving the two presenters of the night at a loss. At one point, Nova had even considered using the sound system to mute the applause, but that would cause much havoc for little purpose, and she quickly discarded the idea.
"You can handle the rest, right?"
Aaron asked as he and Sarah were escorted out of the underground VIP entrance of the auditorium by their Aries details. With so many people invited to the event, the extra security had been deemed necessary.
"Sure. The hard part's done, so now it's just waiting for the orders to roll in. I won't even have to do anything. It'll all be up to Felix and Rachel." "All right. I'll see you in a week or so,"
Aaron said as he got into his car and headed toward the airport in a convoy with two Aries Reaper teams. Chapter 295 The Junket. Chapter 295 The Junket. A week after the GIA Tech presentation in Eden, Aaron was laying in a beach chair on a gorgeous white sandy beach in Hawaii, with Rena laying on the chair next to him working on her own suntan. When he had told her he was headed to Hawaii for their next presentation, she'd offered to show him around the islands, as he'd never been there before. Besides, he was still due to meet with her father, and now that GIA Tech had gained some traction and cachet in the global marketplace, it was high time to keep that promise. Meanwhile, Ryan Walker, the newly minted president of Asclepius Biotechnology Incorporated, was selling things for an upcoming medical conference hosted by him. He had rented out the entire Halekulani Hotel in Waikiki as the venue for the conference, and invited all of the top names in the biotech industry, as well as some representatives from Big Pharma, and even some TV hosts like Dr. Oz, who was famous for pushing products to a wide audience. Meanwhile, over the past week, the marketing department executives from Asclepius had been busy laying the groundwork to have the new Asclepius products on store shelves everywhere around the globe. It was the afternoon of the start of the conference, and everyone had arrived. All of the keynote speakers had accepted their invitations. A week-long vacation in Hawaii's top luxury resort was hard to pass up, after all, and they were wandering around the banquet room, where Ryan was hosting a brunch and handing out brochures to draw interest in the new startup company. That evening, he was scheduled to introduce the products Asclepius Biotechnology had developed, as well as some of their more interesting research results. Soon, the clock struck 7:30 p.m., and the conference room Ryan was to speak in was filled.
"Good evening, everyone. I'm Ryan Walker, the president of Asclepius Biotechnology Incorporated."
As he finished the self-introduction, the stage dimmed and an introduction video started playing on the projector screen behind him. Since no one knew the company at all, an introduction was in order.
"In a world where possibilities are boundless and science meets imagination, there emerges a beacon of innovation,"
came the voice of Nova, who had produced the intro video and done the voiceover narration for it. The video cut to a state-of-the-art laboratory bustling with scientists in white lab coats. The audience recognized the cutting-edge lab equipment, and some even grew jealous. Just how much money did this upstart company have, anyway?
Nova's voice continued, "Introducing Asclepius Biotechnology, a company that will shape the future of healthcare and beyond. We are pioneers, driven by a shared vision to unlock the mysteries of life and harness the power of biotechnology to transform our world."
The scene changed from the cutting-edge lab to a bed of plants, and showed them grow from sprouts to maturity in time-lapse videography, then to a doctor drawing an injection from a vial, and injecting it into a hanging bag of saline that was attached to a smiling child.
From agriculture to medicine, genetic therapies to sustainable solutions, we are pushing the boundaries of possibility. At Asclepius, innovation is in our DNA.
The video cut to a shining Asclepius logo. Then Nova continued.
Asclepius Biotechnology, where tomorrow meets today.
After the introduction video came polite applause from the attendees. Medical professionals were much more subdued than tech enthusiasts, so to get any applause at all for a brand new startup company was already surprising enough. Ryan took to the stage and began his prepared remarks.
I hope our introduction gave you all a general idea of what we're all about at Asclepius. And to show our commitment to making the world a better place, I'd like to introduce to you our first product, Pneuma, a complete and lasting cure for asthma.
The attendees were stunned into silence, not knowing whether they should applaud or storm out after such an outrageous claim.
Right now, we've applied for fast tracking through the approval process through the regulatory bodies around the world, and we expect our products to be offered to all of you by your regular drug reps. If you're curious about the detailed information, there's a brochure in the packet we handed out to everyone when you came in the room for my presentation. But to summarize, we've seen a 100% cure rate in asthma in every age range and across both genders, and the side effects are mild and comparable to those from vaccinations, such as pain and swelling at the injection site, mild fevers, and so on. Basically, it's no more harmful than a flu shot, which is where our confidence in the regulatory approvals comes from. Pneuma will be available for prescription in all countries the moment it's approved by those countries' regulatory bodies. And we have much more in store than that as our trials are completed and products developed to a safe level.
He gave the attendees a minute to look over the Pneuma brochure in their welcome packets, then continued.
Now on to our next product. This is categorized as a supplement, and as such, it'll be available starting next week in stores and pharmacies around the world, as well as for online ordering. I present to you the Biogen product line. Biogen was developed to combat a problem faced by 39% of the global population, obesity.
Murmurs came from the attendees, who were wondering why such a rich company would be so shameless as to market a supplement that did absolutely nothing to slim people down, but everything to slim their wallets. After the murmuring died down, Ryan continued.
Many weight loss products put the user in a very difficult cycle of binge and diet because they need to stop eating their favorite foods. And even after succeeding in reaching their target weight, they have to change their lifestyle and continue that behavior for the rest of their lives. But not Biogen. Biogen is a series of nutrient-dense food additives in a variety of flavors with different delivery methods. For those on the go, they can use it as a shake. For those eating out, they can sprinkle it on their food at the restaurant, much like salt and pepper. For those who prefer meal prep, they can either rehydrate or cook one of our frozen meals. There's something for everyone, and unlike traditional diet plans, the only lifestyle change is bringing it with you wherever you go.
Ryan continued introducing Biogen and its benefits, and by the 30th minute since starting his presentation, he began wrapping it up.
I know that all of you are anxious to get on with your paid vacation,
he said, eliciting a chuckle from the audience.
So I'll let you get to it. If you have any questions, the conference will be running all week, and you have my assistant's number in your welcome packet. Feel free to contact her with any concerns or questions you have after taking a look at our documentation, and one of our researchers will reach out to you with answers. I'll see you all later at the cocktail party.
Chapter 296 To Keep a Promise. The reaction to GIA Tech's launch was enthusiastic, and online orders started pouring like there was no tomorrow. Since Aaron could produce as many as he wanted, he didn't set an amount of them to be sold in the first batch and allowed anyone to order as many as they wanted. Scalpers, who thought there would be a limited number of them, were initially especially thrilled, but would soon learn their mistake as it became apparent that there was no limit to the orders that would be accepted. Aaron and Rena entered the presidential suite of the hotel and logged into VR to hold a meeting with Ryan and Sarah, the latter of whom was still in Eden, to discuss their tasks. Rena immediately went and hugged Nova, then turned to Aaron and said, "The patent application was approved an hour ago, but as you asked, they'll only make it public a week from now." Aaron smiled. "But why do you want me to delay the patent being made public for a week?" she asked. "There's a few companies that I wanted to have a hope of filing the patents before us. They wasted a few million before realizing that we already applied for them. Also, why did you only apply for a patent on the graphene chips and nothing else from the tech?" she asked. If it were her, she would have patented everything in order to protect it. "Because they can't replicate those even if they wanted to, or even hypothesize how they were made. During production, we mix in a material that they can't detect yet, creating invisible layers on top of them that would make it impossible for them to accurately discover the composition of the materials, or even figure out exactly how it works," he answered. He couldn't reveal that the parts were mixed with manna, so it was a happy coincidence that since they couldn't detect it anyway, they would just think that it was an anti-piracy process they had yet to discover. "How's the ordering going?" he asked as he looked at Nova. 5 million orders and counting have already been received since we opened ordering on the Zeus 1 and Olympus, and the number is still climbing. Sales for Numa are being held up by regulatory bodies, and I expect those delays to clear up in a week or so. Biogen is being well received by brick-and-mortar purchasers and should be on store shelves within 2 weeks, but online ordering is anemic since the public hasn't been exposed to it yet," Nova said, popping up a screen with current sales and future projections over the conference table in the meeting room. "Looks like orders will start picking up after the first buyers test and review them, since many of the things seem unbelievable for the tech at the moment," Aaron said. He was sure that many people were still skeptical and weren't convinced by the GIA Tech event. They would only commit when they were completely assured of the worth of the products. "On that end," Ryan interjected, "our marketing team at Asclepius has started an ad blitz, and we should start seeing online orders of Biogen picking up over the next few days. If we could have done it earlier, sales would have already started, but we had to wait until after the conference because there's a limit to the amount of disruption one market will bear, and we can't offend the experts by skipping them in the process if we want optimal sales." "I'll ensure the reviews spread to as many people as possible when they start buying it," Nova said, finally showing the level of influence she'd gained since Pangea became the most used social media app across the globe. After a bit more discussion, they logged out of VR. Aaron and Rena boarded the waiting convoy and headed toward the Waikiki airport, while Ryan and Sarah went back to their own tasks. It was time for the lovebirds to keep their promise. The next day, Aaron's private plane had landed at LaGuardia and unloaded him, Rena, and his security detail. Rena's presence got them through security in a manner that only a Rothschild could, and they were on their way to the Rothschild family compound to introduce Aaron to Rena's parents. That was the most important of his objectives for being in the U.S. this time. It wouldn't be fair to anyone if his girlfriend knew his parents while he had never met hers, after all. He had a very happy smile on his face as he surfed Pangea to waste some time during the drive. Reviews had been coming in and the public was still enthusiastic. The buzz generated by the launch event hadn't faded over the past week, but had instead grown. Especially after the initial positive reviews had been purposefully spread by Nova, causing a virtuous sales cycle for the Zeus 1 and both Olympus models.
Your family is really extravagant, Aaron said when he got out of his car at the Rothschild family head's mansion. The drive from the front gate of the compound to the mansion was 10 minutes long, and that was despite the speed they were driving at. It was a testament to the size of the property. The compound isn't even a quarter as big as Avalon Island, and you call us extravagant, she teased back. Aaron's private island was truly massive. Yep, I can't really complain, Aaron chuckled. It was enough to calm him, and he returned to his usual demeanor as they were escorted inside the mansion where her parents were waiting for them. Mom, Dad, this is Aaron. Aaron, these are my parents, Herschel and Virginia Rothschild, Rena said when they entered the mansion and found her parents waiting for them in the living room. Her mother moved to hug her, showing she was closer to her than her father. Welcome, Herschel said to Aaron and extended his hand for a handshake with a neutral expression on his face. Thank you, Aaron said as he shook Herschel's hand with a smile on his face. His towering body overshadowed the older man, but he still came across as non-threatening. Let's move to the dining room, Virginia said, breaking the awkward silence between Rena's father and her boyfriend. It likely would have gone on if she hadn't interfered. She hadn't expected her husband to be unable to maintain a polite conversation, which showed how he was feeling deep inside. Chapter 297, something he had in abundance. Aaron couldn't help but look at the dinner table with surprise, since the table was filled with enough to feed more than 15 people, and there were only 4 of them. Although he was rich, he hadn't reached a ridiculous level of extravagance, since his parents hadn't changed at all and only cooked enough for the people in the family. There was no excess at all, so he wasn't used to the scene in front of him. Still, he acted like he was used to it and took a seat. Rena took the seat next to him, facing her mother, who was on the other side of the table. Her father sat at the head on their right. When did you two first meet? Virginia asked, her tone carrying curiosity and excitement, something Rothschilds normally didn't show much of. About 2 years ago, Aaron answered, trying not to be too specific since that will make her feel weirded out. But for him, ever since the day he woke up after the system assimilation, he'd had an eidetic memory. He might forget to think of things, but if he actively tried to recall something, he would remember everything about it. Isn't that around the time she divorced Rotem? She asked. When she mentioned the name Rotem, she turned to her husband and gave him the side eye, causing the mighty Rothschild family head to avoid eye contact. Yes, we met because he had something that could help me, Rena interjected. If she left it to Aaron, he would blabber everything as he found it a hassle to lie. They continued chatting through dinner, with Herschel mostly remaining silent and leaving everything to his wife. She, on the other hand, was using the opportunity to learn everything there was to know about Aaron and only asking a few questions about their relationship. She treated him like a mother interviewing a prospective son-in-law, giving him an idea of how Rena must have felt when he introduced her to his parents. You weren't too surprised when you came here, as if you knew everything about us, Herschel said, speaking for the first time since dinner. The 2 men were in his office without the women present. Virginia knew they needed to talk, so she took Rena out and left the men alone in Herschel's office. Yes, I knew a few things about her before we met, then learned the rest later, Aaron calmly answered. It was quite unlike what would be expected of a man meeting his girlfriend's father for the first time. Were you planning to use her family power and benefit from it for your business? He asked, maintaining eye contact and trying to pressure the younger man into revealing his true intentions. Alas, Aaron was completely unbothered by the parental pressure that was being exerted and just answered, Yes, I introduced myself to her because I needed your family's political power. I couldn't be bothered to build mine at that time because I was focusing on other things.
He couldn't be bothered to hide anything. Rena's father couldn't help but be surprised by the pure honesty from the man in front of him.
Are you saying that you're using my daughter in order to benefit from my family's political power? No, you misunderstood me. I had those intentions when I first met her, but I wasn't the beneficiary when we first met. Rather, she was on the receiving end at that time, since she had none of the family power you mentioned. Instead, she had been kicked out of the competition, so in order for her to be helpful to me, I had to help her win back her position. Only after I did that could she have the power to help me in my endeavors,
Aaron calmly said. There was no judgment in his tone at all.
What?
Herschel exclaimed. He hadn't been expecting that answer at all.
Yes, I helped her regain her position in the family competition, and in return she helped me handle a few things,
Aaron said again. He received no response, as Rena's father was too stunned to speak. His brain was still trying to comprehend how a man who was only a millionaire at the time had managed to interfere with their family's matters and dictate the tempo of the competition. Not even their archenemies could do that, but the man in front of him had managed it without being discovered at all. The silence continued for a few minutes before Herschel finally said,
"What kind of help did you even provide to her?"
He couldn't believe Aaron's words, so he needed some clarification to tell whether the younger man was just blowing hot air.
"Information, something I had, and still have, an abundance of,"
he answered.
"Like what?"
Herschel asked. He was sure that nearly all the information that could be used against the family was protected in their private network, making all the information that could be gathered from outside quite useless.
"I'm sure you've already read a file about me, so you should already know what field I specialize in. And I'm pretty sure you can fill in the blanks about how I could help her with information,"
Aaron said, trying not to go into any more details, as he was afraid of causing his girlfriend's father to have a heart attack. There was another silence as the older man connected another set of dots.
"We'll continue this later,"
he said, after realizing the weight of the revelation he had just received. He decided to go and prepare himself for the next round, since he wasn't sure if he could keep his cool if their meeting continued.
"Shouldn't he be the one sending me out of the room? Why was he the one to leave?"
Aaron asked after he was left alone. "Why'd you decide to reveal everything? Are you trying to intimidate him?" Nova countered.
"No. If I lie now, it might cause some troubles later. I've seen too many movies where the protagonist caused needless problems when they tried hiding things instead of coming clean and avoiding all the mess that followed. People only fear the unknown, since their minds don't have a limit on how outlandish their imagination can be. That's the root cause of most problems. And another thing, if I didn't tell him about the help I gave Rena, can you think of any other reason to warrant a face-to-face meeting between her and the me of that time?"
Aaron said. "There aren't many," she retorted, then put her quantum computers to work so she wouldn't lose the argument. "You could have said that she met you because she wanted you to sue Rot-Tim for defamation of character as an additional revenge she wanted to inflict on him," she said after a while, finally having come up with a reasonable scenario. Chapter 298, Just Another Tuesday. Vladimir was inside an office in the Kremlin with a few documents on his desk and one on his hand. He had become a team leader and was responsible for leading a team that reports directly to the president of Russia, a team that was a result of the president not trusting everything from the FSB, since no powerful leader that's afraid of being overthrown would. Thus, he had separated the powers of the different agencies and was the only one maintaining overall control over everything in the country. After looking at the file for a few seconds, he closed the folder and moved to the next one. That process repeated until all the folders on his table had been read through, even if only for a few seconds. He adjusted his glasses, then leaned back in his chair and settled into a comfortable position before closing his eyes.
"Here to report and ask for support, ma'am,"
he said the moment he opened his eyes in a less decorated, but still dignified room where a stunning woman was waiting for him. "Go on," she said, and materialized a chair beside him, then gestured for him to have a seat. She hadn't raised her gaze from the pile of papers on her desk from the moment Vladimir appeared in the room until then.
"I've completed my move to the Kremlin, and at the moment I'm leading a team that's responsible for fact-checking the intel coming out of Ukraine and through the FSB. If anything looks tampered with or doesn't fit the reports from other agencies, my team and I are the ones tasked with investigating it,"
he explained. His position was still in the lower ranks, and his task wasn't very critical, so he knew it was nothing but a test. Only if he passed it would he really be put into the organization.
"I need some help in order to prove myself and rise in the government ranks faster. Is it possible to receive support from you?"
he respectfully asked. His current actions were the opposite of his previous personality.
"Yes."
The woman was still focused on the documents in front of her, as she had been throughout the entire report. Vladimir smiled and left the room without even stating what kind of help he required. He was sure she would know what to do and would be assisting him to the best of her abilities. Those were the orders she had been given as she was brought into the fold. Once the woman was alone in the room, she immediately disintegrated it, as she was only visualizing it for Vladimir's benefit. Now that she had no reason to provide anyone with an environment, realistic or not, she had no reason to sustain the simulation. Back on Aaron's side, he spent the next few days touring different places in the Rothschilds' compound. He had grown quite fond of Virginia Rothschild, and the feeling was mutual. The two spent as much time together as they could. During the second meeting between Aaron and Herschel, the older man had already come to the conclusion that Aaron had already been inside their private network without being discovered and could monitor everything through that. That must have been the tool that he had used to help Rena regain her position, and with that connection in mind, he finally found the reason the board members hadn't voted for Arya. He now knew that Rena had known everyone's weaknesses, including his, and had used the knowledge to control everyone except her father, which warmed his heart. But that didn't remove the dissatisfaction he felt when he realized that his daughter had sold their family's secrets to an outsider just to regain her position in the competition. Still, she had already won, and he hadn't discovered it during the competition all the way until the winner had been announced. So he chose to do nothing about it now other than politely request that Aaron not spread the information any further than himself. Coupled with that was the implied threat that, if he did, not only would Herschel not support the relationship between his daughter and the man, but he would also face the full wrath of the Rothschild family.
"You don't have to worry about anything. I don't have a use for your secrets at all,"
Aaron had replied, and didn't try to convince the elder at all. The awkward relationship between the two men continued for a few days, but not much longer. On the 5th day of Aaron and Rena's visit, and the third meeting between father and son-in-law, he finally felt comfortable enough to ask Aaron's opinion on the upcoming general election. It resulted in a very interesting communication between the two of them at the dinner table.
"I don't think your candidate is going to win,"
Aaron said with confidence when the topic of the election was brought up.
"Why do you say that?"
Rita's father asked.
"I don't think you have a chance of getting a woman elected. After all, there's nothing more divisive than a woman in power, and her party is famous for being fractured to begin with. Plus, the Morgans already leaked her private email server, and she's already been getting hammered over the attack in Benghazi," Aaron explained. "But I thought the email server was just a trivial thing. Besides, it's already been in the news for about 6 months, and nothing bad's happened yet. And Benghazi wasn't even her doing at all. It was a failure on every level, not just the top,"
Rena's mother interjected. She didn't understand why Aaron had even bothered mentioning the email server rumor, or something that had happened years ago, like Benghazi.
"I'm sure you know more details about it, but why do you think it's still circulating even after so many months? Although she's campaigning for president, someone's driving the narrative and keeping it in the public consciousness. I suspect the server will come into play in the future, and Benghazi is just being used to hammer her in the meantime. She's too clean, so there's nothing else to use against her right now."
Nova had already generated a report on what could possibly happen during the election, which gave Aaron plenty of things to talk about regarding it.
"So what could they possibly do with an email server?"
Virginia asked once again, acting as the mouth of her husband, who she was sure wanted to know more.
"Let's say an FBI investigation,"
Aaron said. It was one of the scenarios Nova had given him.
"They won't be doing that, since we can argue against it and even use it to our advantage. It'll be nothing but a political witch hunt."
Although Rena's mother didn't really care about politics, she still had conversations with her husband about it, so she at least had a bit of knowledge.
"That depends on who's doing the investigating. If an Obama-appointed FBI director, like James Comey, is the one heading up the investigation, you can't really use it against Trump or the Morgans. After all, Obama's already announced his support for Clinton. And even then, let's say that Comey announces there were no laws broken. Will that really change people's minds? Just the accusation alone will be enough to destroy her. Whether or not it's criminal doesn't really matter. After all, she's also still got Benghazi hanging over her head, and since she's a political animal that knows how to deal with scandals, people are going to assume that there has to be more. She's nothing like Trump, who has so many scandals that people believe there can't possibly be anything else, let alone anything that's worse than what they already know. A good person only has to do one bad deed for everyone to believe that person is a demon in human skin. But a bad person doing bad things? That's just what they expect from them on any given Tuesday,"
Aaron joked, but the joke caused Herschel to fall into deep thought and ultimately agree with Aaron's point of view.
"Then what do you think we should do?"
he finally asked. He wanted to know if Aaron had an idea or if he was just parroting things that he'd heard from somewhere.
"Why not just let Trump win? In fact, help him win. Push him up. He's a rabid dog and he'll be sure to bite the hand behind him,"
Aaron said. His tone was the same as when he had earlier suggested brainwashing his new company's presidents a few weeks before. Chapter 299, Politics and Profits and Losses. Oh my!
"What?"
all three people at the table asked in unison, but in different decibels befitting of their personalities.
"Yes, just flip the board since you can't win,"
Aaron said without missing a beat.
"I understand you think that Clinton can't win, but why ask us to support their candidate?"
Rena asked.
"We all know that they have a plan and will do nothing but cause you troubles in the future. So by secretly supporting their candidate by the time they realize what's happening, they'll have no choice but to continue supporting him. After all, he'll be the only candidate they have that still has a chance of winning. But at the same time, they'll be hesitant and their trust in him will wane since they'll be sure that you aren't doing it out of charity, but for a deeper plan. With the trust between them already hanging by a thread, it'll provoke internal conflict," Aaron explained. He truly thought it would be the best move to avoid unexpected upsets in the future, while also putting the might of the Rothschild family to work for his own benefit. And what do you have that you can use to prevent him from causing problems for us? There's way too many things we can use against him to force him to do some things for us, like footage of his golden showers in Russia, his tax returns, his footage with Stormy Daniel, the audio from his backstage conversation with Billy Bush about sexual assault, and so on. But keep in mind that although they should be enough to make any candidate do what you want, there's a possibility of him doing the opposite if he's pushed too far. So you should use it at your own discretion and be careful, Aaron said, though the warning in his tone was offset by a glint of mischief in his eyes. I'm going to need to take a look at the evidence before I make my decision, Rita's father said, and both women at the table were surprised. Sure, I'll send it to you later. Take a look at it, but act with your own discretion, not because I suggested it as I'm still new to politics, Aaron said. He wasn't too worried, as if things didn't go to plan, he still had backup plans for most possibilities, or at least those within the realm of foreseeability. After that, their conversation moved to lighter topics, but Aaron sensed that he had left a good impression on Rita's father that offset his act of hacking them and keeping hold of their secrets, so the meal continued and ended on a good note. While Aaron was fostering his relationship with his girlfriend's family, Biogen had made it through the regulatory process and started showing up on the market. The first buyers were people who saw the ads on their Pangea accounts and fell victim to the targeted marketing driven by big data. Although Pneuma hadn't been approved in America, Russia, or the EU yet, it had been approved nearly all across Africa and most of South America, where they were enjoying a drastic decrease in childhood asthma sufferers. It was being hailed as a miracle cure, as it took effect within 24 hours and there were almost no side effects. Asclepius Biotechnology had become an overnight giant in the field of pharmaceuticals, and the governments in the African and South American countries it was approved and were already making concessions, and all but kneeling and begging for more. And they weren't shy about publicizing it, either, as the louder they were about their efforts to cure asthma in their countries, the more political points those leaders won. The successful record Pneuma was displaying put a lot of pressure on regulatory bodies in those countries that hadn't approved it yet, and Pangea again played a major role, as people who couldn't get access to it at home and couldn't wait any longer were already booking flights to Eden. And a third world country being a medical tourism destination was absolutely unheard of. How the hell is he walking once again? A researcher at Johnson & Johnson explained, as he watched a shaky cell phone camera recording of Ryan's presentation at the recent medical conference Asclepius Biotechnology had hosted in Hawaii. He knew the newly minted president and was sure that he had been crippled in an accident, but there he was on video walking without any trouble at all. And no one had ever been healed of quadriplegia that severe. The ringing of a phone in his office interrupted his thoughts, and he immediately answered it. "Yes, sir," he said. "Unfortunately, we're still trying to reverse engineer it, but it'll be difficult since the structure of the medicine is something I'm seeing for the first time in my 37 years as a researcher. It's fascinating, and I've got our share of Folding at Home working overtime on it to hurry up the process," the man said. EndNote: Folding at Home is an opt-in program that uses personal computing sources, like unused game consoles, and a portion of unused processing power in PCs, as a distributed supercomputer to simulate protein folding and structures to develop drugs to fight various diseases. More info here: https://foldingatomy.org. "So how long will it take to have our version ready for internal testing?" asked the voice on the other side of the call. "At least 6 months, and that's an optimistic estimate," the researcher replied as he massaged his temples. He knew that, if he wanted to come up with a test version of Pneuma in that time frame,
neither he nor his team would be seeing their families very much over the next 6 months.
Make sure you finish it, the faster the better. I'll delay the FDA as much as I can on my end, but there's some serious weight at the top trying to fast-track it, so there's only so much I can do. If you can get me a working version by the time the FDA approves Pneuma, your bonus will choke you all the way to early retirement. But if you can't get it that fast, at least get us a working version by the time their patent expires."
A click announced the end of the call, and the researcher sighed and then got back to work. He could call his wife later.
"What happened to you?"
he said after putting the phone down and returning his focus back to the phone that still had the video showing Ryan playing. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number that he hadn't dialed in a long time, Ryan's number he had during the time they worked together. The call didn't even connect as the automatic teller informed him that the number had been deactivated, so he immediately ended the call and dialed his secretary.
"Yes, sir,"
his secretary said after answering the phone.
"Find a private investigator and tell them to find every bit of information about a person known as Ryan Walker,"
he said, and ended the call before the response.
"Let's see if you can help me shorten my time frame in reverse engineering and become the golden goose,"
he said to himself as he immediately stood from his chair and headed to the hangar to pick up his white coat and headed to the elevator on his way to the lab to continue leading the reverse engineering of the medicine. Chapter 300: Beloved Presidents and Beloved Wives. Aaron had now officially removed himself from American politics after handing the responsibility to his girlfriend's father. Or in other words, he had passed it on to Rena. And after spending more than a week in the U.S., he finally left the Rothschild compound and headed back to Eden, this time by himself since Rena had to stay back and deal with overseeing some things before she could come to Eden once again. During that time, changes had been taking place in Eden. The U.S., which had sent a low-level member of the government when they were invited to the celebration parade, had sent their Deputy Secretary of State, William Burns, to Eden in order to foster diplomatic ties. He had promised a swift approval process in the FDA, as well as beginning negotiations for a trade agreement that would bring oil from Eden to America, bringing the countries closer than they'd been before. If it weren't for the fact that the current U.S. Secretary of State was, at that very moment, on a campaign bus somewhere near Idaho, Hillary Clinton herself probably would have been the one to go to Eden. Also during that time, the new company presidents had gotten to work just days after waking up from their genetic enhancements. With newly reinvigorated bodies and peace of mind from having their grudges settled, they took full advantage of the time dilation in the simulation and had managed to do many things in a short period of time. Elizabeth Opliger, the president of Helios Energy and Utility Incorporated, had gotten used to her position and implemented many things. With all the construction projects under her company having been finished before she became the president, she had focused on efficient integrations of the tasks delegated to her company. Among the many things that she did was placing competent people in important positions of each Helios branch office to oversee the local operation and what repairs that required people to do. That wasn't a lot, as the patrolling atomic printer handled all of the underground repairs save a few, which were mostly for show to prevent the printers from being discovered at work. She had also implemented a payment structure on an income and value-derived sliding scale, so the utilities would remain affordable to all. It was a complex calculation based on the value of the property and the income of the people living on or using it, so the more affluent Edenians paid more in an absolute sense than the poorer citizens. She had also cooperated with President Chakrabarty of the CS Foundation to set up a charity fund to keep lights on and water running in case of disaster, So people were quite relieved, and Liz had quickly joined the ranks of the most beloved leaders in Eden, alongside Sarah and Felix. At the moment, she was in her office with her eyes closed, taking a power nap, or so her secretary thought, but she was in Lab City. She was wearing a white lab coat and doing something she could only have dreamed of during the 10 long years she spent studying in school, researching new energies. And she was doing it in a lab that had everything she could only have dreamed of, and more.
I really can't believe that Aaron discovered such a magical form of energy, she said. How's our new formula holding in the mixture with the energy? She asked.
The other researcher in the lab with her answered,
Although the new formula is stable, it only holds its stability for a few months before evaporating if it's not in a perfect environment. So nobody will really approve of using it when they know it'll disappear if it's not properly stored in a rather expensive and maintenance-hungry environment.
The researcher didn't know what to call the low-grade mana liquid, and thought it was just something Aaron had discovered after doing many simulations. At the moment, they were trying to find a way to make a mana liquid that was stable enough to introduce to the world as a source of energy.
It's really fascinating,
Liz said as she looked at the data she had already read about the formula.
It's at least 100 times more energy dense than any other form of energy. And depending on the way it's harnessed or used, it may result in an energy efficiency of more than 80%.
If that held true, it would be incredibly unprecedented.
Increase the concentration of the stabilizing agent to 85% and see if it holds for a longer period of time,
she said, then walked to the door to leave the lab. The moment she passed through the doorway, she opened her eyes in the real world and ended her short, power nap with a smile on her face. The hard work she was putting in wasn't exhausting to her at all, as it was what she had been dreaming of doing for her entire life.
We should be ready to implement a 24-hour delivery time for premium subscribers to our shopping app, as long as they're in Eden.
Rachel Richardson was listening to the team leader responsible for overseeing the introduction of premium features and benefits to those using the Hermes app to buy and sell things. Hermes would be responsible for warehousing and shipping them, much like Amazon was doing in most of the rest of the world.
Did we receive the delivery vehicles in all of the planned locations?
She asked as she perused the document in her hand.
Yes. We also used their delivery as a test to see if we can accomplish our planned promise of next-day delivery, and we managed to complete 97% of them in time. So I think it's safe to say that we can roll out the premium subscription service,
the team leader answered.
Then go ahead and start the rollout process,
she said, then returned her focus to the papers in her hand. Once the team leader had left and she was alone in her office, she put down the papers and leaned back in her comfortable, luxurious chair as she closed her eyes and logged into the universal simulation. She appeared in a long corridor that was brightly lit by powerful white LED lights. She was the only one in the entire corridor, as evidenced by the echoing clack of her heels hitting the floor as she walked to the end of the corridor, which had only one door. The moment she reached the end of the corridor, the door automatically opened, revealing a large room. It had a few pieces of furniture, but nothing flattering or comfortable.
Now, shall we continue? We're only 5% of the way there,
she giggled to the man who had started shivering on the bed when he heard her voice, which anyone would think was coming from a composed and calm person.
You don't have to worry too much. I promised that I'd let you leave when I'm done inflicting exactly what you inflicted on me, nothing more and nothing less. And since time passes faster here than in the real world, it won't take too long to experience everything. You should be rejoicing,
she said in a calm voice. Although she still had some sympathy for others, she had none for the man in front of her. Aaron had shown her everything he was feeling when he was inflicting pain on her, together with the reason why he had become abusive. And as a result of that information, she felt nothing but vengeful anger that she had been slowly chipping down by inflicting the same pain she had received from him. She also knew it was being used as therapy for her, and she would be completely healed by the time she reached a 100% completion rate. As for his real body, it was laying in a hospital bed. He had suffered an air embolism and left in a coma. His loving wife, Rachel, had brought him to Eden and put him in a VIP hospital room with round-the-clock care and technologically advanced versions of everything a care team would need to ensure his survival.